Dragon again has to think about flank angles constantly, and he'll get tossed over the wall here, I'd suggest. Violet gonna have strips torn off from there, fair bit of damage done as Top Dragon... Oh my goodness! That is exactly what you're looking for. Shoes out of the game now, and Top Dragon's gonna linger to do a little bit more damage. Slay goes deep, there's the catnapping, but he himself gets caught. Who naps the napper is the question. And Violet's able to bring him down. Knife being pressured, Violet's going to be there with the per healing though. AoE pulses keeping Knife in the fight, but Zeta Division, they're buckling, but they're not crumbling.
I still think, okay, I was going to say, they still had Proper in the mix, as he was actually putting a lot of pressure down on Cloud, but that's a huge pickoff. It's going to allow Cloud to move up into better position here. You're going to have the nano boost here, potentially for PSG.
Very low. Okay, gets healing when he needs it. There's a nano here for Cloud. Varel have what they need to try and take this fight. Big sleep though on KSG is going to slow him down, but the card's still going to be contested. Here's that override protocol for Knife, going hyper-aggressive with it. The Cloud gets blown to smithereens alongside Nico. Time to pick yourself back up from this one. Varel will be denied the checkpoint. I mean, a couple of minutes to go.
That ultimate for Emre is like nasty on its own. Then you combo it with the nano boost, and he can just kind of safely get into those positions and just challenge players with ease. So now you're going to have both Ramatras obviously with Nemesis form. I'm looking at Proper here, right? Deadeye available for Nico. That could be interesting, because we've actually seen that, maybe with a cat right over the top potentially. But Proper with a pulse bomb could end it here. Oh, you lose Top Dragon. That's brutal, and you get slapped going over the building with the Deadeye.
Nico's still there though. Still has that Deadeye available. Didn't lose it per se. Cloudo's going to be picked up, and Nico's very much on an island now. He needs to make a play from this position. It's an annihilation here for KSG and Banar respectively, and the former simply doesn't have a health pool to hang in this fight. Knife is picked off, but that's the only casualty Varel have been able to inflict now as we head into overtime. Banar, Imperius on the point. A great stick though with the pulse bomb from Top Dragon, but they need more than that. Proper's going to bring him down, and unfortunately the Lucio won't be able to touch. That's all she wrote, folks. Top performance from your top seed out of Korea. GG. Good pokes. I think Kunai actually laying him low. And here's that Kitsune Rush Attack coming in for Winter. Stalker pressured in the front line, but Max is holding on to an annihilation. Lipno fallen by the wayside. Stalker getting cut up in the back line, and Max now going for another questionable annihilation. Once again, shut down midway through.
I mean, everybody's dead pretty much, right? You had lost Stalker and Lip at that point. You're not going to survive long enough with the annihilation to like get into a sound barrier and then pop that. Just a really bad use of that Ramatra ultimate, and
yeah, there's not much redeeming about that one, I'm afraid.
No, and now it gives Team Secret a pathway back into this game, right? Let's see if Lip can maybe do something with the OC. We've seen, like, he's gotten a kill with the OC on High Vision earlier, but hasn't really been popping off, I would say, on the Sojourn.
Ooh, that's another good pick, though. Exactly what you're looking for. Max took his licking for it, though. Very, very low in that front line, but still a factor in this fight. Stalker has a wall now to play with. It looks a lot better when Vendetta is not on the field, and it could give a big edge here to Lip in the hit scan fight. He's going to dance that wall now. A sound barrier comes in for Team Secret. Chorong is holding onto his beat until now. Throws it down, and Crazy Raccoon are far more durable in this fight. The Sundering Blade doesn't quite find the purchase here as Max is going to find his opposite number as Kappa will also commit an annihilation under dubious circumstances and be brought down.
Yeah, but you do get this to one fight territory, though. If you're Team Secret, they're going to try and stall out Pele here, as they will. So you'll be able to come back here for Secret. You're probably only going to get one fight. You'll end up being opening things up with your OC, and very easy, I would say, for Winter to end up building towards this Kitsune Rush. Vigilant they may have is at the start, but they actually deny them the touch.
What a way to go!
Oh, Sagi not able to use. I think he actually he uses the whirlwind, and then he kind of goes up into the sky to go like the dash and just knocks. I think it was the Ramatra Vortex that maybe slowed him down there.
2-2. GK, both support ults available, but AG about to hit ultimates that will potentially force both of them. So GK can't even really use it aggressively. If you use the beat to be able to win out the rush match, you don't have it to be able to survive the Blossom or the Spree follow through.
Made it to the high ground first. GK spotting the TP. Here's Liga out of nowhere. Nice little counter stun again, but Liga's just so damn low. Cardiac Overdrive popped, as well as this rush from Recall to try and keep his Malga alive. There's the latest sound barrier from Kellex, and Easy Han down. The kidnap on the Lucio. Kellex dropped into the ocean, but Lengsa's not got a team left to fight with. Has to just get out as GK capped the point.
GK have combo potential for the next fight as well. Cage and Death Blossom. So yet again for AG, if we can see that stun cancel onto Alfie, that would be absolutely clutch to be able to live this one, but I worry about the amount of pressure that Labda will be able to have onto them. The good news is for AG, because League is being just airlifted by Langsa, Labda's not actually getting the opportunity to farm off of the Malga when the fights break out. Oh no, look at Alfie.
Bro's invisible. Hang on a second. Almost gets the one tap there on Recall. There's the Death Blossom from Alfari. Liga's dead, but Alfie just shoots him at the back of the head. A little teleport, and with no Wraithwalk here, he's going to be in trouble. Isn't going to get hunted down, at least not for now, as GK continue to hold the point. A little bit of pressure, though, from AG as they try and get the cap. Recall forced to Suzu as Ziad holds the front line down on his lonesome. A good catch-off onto Easyhan too, as AG are forced to reset.
This is dangerous, right? If they
can't
lose
die.
more players, if they die now, they have to cage.
Age for Liga, there's the Death Blossom, Alpha Yi, a nail in the coffin. Labda, hey, he's probably a little bit tired after getting off the flight this morning, but it's the same old story. So dominant in the face of AG. GK, they're going to take the series 2-0. Make a quick rotation over to the point first too. Can't be overstated how important that is, getting positioning first.
Yeah, especially for your cast, right? Lethal has the Deadeye.
They're waiting for Bellisria to push in. They're waiting for a CD to be popped straight over the top. Surely not again. He's looking for skulls, and Mewtwo falls 99% towards the B2. That's a quick and clean one.
Space Station more than happy as well to let JD Gaming walk this next fight with the Sound Barrier, because yet again, double support ult. Rush for Ultraviolet, Catnap disruption from Admiral.
Mewtwo's beat again has to be just so impactful. Bellisria's got Cage. They've got opportunities to win this fight. Kaneki taking too much damage almost instantly. A good Cage and the Sound Barrier. It's the fight they surely can't lose. The Rush, though, is making it tough for them to secure this fight. A spree from Sugar Free just finds the flank angle and gets to the bike. The smack upside the head as Monk goes down.
It's just such an early beat that Space Station are able to force with such an early rush, which means it's not there to defend against the spree from Sugar Free, who just waits until he's on top of Pineapple, guarantees the kill onto the Sojourn, so that JD Gaming can't rely on Overclock to win out the fight. And now, last fight territory, they have to have Bellisria swap onto the Wrecking Ball just to buy space for Pineapple and Monk's ults to actually gain any sort of value.
Cage walk in a couple of moments. They got the Catnap too. A touch has to get here for JD Gaming. They're going to try and go first. Mewtwo already so damn low. Couldn't even get in the door. Couldn't join the rest of his team.
Body blocked by Catnap.
Bellisria on the point. Has to get away. Mewtwo already dead. I mean, look, they've got this rush, sure, but when can they actually use it? Pineapple's down. Monk's already gone. And that is going to be that. SSG clean up JD Gaming. A 3-0 on Atlas. And that's a dub on the international stage for SSG.
There's that Symmetra pressure we're looking for in lieu of having the Vendetta. Donghak has disruption but not damage. Finally, though, able to team up and deal with Simple. Bliss out of the fight here. Proud, though, looking just to get TBNT out of the equation. And he'll have the D-suit and elimination.
You'll get another fight here, though, for Twisted Minds. And you're pretty much set with like absolutely everything. The comp from T1 is a little Donghak, though. He has a very good Doomfist, great survivability, right? On Doom, great disruption. Just not as much kill potential, it feels like, as like the Diva per se. Punch here, gonna knock players out, knock them off with the TP.
This is tough now. Twisted Minds are in a position where an error could be forced because they've got to throw caution to the wind and get out onto the map. Kitsune rush here for Simple. Skew, though, holding on to his for a rainy day.
Simwall in OC, though, for that Kitsune rush that comes down. That's going to be the rush that's been used by Skew. There's that Simwall from Yubi.
Donghak has to get out of here pretty quickly. He doesn't have a Meteor Strike, though, to avoid this. Bliss picked off as Quartz has pole position, and he makes great use of it. Dropping to the ground, accosting his opponent's Sojourn. Twisted Minds might have done enough here. T1 are on their last legs in this series.
Man, Twisted Minds with Quartz, dude. Like, if there's a hit scan in play and they can figure out a way to protect him, they are golden. As TP across here for T1. Still an opportunity, a Simwall of their own here.
Okay, so you can mitigate Quartz's impact, but can you shut him down entirely? Donghack's going to clear some of these turrets out of the way, but he's taking a lot of damage. It's Yubi going down first. Proud making use of this asymmetrical advantage, if you'll excuse the pun, of having that wall in play. Funny Astro playing safe, knows there's a beat opportunity here, and Stud's been taken down. Twisted Mind's able to slow the fight down. This is what they were looking for. TVNT, a chance to remake, back in the fight now, but the card is moving. Twisted Minds have to contest. Bliss just ducks the sound barrier in time. TV goes upstairs. Still low. TVNT able to stay in the fight, though. It's Proud picked up by Quartz. He has come to the rescue once again. There's got to be a touch, and Donghack simply forgets the objective. Twisted Minds are here to renew their claim to the throne. The world champions in hiatus, releasing absentia from the top tables in EMEA, start to find their way back. Crazy
By
angle.
Shy on an off angle. That's going to be Tree, who connects with Leave. The Sanctuary comes out, but
Too
I guess
late.
Leave not inside of it. Maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, rarely is Vendetta playing inside her defensive zones. And that Kekai Sanctuary goes for essentially nothing. Remember, now you're going up against a Lucio, so the sound barrier doesn't really have a clear answer for Weibo Gaming. Sound barrier, though, can answer this annihilation pretty easily, and Gushway's going to get burst down as this window for him to get damage done may expire. But Liquid respect it. Even with sound barrier, they lose Tree. Shy's able to find a nice little disruptor shot, and Weibo Gaming are back in the fight.
And we flip. It's a really nice way that Maka is able to build up towards another Kitsune rush. Doesn't really feel like he needs to use it here at the moment. Attack dangerously low. Now he's going to end up popping a rush.
They go too far. Gushway just takes a little bit too much damage, and Liquid say, okay, we'll simply disengage from this.
And now they have Tree back, and they have an advantage in terms of tank.
They're going to go now, though. Gushway is going to be slowly lumbering back to this fight, and Liquid have to abuse this imbalance. Tree doesn't find anything on that flank, though, and doesn't have a flashbang, so needs to watch out here for the Vendetta. Still no flip. Gushway's going to be back in the fight now as this Sundering Blade is used, but Shy is down, and Leave doesn't really have anywhere to find himself for the time being. Tree folds away, sees Leave coming. Nice hindrance connection there, but still going to watch out for the damages. Gushway swings for the fence, and it's a haymaker that puts Tree out of commission. Now Kekai Sanctuary with some residual healing to play inside for Weibo. Seems to be more than enough to keep them alive in this fight, but attack comes in. Annihilation is pretty big. Zero might be brought down, but no one wants to fight this Ramacha for the time being.
Can he survive, though? I mean, you still have Shy here, Maka as well. You have both supports available here.
He's going to get staggered. If you're going to die, die on the point. Attack folds off and drags it out a little bit longer. Weibo Gaming, one more fight, and they are going to have the dub. It has to be an insane Satsuhiko spree here from Zera.
So yeah, you may not even get attacked back in this fight. Oh, that hinder! Oh!
Perfect from Lee Soo-min, and that will get the job done.
Ice taken out of this fight. Virtus.pro going to have to just gracefully give this one away. Light now has to make magic happen for 9Z to be able to stall out to 92% and surpass Virtus.pro's ult economy, because they can just bank up ults here, Jack. They're about to hit 4.
Yeah, the only thing they're lacking will be that annihilation. Okay. Hello. Alternate approach, going from the middle section of the map, waiting for that disruptor shot to dissipate.
So it has to be so careful with mech management too, with the Blizzard Prep.
That's a perfect pick. You couldn't ask for a better one from Light there.
Yep.
Pulse bomb to the back of Kevster, okay.
Virtus.pro still think it's winnable though. Landon uses rush.
They got a sound barrier as well. Clear's going to get D-Mech, so an instant hopeful reposition for himself with his self-destruct. Hydron, again, double dashes away from the team. A freeze onto Clear's mech as Wed ends up getting slain by Landon. A good return kill, though, onto Ice as 9Z put them in themselves in a spot to win this fight. Clear takes down Psycho, too. He may have lost his mech, but Kevster hits the spree straight to LCS. But the kite, it might be too good. Execution not enough to kill Hydron as Landon gets the flip.
Virtus.pro still have players up. Landon forced to TP out. It comes down to last fight territory, but LCS has the sound barrier. If NZ can hold on to it, this could be huge.
So close to capping, though. And Virtus.pro right now are in a position to win as well. They've got the point capped themselves. Soundbar from LCS doesn't bear any fruit, though. No kills just yet. Light forced to recall again. Pulse bomb available. And that's about it. The only thing 9Z can hold on to hope for now is a big pulse bomb yet again for Light.
The annihilation from Ice, 9% away, no beat to live it.
It's got to get something here. Yeah, Ice Dome's got annihilation now. Oh, and they get the cap!
Not only did they get the cap, no one is there to contest for OT. We swap back onto the Sigma, and Falcons try to make their intrusion all the way around the left side of Statue, wanting to take that same high ground angle that Dallas Fuel set Sunjin up earlier.
Merit gracefully walking forwards. She almost found a solo kill, teleports back. They forced a recall on Sunjin, so his effectiveness is cut in half here. CJ just trying to heal up. Kellen in the front line has to take an alternate angle as he was blocked off by that shield. A good rock, a better Suzu. Another wall comes in as Merit is capping the points. Doesn't got too much to deal with right now, but Lucamino and Shio, they end up trading each other. That was, okay, you don't see that every day.
Fuel, hold on, but not out of the woods just yet.
That rock was ridiculous.
I mean, for Falcons, if they get kills on Fuel, right, because the defense has so much more distance to be able to walk, it's so much more beneficial for Falcons.
They're just going to rush here, forcing Kellen to pop this Annihilation. And he's so low already. I mean, the focus fire should be good for a kill, surely. Rush from CJ is not enough to keep him alive. There's the tick on the board already, Team Falcons. They're just going to walk all over this one. It's going to take a miracle right now for the Dallas Fuel to find a way back into this map.
No pulse one for Sunjin to shut down Deadeye. Falcons just trying to keep alive.
Yeah, Shio doesn't end up going down, but he's already found one. There's the bolus, and even a Sanctuary being popped from Lucamino, but someone's still alive on the point. Kellen's back on the Doomfist. There's the Blizzard to split the team. Kellen finds yet another one onto Merit. A good freeze onto Lucamino. A rock cleansed by a Suzu, but still the defenders not in the best spot. The spawn advantage very much in favor right now of the attackers.
Kellen back on the Doomfist though, so Fuel still having a tank to rally around.
Sanctuary? Kellen, how long can he actually stay alive? Sunjin's already gone down to Merit, a good punch into the wall. But how long will Kellen actually last? I'll tell you, not too much longer. Double headshot from Merit, and that will be that. Team Falcons absolutely destroy the Fuel on Neon Junction. That's a 2-0.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder! You can't climb it!
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that an airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight. Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Heroes from around the globe gather as Overwatch Champion Series Midseason Championship once again steps onto the stage of the Esports World Cup. A true uphill battle for each participant, so let's break down exactly how it works. 16 best Overwatch teams enter the arena and throughout 5 intense days compete for a share of the $1 million prize pool. It all begins in a group stage where contenders are split into 2 even groups of 8 teams and face a double elimination format with all matches being best of 3. 2 wins will grant teams a spot in the next stage and 2 losses sends them back to the airports. The 8 best teams from the group stage advance to the playoffs. Here, it's do or die in a single elimination bracket. No more room for error, as 1 lost match means the team's tournament run is over. All matches are BO5s and the grand final is a tough best of 7 marathon. Only after overcoming all these challenges will one team claim the right to call themselves the mid-season champions and have their names etched into this year's EWC totem.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the Midseason Championship, coming to you live from the EWC here in Paris, France. I'm Zoe, and here with me is it's Danny.
He's mesmerizing.
He is mesmerizing.
I'm talking to the camera.
He's
with
a
my
good
eye.
friend. He's playing with the audience. He's doing all the things. And Johnny is also here, our favorite co-worker. Guys, let's talk about what went down, because we had back to back. We had 8 matches.
Eight matches yesterday.
It was so much action. Let's do a little recap for those of the people at home who might have missed a game or two. Who stood out, starting with Group A?
Well, starting with Group A, I think the story is the EMEA teams. I think the EMEA teams has been fantastic. We highlighted them going into this tournament, and we now have a realistic chance that all 3 EMEA teams could advance to the playoffs, along with some Korean teams, of course. But I think in Group A here, Twisted Minds going head-to-head against Virtus.pro today. I think that's going to be a fantastic matchup. And if you can secure a #1 seed going into the playoffs, that's just going to give you a way better chance come the final matches.
I have bad news for you. We actually have to wait for that one. That one will be played tomorrow, because yeah, I know, me too. We're only going to play 2 of the upper bracket matches today and then 4 of the lower bracket matches. So we have blood in the water, elimination on the line. But yeah, I know Twisted Minds, obviously a team that you watched out for. They delivered. Fan service as well, Danny.
Definitely. Their match yesterday against T1 was very entertaining. I've become a Quartz fan over the years. I love him, great player. And also yesterday's match was even more peak because TVNT played the drums at the end. If you guys didn't see it, find the clip.
That's all Danny needs, right? He just wants to be entertained. No, but the team's really delivered. I think one team that kind of I wanted to see more of was Dallas Fuel. So that's a team that I will be looking out for today, because quite frankly, I know they went up against a good opponent, but I wanted to see a little more pushback there.
I mean, with Team Falcon's form, their opponent, we were thinking like maybe Dallas Fuel have a real good chance here. But Dallas Fuel, they've fallen kind of flat at these major tournaments.
It may have been the fastest game yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit poor from them, and we wanted to see more. So maybe an opportunity for redemption for Dallas Fuel. They play their pretty unique play style with their double flex support look, but Luke Camino didn't have a great Illari game. He couldn't find that space against Team Falcons yesterday. So we want to see more from them against Team Liquid.
Absolutely. They might have a bit of a more chance because they're going up against Team Liquid, no?
Yeah, I mean, if history repeats itself, right? They're looking back at the NA playoffs for Stage 2, but yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Looking at Group B and what happened yesterday there, obviously Crazy Raccoon, they look good, but shaky. What's going on there, Johnny? Are we holding back strats? Are we fumbling? Do we need to warm up?
No,
What's
it's
your
fan service.
excuse?
It's fan service.
I honestly think it's fan service. I consider Crazy Raccoon as the people's team. You know, they're the favorites to win, and they know that. That's why even yesterday they pulled out Lip at the end. Yeah,
Uncle Lip.
Uncle Lip came out. He's like he came on stage. I was like, yeah, let me play a map. You know, and everyone loved it.
He's the GOAT. He can do whatever he wants. He's the GOAT.
It's true. Well, look,
Play some games. Get him in. Get him in.
maybe, but was that what made them look a little shaky? Maybe out of sync? Because I know they're not really practicing with Lip that much.
No,
Was it the Domino?
Not Lip. It was the top. Jumping Domino went hard. I don't know.
We did actually.
No shade on that one.
I still think Crazy Raccoon, even though they slipped up on New Junk City a little bit, I still think they're one of the favorites alongside Set of Division
100%.
here in Group B. And so I'm putting a lot of respect on their name. You shouldn't read into individual point losses on New Junk
Okay,
City.
no overreaction. Couldn't be us,
what I do
Overwatch
here.
fans.
That's what I
Couldn't
do
be
here.
us.
Wow!
Okay, then looking at the matches today, as I said, we have 2 upper bracket matches, 2 lower bracket matches. That means elimination on the line for many of those teams. So I feel personally, if we're looking for our Sony story of the day, you gotta look at the NA Showdown. Because it is the repeat. It's a grudge match for both of these teams. Team Liquid going up against Dallas Fuel. A chance of redemption for Team Liquid, which got knocked out from the playoffs in NA. But also they were the one knocking Dallas down into the lower bracket for that run. So, like, who has more of a grudge here?
Well, actually, I would say that, Dallas Fuel coming in there as the higher seed, you'd probably say that they are the favorites. But I actually think that Team Liquid's playstyle translates better here on the major tournament. So close to beating Weibo Gaming yesterday. So for that matchup, I am actually looking out for Team Liquid to come out on top.
I'm also looking out for Team Liquid. Although they lost yesterday, Tree's performance on Cassidy was very entertaining. So I think it's going to be a great match.
If Tree puts on his big boy carry pants today, like, they're in for a treat. And I'm sure we all are, because these teams came to play not just to win the Midseason Championship. No, they also want to get those club championship points. And for more on that, Ginny is standing by with a special guest.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with Nikita, the head of Esports Development for Virtus.pro. You guys are competing in Overwatch, but in general, you have a lot of rosters over at EWC this year. So I'd love to hear what the goal is for Virtus.pro and the strategy coming into EWC.
Yeah, well, the goal is always to win. However, we all know how hard it is. Anyways, we are doing pretty well so far. Week 3 just ended last Sunday, and we won the event in PUBG. So we are kind of cool in standings, being second right now, right after Navi. Yeah, we all know that it's really hard with all the big orgs, same like us, Falcons, Vitality, even Liquid coming second last year in 2024. AG, Aurora, all these heavy hitters have many teams to actually compete for these titles. We have Rainbow Six team coming here next week. Hopefully they can score some points, maybe win the event, who knows. Overwatch team that competes this week. They finished 4th last season, last major, so we all know how well they can perform actually. So for us, the goal is, again, always high. However, we want to make sure that every player does their best to go as high as they can.
Because you guys have such a high goal in terms of achieving it, and now I would say maybe a bit of the pressure is taken off, because you need to have that one win to actually qualify to be able to lift that club championship trophy. Does that make it a little less pressure on the rest of your rosters?
Yeah, for sure. So now we are past that point again with the PUBG win last week. In 2024 and 2025, we've never actually won a title. So for us, that was our first title, and now we know that we're eligible for the win, and we look forward with a smile on our faces.
Do you think that there has been a difference maybe in your approach to this year, or is it still the same?
I think we always try to improve. We always want to make sure the team, every team we have, has a boot camp before the EWC. Now it's in Europe, so we have our own boot camps in Europe. They can prepare it. We have all the analysts, all the staff that is working with the teams on the back end, so they have everything they can have to actually be a title contender.
Also, when it comes to Overwatch, title contender is pretty realistic this time around from what I'm hearing. Are you looking forward to it? Are you hoping that this is another title win, or do you just think we've already won that one, we'll just take it slow?
Yeah, actually it's a hard question, because we all know that in Overwatch meta shifts basically every month with all the new patches coming from Blizzard. And yeah, we just won the stage 2 in EMEA, so we kind of come here as title contenders. However, we'll see how it goes. I don't want to jinx anything here. But yeah, I think our team feels really strong coming into the next match versus TM. We know know them pretty well from our EMEA clashes all over like the past year and a half. So yeah, hopefully it will be a great match for the audience.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the time for the interview. Good luck with the Club Championship point. That's it from us. We're going to be heading over to the best voice comps from yesterday, just so that you know what you can expect today.
Come on. Let's low. Live. They need to cap. They need touch. Kill bone. Get in. Nice. Has hooked. Nice. Good job. Hold on. K1. Reaper the shift. Carry, let's go. At the cage. No more. Reaper first. Stagger one. Anything else? Stagger. It's fine. Kill soon. Shoot one. Kill now. Nice.
You go soon. I have it.
I pin.
They have no bike.
I'm on left talk. Come.
You go.
Yeah, go. Magalo. Counterpin. No shoot. All stop. Go bell. Hop.
You're for one. You're Muggle.
Yeah, we can. It's always on.
I'm down.
Push now.
Here.
Come here. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm cap.
Carry Reaper ult. Take that back with Reaper ult.
Wow.
Depend me.
Team Zarya.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here, Gip. And they have 6-7%. How perfect is that? Let's go.
Nice. Good job.
Tristru. You touch.
Yeah, touch. Trey one. I'm gonna die.
Swing it.
So left.
Develop point.
Clear one.
Luno. Back in backline.
Yeah.
70.
Kör. Diven. Du kör med.
Diven no booster.
I can't. Close
the portal.
Oh.
Yes.
That was Virtus.pro topping off a big win last night over 9Z. Today, though, we start off with two other winners. Crazy Raccoon taking on Space Station Gaming as Sugar Free and crew are looking for another strong performance at EWC. Today, we welcome in Zoe alongside Reinforce. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. And Johnny, I'm excited because we've got Sugar Free in action today. He's been a star. He's got fans making signs for him already. And now it's time to really perform against one of the league's best in Crazy Raccoon. Expectations for this matchup?
Well, it's an opportunity for SSG to really impress upon us that they actually have what it takes to stay competitive with some of the best teams in the world. Crazy Raccoon, they should be the clear favorites today. But Sugar Free has been a star player for North America and I hope of the region so many times before, but he's got to come in clutch today to stay competitive with Crazy Raccoon.
So yeah, I see Tracer, his top hero. She's been one of my favorite to watch. We've seen a lot of Jetpack Cats, and that's allowed some more Bastion play.
Yeah, I mean, also Sugar Free wanted to escape the Symmetra prison. He's not quite there yet. I think 1 foot out the door, but they still had to rely on that one too. I think Space Station Gaming just played kind of what we've seen from them in this past stage, so they didn't really show us anything brand new or different per se, but they definitely do have their own style. It wasn't the most convincing victory, though. That said, though, it wasn't for Crazy Raccoon either, so perhaps there's an opportunity.
And Ultraviolet joined us in the studio, Johnny. He mentioned that they were still kind of warming up. This was nice to get their first match under their belts. Now they can really focus going into day two.
Yeah, 100%. And they know their game plan. Like Zoe said, they have their style. CJ of Dallas Fuel put it best in the North American playoffs when he said, hey, their Sky Noon one tricks, but they're a good team doing so. It's the Crazy Raccoon. They know what SSG are going to pull out today. It's going to be the Cassidy. It's going to be the Jetpack Cat. How does Crazy Raccoon adapt to SSG's game plan?
Am I looking at Lethal, Sugar Free? Who's leading the lobby when it comes to eliminations tonight?
Oh, it's got to be Lethal. Lethal is so important for this team.
Good.
The Cassidy, the Sky Noons, like I talked about, but also being able to just take over games. We've seen Cassidy's with some phenomenal performances in these past couple of tournaments. So Lethal, even though we talk a lot about Sugar Free, I think Lethal is the go-to player today.
Lethal may have the best highlights, but it was Sugar Free who we caught on the mic before the match. Here's what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. I'm here joined by Sugar Free, Sugar Braun, Wu-Tang, man of many names, greatest player in SSG. Do you agree?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you guys, you're just about to go up on stage to play your match. But before that, I just wanted to hear from you. You did get your first win yesterday in EWC. How are the vibes right now for SSG?
I think the vibes are pretty good. I think we finally got our first win as a team on LAN, so I think we're pretty happy about that, and I think the vibes are only going to be forward from here.
Yeah. I mean, you are definitely going to be needing that vibe because today's opponent, I feel like it's going to be a challenge for you guys. I know you guys have faced Crazy Raccoon before in other, I guess, international LANs as well. How are you guys feeling going into this matchup?
I think we're feeling good. We'll see how Raccoons are feeling as well. I think they're going to be scared if they don't sub in Lip, so we'll see.
Are you confident? Going in, you have to be confident that you can win against them, right? Prediction. Well, how is SSG going to be beating CR? Is it going to be a 2-0, 2-1?
I'll say 2-1. I'll give them one map.
One map?
One map.
All right. Love it. Sugar Free, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
His smile is just glorious. Sugar Free has some of the best highlights in the game, and we all witnessed that in past EWCs. This year, he's playing with Space Station Gaming, and he's got a tough opponent in the groups. Crazy Raccoon, the toughest squad to come out of Korea, or where do you rank them right now, Johnny?
Yeah, they gotta be number one after their success at Champions Clash, and they look mightily impressive now, putting a lot of effort into Hisang's Symmetra. Here, playing the Dominate as well as Tank Hero, we haven't seen too much of. So this is a Crazy Raccoon team that is building on their playstyle and their composition.
I thought only Twisted Mind played Symmetra.
Exactly, and that is so scary for the EMEA teams. Now Crazy Raccoon, the best team in the world, they're gonna beat us at their own, with their own style.
That's pretty scary stuff. You can see Symmetra is devastating. If you're looking at the team as a whole, though, this is success across the board. Where are they at their flashiest? So if they're going to make a statement against SSG, how do they get it done?
I mean, it's just a general. The team just consistently performs well, and individual players do it as well. That said, though, I'm gonna do him dirty. Max, I know you had a big moment yesterday.
That was the 5K we showed.
Yeah, but we didn't show what happened after that 5K, did we? We gotta clean it up, okay? We gotta clean it up. There were some pretty egregious all timings in there, and just generally they were playing with their food maybe a little bit. Maybe they didn't take it too serious. It's up blipping and whatnot.
Choose when to hit your cue a little bit better today. All right, keep your eyes on Max, keep your eyes on Crazy Raccoon, but also we had to check in with the fans to get the vibe in the venue. Who do they think is going to win the big game?
Hello, everybody. Day 2 of Midseason Championship is just about to start. People are lining up, which means we got some free time until the matches start. Hey, great time to start your pick'ems. You can play with us. Join in on the fun on the EWC app. All right, we're going to be doing pick'ems for the first 2 matches, starting off with the first match of the day, SSG versus CR, Crazy Raccoon. Guys, I think, to be honest, it's going to be an easy one. I think it's going to be CR 2-0ing SSG. You also think that?
Yes, absolutely. I think SSG have looked a little bit inconsistent compared to Crazy Raccoon, and I feel like it'll be too much for them. They'll get overwhelmed. Absolutely.
There is a chance, though. I feel like SSG could take a map off of CR. Yesterday's CR likes to have fun, right? Maybe we'll see Lib. Maybe they'll try some wacky stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I'd love for SSG to take a map. That would be great, but I don't really think there's a chance that they'll win the series. If
Very
I'm honest.
realistic.
I think they'll be quite lucky if they did.
Okay, what are you at? 2-0, 2-1?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a 2-0. I think it could be a 2-1, throwing a max map here or there, but I just don't think SSG's got it in them.
Yeah, all right. 2-0. You know what? I'm going to say 2-0 as well. CR getting the win. Let's move on to the second match of the day. It is going to be... Oh, this one's also going to be very good. Weibo Gaming versus Team Falcons. I'm going to go with Team Falcons getting the win. 2-1 over Weibo. I feel like Weibo is a great team, but Team Falcons right now with Merrick coming back, and playing for as the DPS hit scan. He looked fantastic yesterday. What are your thoughts?
I think Merritt's looked absolutely insane. I believe he came back from an injury with his finger. Maybe that's just enhanced him. He's come back sharper, more ready to win, and I believe they're going to overwhelm Weibo. And I think it's going to be a very good match, though. 2-1 definitely.
2-1 definitely. Anyone saying Weibo's going to win?
I'll go the other way. I think Weibo can take this 2-1. I think Falcons haven't been looking that great so far, even with Merritt back in. Weibo looked good with both Sun Tzu and Guxue in, so they've got multiple looks.
I am a huge Guxue fan, but I said Falcons, but I think there is a chance for Weibo to win as well. How about you?
Well, I said the Falcons will win 2-1. Well, Merritt's got money on the line, so he's going to be playing out of his mind. Yeah, they looked really good yesterday. I think they probably back to their old form.
100% agree. I think both of the matches today are going to be insane. Well, let's see how it plays out.
Thank you, Danny, and shout out to the man in the NYXL jersey. I actually had stock in that company once. It paid out $0 in the end. So let's talk a little bit about who is going to be making money today, though, as they guarantee a spot in the playoff bracket. Are you going Crazy Raccoon
Crazy
or
Raccoon.
SSG?
Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be a 2-0, and it will feel like a 3 or a 5-0.
What she said. What she said, indeed.
2-0, 2-0. I think we get a game 3. Let us know in the chat what you think as we get it started on the stage.
We have got regional champions, world champions, rising contenders, established giants. All of them want to leave Paris as the top dog at the halfway point of the season.
Is rising, crowd united and vibing. Whatever is next, we riding. Got the whole unit, we sliding. Tonight, no turning back, don't cut on no slack. Nobody surviving. Prepare, could be any minute. If we can do what we do, then we can win it. Or this is the end, like sinners. Move like a general, keep it consistent. Don't let them up till they are finished. We're going in like we back for vengeance. Tension is rising. Tension is rising.
And just like that, we're back. Let's just take a quick look in the rearview mirror. Day 1 of the Overwatch Champions Series 2026 Mid-Season Championship here at the Esports World Cup had absolutely everything.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonjour Ian.
Bonjour.
We did everything. We've had the best players in the world, the best teams in the world here on stage, because that's what EWC is all about. We've got long series, we've got fans from all over the world. On a eu des longs matchs très disputés, 3 maps et des fans qui viennent soutenir leurs superstars du monde entier.
There was one thing missing yesterday that I absolutely adore about the Esports World Cup, and that is the key crushing. That changes today. Now we start off with a couple of winners matches, and then we move into elimination territory.
Ooh, elimination territory. I'm absolutely excited because, yeah, before that, you would lose, you would get a second chance, but we don't do second chances anymore. Effectivement, c'est un peu le monde des bisounours. Tu perds, tu rejoues le lendemain, mais là, il y a 4 matchs éliminatoires qui nous attendent, and I can't wait for it.
Me too. That is to come, but we start today with the teams that picked up a dub yesterday. Let's welcome the first of them onto the stage. It's Crazy Raccoon! I love this organization's name. I adore it. They arrived in Paris as the overall #1 seed, and yesterday they looked every bit the team to beat. The Champions Clash winners opened their campaign with a clean 2-0 win, advancing without dropping a map and reinforcing their status as the standard the rest of the field is measured against.
And it's always hard to stand strong against the favorites, but Space Station Gaming, they don't care. They can do it. The North American pillars, resilient and above all, consistent. L'expression même de la constance de l'autre côté de l'Atlantique, as now their new test moves to the international stage. But now, can they face Titans and can they be the new Giants?
Sugar Bron, always smiling with his team behind him. Crazy Raccoon want to continue their run as tournament favourites. SSG want to show the rest of the field they're a genuine championship threat. Let's do it.
Crazy Raccoon and SSG taking the stage. This is day 2. My name is Jaws, joined by Moxie to lead you through this next game. SSG, Moxie, with their first win on the international stage yesterday of 2026.
Yes, but not a dominant one. It went 3 maps. They did get tested by JD Gaming, so there's still a lot of question marks for this team, especially because they have one strategy. The desk talked about it. The players talk about it at length. This team relies so heavily on that Cat Cassidy to be able to win them fights for lethal. Crazy Raccoons, though. You look at the evolving composition strategies from this team, it feels like we're sort of just seeing the very tip of the iceberg from the Crazy Raccoon camp. We had Jumbin on the Domina. Yesterday, Heesang started picking up the Symmetra as well.
Okay, there was a quote one time said by me that Domina was not good. Johnny remembers all too well.
Do you want to keep with that, or will you change?
No. My tune has changed slightly. I think Domina's all right. Domina's all right. I think we saw a lot more than what I expected, at least, in terms of heroes being picked in the tank role the other day. We also saw Lip and Max come in for that series.
Yes. Fan service, some could potentially say.
I was about to say that. I'm not sure we're going to see Lip here, although I would love to, trust me.
Yeah, I think the Lip service might be put to bed in terms of getting to see him play, especially with how close that new Junk City did go down to. As we can have a look and see, it will be Control first up. Nepal on the cards as we have a Diva ban and a Bastion ban. So SSG still free to rule the skies with that Cat Cassidy once more.
Best of 3 here in this match as well. Yeah, Bastion being banned. So eventually we will see the Cat, obviously, as well. What are your expectations for SSG here?
I mean, SSG have to know that this Cat Cassidy will be targeted by Crazy Raccoon. They also have to expect something like dive at some point, right? Jumbin, like we said, he played the Domina yesterday on Village. There's a chance that Crazy Raccoon want to run that composition back yet again, since it worked out really well for them. Giving a tank a gun, letting them shoot, put more pressure on that Cassidy and the Cat. Does do a whole lot of good, being able to box them totally out of just taking spaces. Also takes a lot of the pressure off of Heesang and Stalker, right? You don't just have to have your DPS dealing with the other team's DPS, it frees them up to be able to look at things like Hawk and that backline when Ultraviolet is alone.
All right, we're going to see Domina locked in early on for Junbin.
4, 3, 2,
Hawk on the Mauga, no Diva, although Mauga, especially on Control, I don't mind it here. Nepal, I think, is definitely a map that Mauga serves quite well, Village especially.
There is an absence of Cassidy, so Space Station, oh!
No, you lied.
As I said it, there we go. I was about to say, you're changing your tune in regards to the Domina, but Space Station remains static with the Cat Cast.
Oh, it's just so good, though. We've seen so many nice plays already, a lot of highlight clips you saw in the intro a little bit earlier on. Domina for Junbin. It's going to be tough against the Mauga. Domina's shield, obviously, it can be broken apart individually. Those small little screens, of course, you'll see it here. Very easy pickings for the Mauga normally.
Oh, well, Lethal. Admiral already split, actually. Admiral got Lethal onto the high ground. Now he's playing the off angle.
Yeah, on the height is exactly where you want to be. They've actually forgotten a lot of this space of Crazy Raccoon. They're trying to pick off Hawk first, and they've done so very well. It's going to be a flip for SSG, of course, but look at this. Domina, Junbin, asserting dominance in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Crazy Raccoon, right? Junbin just provides the shield for Stalker to be able to hide behind, then goes, puts the pressure onto Lethal, forces him to totally back up of the fight. So Space Station got a flip, but Crazy Raccoon's flip it back just as fast.
Can they actually just make this stick? I mean, look, they're trying to put the Cassidy in a position where he can succeed again. Nice little flashbang in, Charong's life, but a better boot there from Heesang, gets the trade.
Great concussive from Heesang, and without Lethal, Space Station pretty toothless in this fight. They'll go for a point flip contest at least, but Crazy Raccoon won't give that up easily.
Look at the shield dance as well from Junbin. Hawk's gonna fall too. He only just got back to the battle, although Crazy Raccoon, they will end up getting well, sorry, Space Station, they only end up getting 13%, so a fairly quick fight here for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, you get 4% off of that flip, but Crazy Raccoon get more than 4% off of the kills they were able to secure with the Pharah outside of the point itself. So that's a very valuable trade, as yet again Space Station wanting to rely on this Cassie to open up the space, but Lethal's just been denied the time to be able to build up the ultimate. You just have to get the Cass into position and hope that you can take them out with your primary alone.
Panopticon available for Junbin. They got this OC as well. They've also got Rush. I mean, they've got a whole use of tools that they can use to win this fight. Junbin's going to try and just force Hawk away from the point already. And look at that. That's almost a double boot there, getting him out of the way of UV and Admiral's heals.
Yeah, I mean, Junbin's just also not in positions for Lethal to be able to farm off of, so we talked about Space Station being so reliant on this one strategy, and Crazy Raccoons have denied any time to be able to build it. We're about to hit Lost by Territory. This is the first Skynoon they've had.
Yeah, SSG have space though. They've got the high ground at least. Lethal even more so, elevated to the skybox. But look at the entirety of Crazy Raccoon just hiding away, almost baiting them in. Lethal suspended outside of the map. Headshot onto Stalker, but a quick reposition there is the Panopticon straight on the point. This High Noon's just way too late. Even gets booped away. There's 2 seconds left on it. Couple of bodies on the other side of the point, but the fight's already done. It feels like Sugar Free with the spree ends up getting one. They get shut down instantly by Stalker. And there's no one left for SSG to try and contest.
Great play from Crazy Raccoon. Like, only allowing one Deadeye to be built up the whole round, hiding to force the Carcassonne to flank all the way around the side of the map. The moment you scout out that you start taking some of those pot shots from Lethal around the side, you just ignore the Carcassonne and walk point, because point will give you all the cover that you require to be able to hide away from the impact of that Deadeye. You drop your rush, you burn your ult bank, and yes, you find trades, but you still have your Sojourn up with that overclock. The moment that they run out of resources to be able to try and survive it, you're running the cat, you don't have the Lucio to be able to provide the sound barrier, it's just done. Crazy Raccoon looking just as dominant, and as we said, they're changing their strategies up as opposed to Space Station, who just keep doing the same thing.
Even more so, I'd even argue. I mean, look at that. Hawk not getting a single limb in that last round on the Mauga.
Okay, now we're changing things up as we head to Sanctum. Ultraviolet on the Wuyang. Chorong's actually going to match him, so poke for poke.
That is not still funny. I hate to betray the sign. It is not still funny. We've moved past that level of comedy. Hawk on the Orisa now, but still Junbin holding this high ground with... I mean, the Dominus shield really is just so large here. Yes, you can chunk through the individual sections of it, sure, but Lethal and Hawk are just taking so much poke damage by the time they do actually chunk through it. Junbin's going to reposition, but oh my god, Lethal sniped out of the sky. They get a trade onto Heesang, sure, point unlocks.
Crazy Raccoons are making it impossible for Space Station, though, to be able to cleanly work around this Dominus shield early on.
Hang on,
Space Station should get the first flip, though. Great picks from Hawk and Ultraviolet.
Yeah, decent damage from Admiral, too. I mean, look at this rush timing for SSG. 20% away.
Heesang actually swaps onto the Shion, so you know that you won't be able to employ the Pharah into this retake with Space Station being able to focus you down. You're looking for flanks, you're looking to try to split that attention.
Okay, not going to test the mental of SSG just yet in that small room. A couple of players, UV waiting on the waiting in the wings too, healing up Sugar Free when he needs it. Chorong the same though. However, Sugar Free now eventually forced away, but Heesang bites the dust already.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons waiting for that timing. If they can find a pick up of a flank, or if they can build up that rush to be able to match Admiral, only then will they commit to this fight. Space Station just punishing that hesitation.
Well, there's the rush. In fact, she's going to get matched as well. Now Sugar Free can take an off angle if he so chooses. In fact, maybe even goes for a flank here too through that mega health pack. Junbin trying to force his way into the engagement. UV takes a headshot from Vigilante and ends up going down as Junbin has to kite back 10% away from the Panopticon as well. But Hawk's just running and gunning. Sugar Free out of the mix already, but SSG remain in control. There's actually a tidal blast on Heesang. What is this? Straight to the backline, but Innocent Suzu from Apple makes sure he doesn't end up falling on his back. Chorong also falls. The flip came through, sure, but CR, they got no bodies to fight this with, it feels like.
Yeah, they're so split at this point too. Chorong just does not have the tidal blast to be able to supply the survivability.
What is my Orisa doing here?
Well, that's the second time he's taken that route.
Nice little flank. He's got Terror Surge in his back pocket too.
Yeah, he's had the Terror Surge for the last fight as well. That's why Crazy Raccoon had to go for that crazy rotation from their side of the map all the way on to point. as Space Station, Hawk just threatening the presence of that Terror Surge, getting too close, not having the Suzy to react.
Tidal Blast on Sugar Free this time, mixed with a Spree as well. Just invincibility almost. How do you deal with that if you're anybody that's not Kiriko?
Yeah.
You hit the Suzu, that's it. But it's only like half a second of invulnerability. Like, good luck. This is final fight now for SSG.
Yeah, Space Station proving to be much more fluid with this composition, right? Not allowing that dominant to be able to set up defensively as last fight territory, but Space Station just threatened the choke.
Theron gets the touch on the Cat. Going to have to go for it yet again, but Sugar Free ends him with the bike. Little dash away from Lethal 2 has unleashed the OC. Stalker shuts him down as the point now has to be contested by CR. Jumping straight to the back, Stalker lands a nice little two-piece. Taking out Ultraviolet as well. Hawk from across the way, snipes Heesang somehow, but still the fight is contained in this small room.
Oh, Admiral has the rush built up, but Space Station down. Both UV and Sugar Free want to hold off on using it before the team regroup.
Heesang Genji? At this point? Okay, a big switch up from Heesang.
I mean, it feels like he's just going to try and run at them, right? Jumbin's more static. You have to rely on the Genji being able to put the pressure on the off angle instead of your tank.
Get the Cat to airdrop you in, I guess, but better for holding the point here with the Genji, that's for sure. There's the dash into the front line. Hawk's already used that spear spin, but is pretty low. A brief stun, Lethal dies. Jumbin still playing in this front line, holding at this front door, so the rest of SSG can be picked apart one by one.
Beautiful denial, actually. Heesang just jumps into the rush versus rush and holds deflect. So nothing Space Station can really do. If they try to take advantage of their rush, all of the damage just gets bounced right back at them, and Crazy Raccoon hold.
Turning this round on its head almost. Crazy Raccoon are up to 70% already.
Yeah, that was the rush fight too. That, if your Space Station was your big try to get through these chokes moments. Now you're just looking for a pick early from Lethal, but you're denied those angles. Stalker just gets to hold you at the door.
I mean, they've been looking at now find a fight. SSG have taken so long as the Sugar Free doesn't getting catnapped here. He's put into the line of sight of the rest of Crazy Raccoon. What a pick off. And Stalker follows that with a triple. I mean, headshots Lethal straight up. Hawk, this looks so good for SSG, but they're just going to falter at the final hurdle on this control point. There's no one left alive. Hawk spawns the Doom, but it's too little, too late. Crazy Raccoon, a comeback on Sanctum. That's a 2-0 on control.
Yeah, we just see that dominant composition being so good at holding the ground, holding those chokes especially, right? Every time Space Station tried to just retake, walk out of their side of the map into those wider angles, dominant shield. Right on main, and at that point you've also been able to build up all your perks, so you get the opportunity to reposition your shield once every cooldown, which is a huge game changer for Domino. One of the main criticisms of this tank has been how static that shield is, how easy it is for players to just be able to walk right past it without a care, but once you are able to get those repositions, it becomes so much easier to be able to shut down any opportunity.
Live tire reaction. It's my favorite part of the show so far, I'm going to be honest with you, Marty. Okay.
I will
live
say,
reaction cam.
This is good for Space Station. They put up good fights, and we're also seeing them move away from purely the Cat Cassidy.
It's definitely a better look. I spoke to Christopher and a couple of the guys before they jumped on the stage this morning. Got the usual chit-chat out of the way about how bad flights can be across the world. But he was saying they were under no illusion that this was going to be an easy game. They know it was going to be very tough. Obviously, you're facing Crazy Raccoon. Of course, It's going to be difficult. But still have a level of confidence coming in, and especially after yesterday, being able to take a win like that, they're not beaten down so early. And you can see how much of a fight they're already putting up against CR. And I don't imagine we're going to see any changes here in substitutions. I think we're going to just continue to see Junbin playing.
Yes.
Same with Heesang, Stalker, of course.
Yeah, I would imagine Crazy Raccoon will keep the same players, especially off of how close Sanctum went. Like, one fight territory for Space Station. It was, if they could just get their foot through the door, they got so close. That catnap is so brutal onto Sugar Free. 92% to Spree. They're able to scout out the Xion flank, pull him out of position, and everyone jumps on him from Crazy Raccoon. Like, that's the coordination that these teams have. The moment a catnap comes through, just so good at drawing.
I hate to interrupt the point, but
It's a brilliant
that
sign.
is incredible. Banana peel. Epic.
We have plenty of banana peels, actually, in the green room. You
Oh,
go
right.
through a whole
So what
bunch
are you
of bananas.
How much Mario are you playing? How many?
Well,
That's
we're
my
yet to
fault.
see your Winston.
Got to get that potassium in the morning, you know.
Yeah.
Winton. See, another good one.
Oh, there we go. See, I summoned
Huge
it.
W. We've got to get a little montage at the end of the event of all the good signs.
I'm sure if Kellen has his way, he'll for sure break out the Winston.
The Winston
one map.
is coming eventually.
Although I don't know if they do it today versus Liquid, since lower bracket run, Winston, pretty large risk. But that is
That's
a
how
later
they've
match.
been getting it done, though. I'm jumping to the defense of Kellen, as I always will. That's how they've been getting it done in North America, is the Winston. It's their own style of play. They've been not even forced into it. They're just happy to kind of take that.
Was that a handcrafted Ramatra Pachamaru plush?
People are too talented. Here's what I'm gathering here. Oh, damn. Beautiful.
Wow, we have people who are artists. We have
Who knew?
people who are brilliant at sewing, apparently, and we have the best of the best when it comes to playing Overwatch. And Crazy Raccoon, they are currently the best. They have the title to prove it. They're defending that Champions Clash first place finish. They're also having to defend against their performance stage 2. Like, they beat Zeta, they got that curse off of their backs, and then instantly back to stage 2, Zeta start taking wins. So it's an awkward position for Crazy Raccoon to find themselves in. And they have to look for
Dominant
identity
ban. We
yet
see it.
again. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
well,
fair enough.
it's Atlas.
Yeah.
Teams have played Domina, not just Crazy Raccoon. Attack was trying to play a whole bunch of Domina yesterday, actually, which was punished. Crazy Raccoon, they'll target out that jetpack cat. They're more than happy to remove it. They know that that leaves SSG without a lot of engagement opportunities. It's not just things like the Deadeye that they were using the cat to get people into position with when we saw on Nepal. They were literally just dropping lethal into high ground angles.
Yeah.
So that Crazy Raccoon had to spin all of these different plates, right? Keep the point, look at the tank, try to find picks on the backline, not lose someone early to an angle that a Cassidy is suddenly on top of, where you have no opportunity to be able to react to it. And with how wide Flashpoint is, with the amount of hallways and doorways and peak positions, it's just so vulnerable. If something slips past your vision, and you will instantly be punished.
Christopher, a moment ago there, you saw just behind the gang, making sure they're all locked in for this Atlas. Atlas has been the most popular so far at the Flashpoints. Been the most popular second map choice as well.
Well, would you go to Ravasra against Jumban?
No.
Exactly.
Anywhere Jumbo can play ball.
I feel like Atlas is just like the greater of the evils of the Flashpoint maps at the moment.
Right.
Like, you avoid the worst Wrecking Ball on Ravasra. You just want to stay well clear of that map.
Yeah, no Domina. So let's have a look and kind of talk about this backline then. No jetpack cat. You can still run things like Wu Yang too. I like the Kiri Wu Yang comps. I really do, especially with the Xion. It's a pseudo tracer in a way where the Xion, especially with ult, can get in there. She's not only protected with the Tidal Blast, but then knocks people down, insta-kills them.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of engage potential. It's just not as fluid as it is, no pun intended, with the Tracer. The Tracer obviously can just manually kind of blink. The Xion's only got like the dash, but with the ult can then like triple dash into the backline. So a little more setup required, but I really like how much the Wu Yang can create a lot of value too, especially, to be fair, if you look on the flip side, if you're Crazy Raccoon playing it against someone like Hawk, you are just farming the ult off of the Malga.
It's the pressure too, right? The pressure of ranged poke that the Xion is sometimes lacking when she's trying to set up on those angles, that the Wu Yang is able to sort of cover for. As we'll have a look, no Wu Yangs, just Kiriko and Lucio. Both teams looking for engagements. Malga versus Hazard, though, is the difference maker. Crazy Raccoon, Hisang on that Symmetra, allowing Crazy Raccoon to very quickly reposition on top of Space Station.
Yeah, the TP for Hisang, it feels like it's going to be more of a disengage than an engage. You've got so many people that can kind of do it themselves. Jim, Chorong, even Stalker.
means that Vigilante gets to hold on to that Suzu too, right? Instead of having to burn it on stopping Hawk's slam.
Oh, nice little bike connection there on to Stalker, but this backline unfazed. Vigilante and Choron just bandaging up those wounds, and Hawk goes way too far deep. Look at that little turret that was lasering him in the back as well. Nice little early pick off onto the tank.
Great sim TP as well to go put pressure on the high ground that Lethal can't sit there for free. Look for an exit trade to stop Crazy Raccoon from holding close, as they'll be able to cap first. They do lose Vigilante though. That's a very good pickup from Lethal before he falls.
No pick off, surely. Got a lot of mobility. Oh, they're trying to get him. Wait, Sugar Free surely going to get out. He can hear the Lucio. Troring is still here. They're on a different point.
Yeah, we're playing on a different point, guys. First still has to be locked, as Hawk's already threatening that presence. Space Station seeing the absence, wanting to try to find an in, but Jumpin already has the first downpour ready to go.
Well, Sugar Free can hear everything that's going on right now, but isn't actually a factor in the fight until he pops his head around this corner. He's going to look for an execution bit of damage first. Jumbin, the only person inside. There's the downpour straight onto Hawk again, who's kind of trapped in the small corridor once more. Ultraviolet going in for the rescue, but quickly shut down. Stalker again on fire.
I mean, great pick from Crazy Raccoon, right? Identifying they're doing way more damage to Hawk, which Ultraviolet will be able to translate into a much faster rush charge. So, aggressive downpour, totally isolate out the Kiriko, force all of those cooldowns, then jump on top of UV, get the kill, and allow you to have the rush match.
Here he comes again. Choron looking for yet another pick-off on to Sugar Free. Point's going to get capped. In the meantime, a little bit over an extension there from Crazy Raccoon. Sound Barrier does end up hitting 4, though. This should be a means to an end for this fight. Space Station with no beat of their own, and that's Jumbin with a trip.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, just aggressive Sound Barrier. Ultraviolet, before he can even react with the rush, you lose Admiral. And Hawk, he's had enough, he knows. The Mauga, not getting value. No slam setups for Lethal to be able to take advantage of stuns, to be able to build into rail charges. Instead, it's onto the Ramatra. Good way of slowing things down, trying to allow Lethal and Sugar Free the opportunity to find these picks. As Crazy Raccoon do have to worry about a double support ult fight from Space Station.
Oh, Lethal sniping Heesang before the fight even really started. Same with Jumbin. That's a very good opening pick. Sure, you burn the OC, but you're still happy with that. Even though, you know, Sugar Free ends up going down, sure. Ideally, you're not losing anybody else, as Crazy Raccoon are getting corralled like sheep currently. Hawk, the Shepherd, trying to push them back all the way over towards that very nasty edge if you're against a Lucio player. Admiral taking a fair too many shots, though. This Sound Barrier narrowly helping him escape.
Yeah, Sound Barrier forced, actually. Later rush, but Ultraviolet is sucked down.
Wasn't quite a rush jacks there, but not able to utilize that whatsoever. This really early fight win from SSG, and they burn Spree too to try and win.
Space Station tried to do so much to guarantee that they got that first point cap. So they can just sit, play slow, stop Crazy Raccoon's engagement. Because if they disengage with the Sim TP, Space Station still have point control, right? They're still building up to that 100% as Jumbin playing a little bit like Winston, just jumping up onto the rooftop.
Looks like old Doom, just like stalling out on the roofs.
Sugar Free actually swaps onto the Tracer, so you have that pinch potential. Goes all the way around the side of the point, pulling Crazy Raccoon's attention, allowing Space Station to navigate through these chokes. Still not on the point though, is the issue.
Yeah, another downpour, so as soon as they come in, the downpour's going to connect. It's a tale as old as time. Going to try and get Hawk out of position first. There's the downpour, and it connects. Hawk is still Nemesis form though, but Admiral caught unawares. That violent leap connecting straight with his dome. Oh boy, Moxie, this is all falling apart for SSG.
It's just cut and dry from Crazy Raccoon at the moment, right? You get the downpour onto Hawk. Hawk's just shut down completely, can't do anything but watch as Crazy Raccoon blow right past him, hit that vulnerable back line, and Space Station, yet again, have no chance of putting percent on the board. Match point now for Crazy Raccoon to close out this series as Space Station just flipping through the hero book at this point. Sugar Free trying to work out what do I need to do to give my team this in. He thinks Farah might be the answer.
Just try anything at this point. You're down to 2 rounds already. Oh, look at the beat. It feels almost disrespectful at this point. This point's not even unlocked yet, and we're sound barriering in. Like, come on.
Well, Heesang's about to have Sim Wall, right? So you can't even punish the lack of sound barrier with Lethal's overclock. Something that Space Station were able to punish last time by getting that early pickup on Heesang at the start of the OC. Ultraviolet at least takes Stalker down, so Space Station don't have to worry about walking into an OC before Admiral has beat. But you do yet again have to walk into an established hazard.
All right, Lethal on and off angle. Immediately checked. Has got Admiral by his side. Hawk once more trying to pressure point, but Junbin's not having any of it. Just happy to take the 1v1 when he's got that spike guard up. A little bit better defensive tool there, doing damage while you're holding the block. Admiral does end up falling despite that rush coming out. Hawk trying to make his presence known in the backline, but only presence now is 10 feet under, shut down by Heesang. And the fight just about over, and maybe this map and series too.
Crazy Raccoon with overclock and downpour, you can't imagine that they'll play all that defensively, right? 25% left with how quickly Flashpoint burns out and a Sim TP. You're just looking to catch Space Station before they can set up Lethal.
Got to get a big touch. Junbin down, poor Hawk on another hero. He's back on the hazard this time around. Sound barrier is going to connect, but Crazy Raccoon happy to just back off. Downpour, not sure who it connected with, but it doesn't really matter. Junbin's already inserted himself into the conversation. Taken to the sky, Lethal snipes out Stalker. Might just be what Space Station required to get this flip and at least hold for more than 20% or so. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to come back with the sound barrier.
Yeah, it comes at the cost of Space Station's whole ult bank. So right now they need picks and they need them now. Crazy Raccoon going low, but not low enough. No dash to dissuade Shorong from just sending the team forward with one-sided beat.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like an inevitability here that Space Station are just going to get flattened. This beat is going to be too much. Everybody cowering right now for Space Station on this high ground. They're going to get a nice little wall there on Junbin, but the beat connects with him. Green over health dissipating now as Hawk is on the pursuit, but Lethal's already dead. Orc needs this kill desperately and he's going to get it. But meanwhile, his team are falling around him. Admiral down, Lethal to follow, like Crazy Raccoon is still in this. A stick on the back of Hawk, a downpour of his own is going to connect with the point, but who does it actually manage to secure? Junbin back on the Hog, maybe to be the big difference maker, but it's all Stalker. A snipe onto Sugar Free. OT as Crazy Raccoon secure the point. Ultraviolet out of resources, out of time, as Space Station lose control of not only the map, but of the Series 2. A 3-0 on Atlas, and Crazy Raccoon come up with the dub.
It's the same issue as on Route 66. Like, Crazy Raccoon, they're so good at just keeping up that pressure, keeping up that tempo, forcing you to have to take fights when you're not ready for them, and putting the pressure onto Ultraviolet as well, understanding how close he was to that rush, forcing the overtime so that SSG have to burn all of the rated utility on just holding the point, so you don't have blinks, you don't have recall to be able to be aggressive and try to find kills on Crazy Raccoon's backline. In the meantime, you just watch as Ultraviolet's health bar tanks.
Yeah. Like I said, Christopher and the rest of the team under no illusion that this was going to be a tough game. But little did they know what kind of beast was waiting for them behind this door. Crazy Raccoon. They do look like on another level. They want to claim this trophy here, ideally at the mid-season. I mean, going into this year, you're expecting this team to be incredibly strong. The DPS lineup, even the Lip not having the best of showings yesterday, is still ridiculous. It's still Crazy Raccoon. SSG were the ones that needed to really level up this tournament and level up the rest of the year. I believe they're on that course, but can they continue? Crazy Raccoon, however, they're going to move on in that upper bracket. We've got Junbin actually down on the stage with Ian for a brief interview.
Thanks, guys. You are right. They roll on and looking as impressive as we expected them to coming into Playday 2 here. I've standing by with Junbin and Maddox, our translator. Junbin, coming into this tournament, it's always tough as #1 seed because there's high expectations from the fans and yourself. Do you feel any relief to have locked in that playoff spot nice and early?
일단 준빈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 탑시드로 이렇게 대회에 다시 오게 되시면서 사실 팬들의 기대감이나 이런 것도 굉장히 클 텐데 그런 점에서 이제 플레이오프를 이렇게 좀 빨리 진출하게 된 거에 대해서 좀 안도감을 느끼시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 솔직히 저희 조를 봤을 때 플레이오프까지는 안정적으로 갈 수 있다고 생각했고 이제부터 힘든 경기가 될 것 같은데 잘 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, looking at the groups initially, I thought, well, I think we're guaranteed for playoffs. But that being said, looking further, I think there are going to be a lot of tougher matches ahead. So we'll prepare for that for sure.
Yeah, plenty more to come in this tournament. When you look at your own performances here, at Champions Clash, you were the tournament MVP. Do you want that again here at the Esports World Cup? I know that your fellow teammate Chorong says that he wants it too. So is there a little bit of competitive rivalry there?
일단 준빈 선수가 또 챔피언스 클래시 때 또 토너먼트 MVP를 받으셨잖아요. 그래서 또 이번 대회에서 또 이렇게 받으시고 싶으신지, 그리고 이제 초롱 선수가 이번 대회 또 직전에 인터뷰에서 이번 대회에서만큼은 초롱 선수가 좀 MVP를 받고 싶다고 했는데 약간 좀 선의의 경쟁 관계에 좀 있는지 궁금합니다.
근데 뭐 사실 큰 욕심은 없는데 어차피 그 초롱 선수는 메인 힐러여가지고 받기는 좀 현실적으로 힘들 것 같고 제 생각에 뭐 딜러 중에 한 명이 받을 것 같습니다.
Well, honestly, I mean, I don't really have that much of a, expectation about the MVP. But that being said, Chorong is a main healer, so I don't think he's up to full qualification for the MVP. I think that one of the dealers, maybe one of the DPS, will get the MVP.
Okay, interesting. Now, we saw a lot of Overwatch played yesterday. You saw all of the teams compete. Who do you think some of your biggest threats could be here in Paris?
이번 대회에 또 16개 팀이 지금 참가하는 만큼 정말 또 많은 팀들이 이렇게 또 대회에 참가하게 됐는데요. 그 중에서 좀 가장 위협적으로 다가오는 팀이 있다면 좀 어떤 팀이 있는지 궁금합니다.
어떤 식?
엄청 위협적으로가 네.
일단 제 생각에 아무래도 아직 메타도 유럽 쪽으로 많이 좋은 것 같고 그래서 제 생각에 유럽 팀들이 좀 많이 견제되는 것 같아요. 트마나 뭐 그런 팀들.
I think the current meta is slightly towards the EU, so I think EU teams like Twisted Minds are still the biggest threat for us.
Absolutely, they looked incredible yesterday. Just finally, can we get a message for your fans here in the building and all around the world?
이제 마지막으로 현장에 또 와주신 팬분들과 또 이제 전 세계에서 시청해주시는 많은 팬분들께 마지막으로 인사를 해주신다면요?
일단 그 응원해주시는 팬분들 너무 다 감사드리고 또 대회장까지 직접 와주셔서 응원해주시는 라쿤 팬분들 다 너무 감사드립니다. 이번엔 좋은 성적 꼭 거두도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, thank you all the fans coming here and cheering for us also and watching our games in all over the world. We'll try our best this time to make a good results here.
Chumbin, congratulations, and to Crazy Raccoon as well. We'll see you later on in the tournament. We'll find out which team will join them very shortly in match 2.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. Congratulations to Junbin and Crazy Raccoon. And you two in my analyst booth, both called the 2-0. Zoe, who shined the brightest for you in match number 1 of the day?
It's a team effort. I mean, that team is...
No sitting on the fence. No, choose one of 5 players.
It's not possible because
choose
Crazy
one
Raccoon,
of 5
they're
players.
a hive mind.
You're doing great.
They use it. They're a unit. You don't understand. Like, the pressure this team puts on any other team, the relentless aggression, the way they move in, no one being ready
hive
for it.
mind.
It is the hive mind. Honestly, they move as one. Like, today looked much cleaner. That's what I wanted to see yesterday.
Johnny, is it not Junbin and his beautiful domino play? No, who are you watching in this one? He's saying looked awesome in the first round. What did you see?
I mean, honestly, the fact to get away playing Domino at the highest level and teams like SSG are struggling to adapt against it, it's just mind-boggling because it's just a hero we haven't seen being played at the professional level.
And can you explain this? Why does he make it work when none of us can in matchmaking?
Well, first of all, they're playing maps that cater kind of to Domina. And so here on Village, like everything is so close-cornered, and so you have a lot of room to get a lot of value from you're pushing enemies into the wall. Whereas on some of the maps, there's more room to operate. You can play longer sight angles. That's where Domina isn't as good. But Crazy Raccoon fitting Domina in seamlessly here, and also their Symmetra play has been a phenomenal pocket. And so this is a team that is really scary. SSG, I don't think they should be too upset, though.
What I've been most impressed by is the fact that all of these players are able to rock the wedding band while gaming on a keyboard. I don't know about you, but I have to take it off when I get on there, Johnny. Otherwise, I'm clicking keys too loud. Junbin was clicking a lot of keys. He was on fire for, I believe, 72% of this match, it felt like. So it doesn't matter if he's on the Hazard, if he's on the Domina. He's making things look easy. On the other side, Sugar Free looked like he had a tough time. Was trying his heart out, didn't have the right character, it seemed, most of this game.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
they had
still
to
looking for
try,
answers
right?
on
Like
SSG.
They couldn't quite stop the aggression there from Crazy Raccoon. But as Johnny already said, it wasn't theirs to win, so they shouldn't be upset about that. Like, every team going up against a Korean team will feel the same way, especially against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, if you look historically, SSG has never even taken a map off of a Korean team on LAN.
That is
Not
the best
once.
phrasing ever. It wasn't theirs to win. Space Station Gaming is going to drop down, and they will fight against the winner of AGAL and Varel. That will be an interesting matchup of regions. Johnny, who do you expect to power through, as that will be our third match on the day?
Look, honestly, I think Varel should be the favorite here against all gamers. The Japan scene is on the move. But then Space Station, pretty good news, I'd say. They should actually be coming out on top against Varel, I feel like. So even though you take a loss here early, Pocket, they still have a good chance of qualifying for the playoffs.
Stage is getting set for the second match of the day. We will see you for that on the other side. In the meantime, congratulations to Crazy Raccoon, our first team into the playoffs. We'll be right back.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, this feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We are Team Falcon, reigning Overwatch champion at Esports World Cup. We are here to do it again.
It's a pick on Lambda, the perfect answer. Symbol comes up, Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocks out of Mech, can't get back in. They will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable!
Team Falcon's run last year at the Esports World Cup was led by their Overwatch 2 team. Their win in Overwatch was what sealed the deal for Team Falcons in winning the club championship in 2025. That was last year. This year, they come in the EWC somewhat a shadow of their old selves, but still with championship expectations. They did not qualify for our first event of the year, the Champions Clash, and are here in Paris thanks to their amazing performance last year. The loss of Stalker has been huge, as he's moved over to Crazy Raccoon, who have been a powerhouse to start the year.
이적을 한 이후로는 연락을 딱히 한 적은 없고, 네, 그 전까지는 조금 친했었는데 아마 이적하고 나서 약간 라이벌 팀으로 가다 보니까 좀 안 하는 게 아닐까.
Falcons is to repeat as the club champions in EWC this year. They'll need its Overwatch team to rekindle some of that championship magic that's still on this roster. With the competition stronger than ever, they'll need an all-time performance to defend their title.
You can't checkmate a checkmate like that. Well done to the Falcon. And let's take a look, though, at their opponent walking in first, representing China. It's Guxue and Weibo Gaming. We welcome in the most eligible Junkrat in Paris to the studio, Jake Rat. Are you excited for this one? Guxue versus the Falcons?
I think it'll be interesting. I wonder how much we'll see Guxue in the lineup. You know, this has been a Weibo that has kind of transitioned to be playing more of these off-tank based setups, and I think that's going to be important in this match. They're going to have their hands full. Falcons look mean. They look about as good as they've seemed all year, maybe even longer.
We just saw a Domino. We just saw a Hazard. Zoe, the tanks have been out, but when it comes to the DPS, what are you looking forward to? We have the Falcons facing off against Weibo and what could be a high elimination matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo has been heavily investing, of course, in the Xion, like most of the Chinese teams. We saw Reaper in the mix there as well. So I expect them to do pretty much more of the same. There's no real reason for either of them to change it up.
As we take a look at the matches yesterday, Weibo matched up against Team Liquid from North America, and Trian Crew, well, they felt the wrath of Shy and Leave. There were good moments, but at the end, it was Weibo walking away with the W. Jake, what did you see in the intro matchup out of Weibo?
I mean, Weibo was able to adapt. They do get it over the line against Liquid, but that series was probably one of the closest we've seen so far here at the Esports World Cup. So, you know, to barely squeak a win over Liquid, honestly, isn't an amazing sign, considering how good Falcons are. They look to be in peak form. I'm looking at Weibo as an extreme underdog. I think this could be a real tour de force from the Falcons.
Extreme underdog. If you're watching that game, of course, Weibo had to come back into control, and then Zoe, they were able to take this third game. Talk to me about the key players, though, in the matchup on the other side. For Team Falcons, we know Weibo is going to be dangerous, but the Falcons are the favorite to win the event, right? They're the returning champs.
Yeah, they definitely are the heavy favorite, especially after the performance they had yesterday against the Dallas Fuel. They rolled over them, and much of that was thanks to Merit and Checkmate. I think they played phenomenally yesterday, just firing in all cylinders. Also, every time you're talking about Team Falcons, you have to talk about that backline. Fielder and Shio are just so solid, untouchable. They just don't die.
There is a look at someone. He is one of our favorite personalities in the game. He is going to be in the tank matchup against Guxue. And in a moment, I'm told we will be taking a look at Guxue behind the scenes. Let's get to that now as he is there with Danny Lim.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Guxue from Weibo Gaming. As you can see, he is the myth, the legend, the man himself. This is a correct height. The Mr. Translator and I are very short, and he's very tall. Anyways, Guxue, thank you for taking your time to do this interview. Very important match. You guys are going up against the defending champions, Team Falcons. What are your thoughts on Team Falcons?
估计后面一场是一场很关键的一场比赛，你们的对手即将是卫冕冠军战队 Falcons 战队，你如何评价你的对手呢？
首先我觉得 Team Falcons 非常非常厉害，毕竟是去年的冠军。这次呢，我觉得我们作为一个挑战者来挑战 Team Falcons， 我觉得希望能打出一个非常精彩、非常好看的比赛，然后去赢下他们。
I mean, Team Falcons is a really, really strong team, or else they wouldn't be the defending champions. And they've been pretty consistent all year round. They are very aggressive, they are very tactical, and we just hope that we are able to perform our best. We can deliver a strong enough performance to give them a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sure, Gushe, you could definitely do that. How are you feeling? Like you said, are you feeling nervous? And also, do you have any message before you go up on that stage and face the Falcons?
那你在上场之前，你有没有什么话跟你的，比方说你的队友和你的粉丝们说的，来鼓舞、来振奋一下大家的士气呢？
首先谢谢大家来看我们的比赛，还有来线下支持我们的朋友们。然后呢，昨天赢下第一场比赛之后，现在我们很有信心去赢接下来的比赛。
Well, a big thank you to all the fans who have supported us, and to my teammates and to fans as well. Well, we won the games yesterday. We're on a bit of a roll, and we're feeling pretty hot right now. And I'm sure that we can win this and go much further.
I believe that as well. Gushe, fighting! 加油! Let's go!
Gushue and Weibo so hot right now, but on the other side, you're matching up against the Falcons. They are a fan favorite here, and if you take a look at some of the percentages, 91% of the fans are taking the Falcons. Everyone's been weighing in on esportsworldcup.com, and of course, the fan favorites are returning, not just as club favorites, but winners here for Overwatch. Jake, have they shown you enough to give you the same confidence as the community?
Yeah, I mean, seeing Merritt back in the lineup, it's a complete game changer for the Falcons. This guy is one of the best hit scans in the world. We were talking to Landon yesterday. He was telling us about the importance of this role in the current meta. You can pump a lot of resources into a hit scan, but it's up to them to actually deliver the goods. Merritt, though, ice in his veins. He is so calm, so effective in these clutch moments. Yes, Weibo are a team that can put a lot of pressure on him, but I think Merritt's the type of player who can rise to that occasion and still deliver an MVP-worthy performance.
Now, I saw a splint on his middle finger, so what does that affect? Like zooming in on the mouse hand?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not a pro player. Ask the pro player.
I was going to say, Jake, what kind of injury was Merritt dealing with?
I'm hoping
is he back to 100%?
I'm assuming he's not playing with the splint. I mean, seeing it, I'm like, he has to be taking that off, but it might be to the point where, hey, like after an injury has progressed, it's still good to wear the splint. It can still maybe help the healing process, but you can take it off the play once you're cleared. And having Merritt cleared back into the lineup, I'm sure he was feeling the pressure of that injury because the team without him, they didn't seem the same. I mean, Spit and Checkmate are phenomenal players, but they seem so much better when they're able to be in alongside Merritt rather than instead of him.
And for those of you who called it a road rage injury in chat, you are wrong. We checked behind the scenes. It was actually muscular or tendons involved.
Was that a word on the street? That's
road rage incident. Yeah, okay, apparently he
I don't think Merritt has ever raged.
He's more of a thumbs up kind of guy if you've met him behind the scenes.
Can that man even be angry? I don't think so.
So let's take a look, though, at the Falcons a little bit deeper. We mentioned that we love watching someone, but this team has had so much success. What does it take to get to their level, and what have they shown you over the last 2 years?
I mean, I feel like all of these players individually have just never really stopped performing, right? They always found themselves at the very upper echelon of Overwatch esports. Ever since each of them has broken into the scene, they've been able to perform on a tier 1 level in a tier 1 team. And the competition, obviously, in Korea especially, is very, very steep. So that's good practice.
Jake, we got 30 seconds before we throw it to the stage. So give me players to watch on that screen from the Falcons. I think everyone is taking them to win this matchup. Who is going to lead the way?
I got to give a lot of credit to Merritt. I mean, we're talking him up a lot, but I think Zoe's right to talk about Chio and Fielder. The two of these guys together, this is a duo that has been together for years and years at this point. They have lifted trophies together. They're looking to do so again. I mean, speaking of the strength of the teams out of Korea, we talk a lot this year about EMEA with that region really rising to compete with Korea, but it speaks volumes really that Falcons wouldn't have qualified out of Korea, right? They're here because they're the previous title holders, but there are that many strong teams from the Korean region that Falcons wouldn't have even made it on the merits to the qualification of this. So, I mean, that's a crazy statement of strength, and yet you look at the name value on this team, you wouldn't be surprised to see any of these players lift a trophy. So maybe the Korean teams, I think, are back to show a bit of a dominant performance here with all of them looking strong at Esports World Cup.
44% of the field, Korean players or players originally from South Korea now living elsewhere. So, Zoe, let's talk a little bit about the players representing China. If this is going to be anything like Street Fighter, where we see crazy upsets in the opening rounds of a tournament, How does China get it done? Is there a player that you're looking at? Is there a team play or play style as we get 30 seconds to the stage?
I mean, it's going to be on the DPS to perform once again. Leaf and Shy, we know they can get it done. They're just like really high caliber players, but I think the backline of this team might get a little bit abused here, especially with how aggressive the opposition is playing.
I'm going to kill that mosquito for you. Shout out to everyone here in the crowd. It is bright and early in Paris, and they are already loud, and it's not even the weekend. Lock in. It's Overwatch here at EWC, and we're getting ready for match 2 of 6 on the day.
We're already back here in Paris after a quick game, because even though we've been selling you underdog stories here in Paris in Overwatch, it is very clear that when it comes to upper brackets, favorites are in the driver's seat.
Not just in the driver's seat, they've got their foot on the gas. Crazy Raccoon with a crazy performance to kick things off here on Playday 2. And now they get to sit back, relax, put their feet up and observe their competition.
Because we're going to welcome 2 big titans onto the stage before elimination match. Should we get it?
Let's do it.
Vous le savez, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, the favorites, the kings of the region, it is Weibo Gaming! They already have 2 domestic titles under their belt, but they come hunting for more. Here on the international stage, ils pourraient venir chercher leur premier titre international ici à Paris, parce que si les géants chinois sont injouables à domicile, il s'agit encore de le prouver à l'international.
And their opponents, Team Falcons! 1 year ago, Team Falcons lifted this trophy and stood at the summit of the Midseason Championship. Now, since then, the road has been far more difficult. They entered Paris through the title defender place, searching for the form that once made them champs. Yesterday, they took the first step. Today, they hope for the next huge leap.
It is Weibo Gaming versus Team Falcons, China's #1 versus the title defenders, starting now.
There we go, second game of the day here. Falcons taking on Weibo Gaming, and they've met a couple of times in the past. And don't underestimate Weibo Gaming when they face specifically Falcons. They've been to 2 map 5s with this team. They are finally looking for that upset here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find another upset. As expectations, I think, for Falcons off of yesterday's performances, they've liked to start with these bans onto the Mauga. They won't have this opportunity unless Weibo defer the ban. Since Weibo are coming out the higher seed, they get the opportunity to ban first unless they defer it. So expectation from their end would be going for a tank ban, potentially that Ramatra, that we've started to see Falcons really leverage their composition around for someone to not just take it out of the hero pool, but also save the Mauga for Gushwei to be able to play.
Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at there? Yeah, I think a lot of people's mind is going to go to if Weibo or even like JD Gaming, is this China's year to really make a big splash on an international as well?
Oh, hello. That's not saving the Mauga. In fact, that's removing it from play. Okay. So China, we've always seen them rely on Mauga, on control. They play it on control, they play it on Flashpoint, they play it with the Xion, the Reaper. Some teams play it with the Cat, where we've seen the dive variant of the Mauga to set up the slam onto the backline to instantly force like Suzu, teleport, get a pick off very, very quickly. We've seen it with the Lucio. to just be able to run at them directly with the speed boost. This is the first time that we'll really be seeing a Chinese team play control with the Mauga out of the way.
Yeah, they banned that one. Straight up. And the Sojin as well, taking that away from Shy. Good work from Falcons, to be said. Now, Gushue is starting in the roster here today. Saw a sub or so yesterday from Weibo.
Yeah, so Sunzo is their Sigma player. If Gushue's in, it tends to be the Mauga, or if they're banning it, the Ramatra. As Shy will continue with this Freya. They tried to run the Freya yesterday, lost a fight, had to swap him very quickly onto the Reaper though. We'll see how it fares, how long it stays on the field. As Falcons running Merit on the Bastion with Checkmate on the Sim to teleport him rank.
It's such a nice map to do it on as well with the Sim. Very easy to traverse this giant crevice in the center of the map. Someone setting up really early, very forward position. It's up to Weibo to kind of poke, prod, and then hopefully Shy gets an opening pick with these bolts. There's the teleport straight up to the high ground, trying to make a nice little flank angle for themselves, but Weibo expecting this, already topped up to full HP. As Team Falcons are taking the brunt of the damage as they lose Chio first.
Yeah, great rotation from Weibo, perfectly kiting out the Bastion form. Although Gushue left behind, gets hit by the rock from someone, vulnerable, taken down. Weibo gets the cap. But how long can they hold the point without a tank?
Yeah, not too much longer. Another teleport, and they're just catching them off. This is just expert play from Checkmate so far, TPing into such good spots, and a lot of body blocking there from someone too, just making sure Gushue can't get healed.
Yeah, we'll see how well Weibo can disrupt the Symmetra teleporter as well. Now that Team Falcons are in control of the space, it becomes much harder for Weibo to be able to apply that poke pressure as you're already losing players, but Gushue actually closes up the distance. Just Nemesis form pummels right through Falcon's front line.
They have to wait though, tentatively, for Merit to get out of that turret form, and now he can move on to the point. Someone's going to be a tricky Sigma to deal with, although eventually with this flank from Leave, it should be enough for him to get off the point. Well, there's a bolus that connects with someone. Shy managed to weave that over the shield and making sure he couldn't move anywhere. Good pick up from Weibo as they now get a flip.
Yeah, totally boxes Falcons right into one main lane, one main choke. Weibo do have to watch out though. Yes, they have Maka's Rush, but someone with the Flux can totally disrupt any momentum taken from it, or Fielder can just match as Merit, he's onto the Cassidy. He's seen how aggressive Weibo want to play. He's going to try to slow things down, punish if they try to get aggressive with Gushue with the flashbang.
Lee Sumin's on his own though, but it doesn't seem to matter. There's the Flux. Lee Sumin is fine. Good Suzu from Marker, and now the Tidal Blast comes out. Pops it on himself, goes a little bit aggressive straight to the back, and that's a knockdown. That's a double, in fact. Sound barrier from Chio is going to help Merit stay alive for the time being. Same with Fielder, but Checkmate does end up getting run over by Leave. Dashing back now with Spree in his back pocket, but Falcons have the numbers. No supports from Weibo Gaming, so no chance for Leave to make an impact. Would it be a waste to pop this ult too? There's a flip. It's been pretty back and forth so far. Weibo up to 66.
Yeah, they just save Fielder's Rush. They rely on someone with the Flux to match Maka's. We'll actually see Maka, yeah, just going for a very fast rollout, providing speed boost before swapping back onto the Kiriko. Leave with the Spree, but Falcon should be able to just teleport out of the way of it if they can scout out where that Xion comes from.
Yeah, get rid of those turrets first, thank you. Well, that hit the shield. Unlucky Shy, pretty hard to do at the best of times. There we go, Gushue's in. Teleport away, there's the wall. Checkmate is walked off of the edge of the map. Okay, well, Checkmate, unfortunately, my son, we caught that in 4K. Fielder's going to go down, Leave to follow. Gushue gets a Suzu at his back too. Blocks that rock. There's the Annihilation, and Weibo Gaming run over Falcons. I mean, what was that? Come on. Did he not have his teleport keybind?
Maybe we have to check Checkmate's glasses after this match.
He doesn't wear glasses.
He might need to start wearing them, as Falcons at least will have that Deadeye. It will be relying, right? Merit with the High Noon, trying to find these picks off. Someone can flux them up, or you can just rely on the teleport, but teleport's used to just get through the door.
Nice TP. Again, they're just so decisive. There you go, he's made up for it. Good teleport.
Oh, Lee Soo-min down as well.
There you go. All right, okay. 95% for Weibo Gaming. They know they just have to int onto the point, get this fight over with.
This is close, though. It will come down to a whole ult dump of a fight. Falcons, they can last this out too. This can truly be brutal as Weibo have to take a little bit of time. Maka not yet with that rush. If they push too quick, Falcons will punish.
These have been so close to this title boss as well. No's teleporter is down, so can play a bit more of an aggressive angle. There's the rush. Flux, too, trying to protect the backs. Falcons, they managed to secure 2 kills there. Marka Leaf already dead. Bolus kills Merit, but now Chio pushing people forward with the beat. Gushue falters, crumbles to dust. Team Falcons have the point, and they've got the round.
Yep, ult tracking, just perfectly on point for Falcons. Understanding, TP down, you're going to be vulnerable. That's when they'll try to make that move, use the rush, hit first, hit fast, use your ultimates, guarantee you get the kills, take the Kiriko out, have the sound barrier afterwards.
Here we go.
Maka's already out of
Here we go. And there he goes.
That's so dirty from Prod.
That's perfect from production. What are you talking about?
Oh, poor check.
I want to see that in slow-mo, personally.
You want to see that in slow-mo?
If you don't, you hate Overwatch, is what I'm saying.
Wow.
Hear the drum behind us as well, Moxie. It's not only the Twisted Minds who got that drum. Team Falcons fans have it as well. Let's jump on to the second round now. Someone still on Sig. Merit, Cassidy. Same kind of situation here for Weibo, but Lee Soo-min on the Cat, making use of that aerial verticality now on this point.
Yeah, on the Cat. Going to have to go up against Merit on the Cassidy, though. That hit scan will make it very hard for Lee Soo-min to move around this map.
A lot of high ground defense, though, to be fair, to kind of counteract that point. Realistically, though, you dipping in like this is going to be dangerous. At least Soo-min knows it. Literally takes half his HP. I'm good. I'm just going to go back to the rest of the team.
You can safely heal your team, but the moment you get aggressive,
yeah,
you have to hope that the cast is looking the other way.
Oh, Shy is so low. Same with Marka. You got to be careful. Merit is just kind of walking forward and taking kills. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the silver bullet. Got changed recently. A little nerf on the Cassidy, but it doesn't matter. It don't matter.
You can't really tell. It still does a whole bunch. Cass is still one of the best DPS in the game currently, and Falcons will be able to sweep that first fight to secure the first cap. Now, does Lee Soo-min swap, or do they try to stick with the Cat? Nope, there we go. There's the Mizuki, but because the swap is now, you don't have the Sanctuary pre-built to be able to absorb the impact of things like that Deadeye. You do at least have the chain to be able to bypass someone's shift and more damage from your poke.
Oh, TP, look at that. Lee Soo-min on edge almost. Shio, though, on the edge of life. Look at that. Vortex ends up killing him off, but Shy does take a bullet to the head. That hand cannon from Merit is hitting. Teleport as well is going to put him in a good spot, but the Flux connected with Gushue. That's going to signal the end of the fight. Look at those assists, too. The entirety of the team shooting Gushue out of the sky.
Yeah, but that's 2 ults committed from Falcons, hence why they're taking so long to take Maka out of this fight. They know. Weibo, exhausted, nothing. They just walked on to the point. The Falcons only picking up 37%. Have to look for late kills to be able to get past halfway. Now you're looking at Deadeye, but here comes Weibo approaching all of their ults to be able to walk forward. Gushue with that Annihilation, one-sided rush too. Falcons have to perfectly kite this.
They TP'd. Marcus managed to get out though. A quick teleport forward again. Weibo now looking to push onto the point with the ults. However, High Noon plus the wall, like you can't really play around this if you're Weibo. You have to wait this out. It's tough. There is the bowler, doesn't hit anybody at all. Shy taking it off angle now, but Leave is trying to do the most. A spree to the backline, but Merit pedals backward. Cool, calm, collected on the cast. Team Falcons running away with this map.
Oh, Gushue is trying to hero moment it though, and he's dead. Here comes the panic swaps, right? You lost your players so late, someone has to go to the point to touch.
Marker? He's got to go in. It's so sad. The cat. Oh, the boot. Oh, the hit grenades and put down. Lee Soo-min's going to get back to with a Sanctuary in just 2%. But, oh, Moxie, it's all over. Overtime, sure, it's here. Ain't going to last too much longer. Merit does end up falling down, sure. And they got the Sanctuary to play around. But as soon as that disappears, Team Falcons are taking Weibo. Well, they're going to take him to breakfast at this point. They're going to need to. That was an absolute slaughter on this round. 100-0 as Shy and Maka are finished off. And it's going to be a 2-0 to Team Falcons to start off the series.
Yeah, and Falcons not relying on the Malgaban to be able to do it. Weibo exhausted the Malgaban from their own side. We're starting to see what happens when some of these teams don't have access to the strategies that they've drilled, practiced, rehearsed for so long. I think they wanted to take it out so they weren't predictable. Especially like when you know that Falcons will be relying on strategies like the Symmetra. How viable is the Malga? You'll just be able to teleport out of the slam engagement strategy, but it looks so clean from Falcons, especially that second round. Like when you hit your stride, when you have all of those perks and Merit hit shots like that.
That was freakish from Merit. Oh my god.
Yeah, Falcons. I mean, yesterday they were humble. They said that they did not feel like they could go all the way to lift that trophy up again. They wanted to see how far they could go, but when you're having matches like that, you're not just a contestant, you're a challenger.
God, he is a stone cold killer. I urge you to look at the player cam as soon as we swap over to a Merit POV. It feels like he doesn't even blink. He's a machine. All right, Weibo, chance to choose a map. They want to take this to 3. They want to win this series, ideally. Otherwise, you're going to get knocked down to that lower bracket where you, again, have to fight for your lives with the playoffs on the line.
Will it be Neon Junction is the question, because they looked really drilled on it versus Liquid, right? They were able to cap with almost 3 minutes. Blasted through first point within first fight, did not slow down second, did not slow down third. Very quickly lost the first fight on defense, just as quickly lost all of second, but they were able to totally stall out Liquid, holding on third for so long. Some really clutch moments that they were able to find those picks off with a rush from Maka, then getting to play that defensive positioning, making it so hard for you to be able to find that back line. The caveat, though, with picking Neon Junction is that Falcons have shown that they have a very strong Neon Junction themselves. In fact, they were the fastest series yesterday off of a full hold versus the Fuel on that very map.
We'll see. Or is it going to be the classic? We just go to a
Flashpoint.
Or we go. Well, no, sorry. We go to Atlas.
Yes.
There are no other flashpoints.
There's only one Flashpoint map.
You've seen like one.
That exists.
New
Ooh.
Junk City.
Substitution.
Okay, Gushway gone.
Yeah, Sunzo. Okay, so we'll be playing some Sigma then. Probably Neon Junction, I would expect.
Yeah, I mean, no shot we're going to Atlas with a Sigma.
No.
Possible, but not ideal.
So then, yeah, expectation would be Neon Junction. This is sort of a good curveball to throw at teams. It is still our freshest map in the pool. People still trying to work out strategies around it, making it very easy, I feel, for teams to pick up tempo, especially on first fight and second. Do they try to target out the Symmetra? Would be my question now.
Don't mind the ban.
I would quite like to see a Sim ban. Like the Sim wall, the teleport to be able to set up Merit to take so many of those angles, deny the engagement opportunities that Weibo were looking for as well. Plus just like Sim TP to escape out of ults.
See if Sunzo can be the difference maker. Falcons look very warmed up after that first round. That was 100-0 on the next. Obviously, the devs spoke about it, but they are the title defenders coming into mid-season. They won last year. You saw that B-roll footage of someone, Sparkle, jumping around with that trophy. They're ready to crush some more keys.
Yeah. Different team, though, is the thing. They lost quite a few of those players from the 2025 roster. And they lost Merit for a whole bunch of time for their region playoff stages, as he was out of commission due to that injury. Recovers, comes back in, feels honestly like he was never there, like never absent. He is fitting in so quickly, just coordinating with this team so well. And speaking about coordination, we have fan chants from our audience. Falcons, they have a lot of fans.
They're always showing up on force. They want to see him take the trophy again. Of course they do. Even with the different pieces on their team. Doesn't matter. Still holds the reputation in Overwatch of being one of the very best teams to do it in OWCS.
See, is that a different drum to the TM drum?
You think they're sharing a drum? No, they brought their own one. Drums aren't that expensive. I don't know, but they can't be that expensive.
Is this a thing? Like, imagine trying to walk up to airport and being like,
okay,
yes,
yeah.
I would like to get my drum brew, please.
Well, you put it on your, you don't bring it on as carry-on. You can't put it under the
You
chair.
would risk putting it through checked?
People put guitars through check all the time. You just have a good case.
There has to be a whole lot of bubble wrap to make sure that drum does not get
Doesn't get
punched.
pierced, yeah. It'll be fine. I'm not sure about transported instruments. I'm not a instrumental kind of person.
Yeah, true. Falcons.
Facts. Wait a second. They're
Absent from
spitting.
Tokyo.
Get that guy on the stage. He's spitting. Where were they in Tokyo?
Not able to qualify. Also, as we said, not able to qualify for the traditional regional playoffs. They are here because they are defending that title. But wow, they look like a fresh new team.
The thing is, Jake said it on the desk though, it's like, okay, they didn't make it short, but the level of talent across multiple teams is like, come on. They're still world beaters. They're still, well, they are the world that needs to be beaten a lot of the time. Like,
yeah.
There is so much talent concentrated in that region. It's so difficult to be like, okay, only 3 of you guys can make it.
Well, yeah, Puckett's been saying it, right? 44% of players competing
Straight
have been from
Get Falcons up there. Just get
it's
them,
like,
bring
oh,
them in.
yeah, wow, you didn't qualify for your region playoffs because
You're
you got
qualifying
beat
in the
by
toughest region.
Crazy Raccoon,
Zeta,
T1, Zeta.
Neon Junction.
Oh, hey, look, Neon Junction.
You were right.
As expected, the prophecy comes to pass. We swerve. There's the Symmetra ban.
All right.
We swerve a second map of Atlas. I'm sure Atlas will be on the cards round 3 if we find ourselves going there. And that is an if. We've seen Neon Junction from both of these teams. As we've said, Weibo, we're able to full cap. Like, that is achievement. We have so many hybrid maps, which are so hard to be able to full push. Neon Junction's up there. Being able to push through third, once the defense win one fight, it's so hard to get into position to find early pickoffs. And that's something that we've seen Falcons doing a very good job of, just totally denying Weibo the opportunity on control. Just not allowing any chances for those picks early on, for Weibo to be able to control the tempo.
2 stars on the Falcons jersey. Second map. I mentioned before, it was a preseason boot camp, and also last year at EWC / Midseason Championship, that Weibo took Falcons 2-5. We'll ignore World Finals in 2025. Don't worry about that one. That was a 3-0. But
Oh, hey, look. It's your favorite.
back. They're back.
They're multiplying,
Pigeons
Jack.
everywhere.
We've gone from 1 to 2.
You should see Suravasa. There are 1 million of them.
True. It does feel a little bit like you just sort of like broke open a loaf of bread and summoned the birds.
This is broad trolling. Quick pause. Don't worry about it.
Allowing the fan chants to ramp up, motivate the players on the field. We also had a Wu Yang ban to make sure that you can't go for that double flex. Put a lot more poke pressure through. Taking away as well the resources afforded to something like a Xion and a Tracer. As historically we saw Weibo literally take Neon Junction 20 seconds or so it took them to be able to overpower Liquid on the first fight. Falcons held their ground though the whole time.
Quickly resetting the lobby right now. Fans were incorrect, so we'll get those sorted. And then we'll jump in. Don't want any mistakes. And then we'll get locked. Very easy problem to fix. All good, not a problem. Simple yet effective. Let's go Falcons. A lot of the scarves, jerseys, and everything. I'm surprised you're wearing a scarf, I'm going to be honest. But, you know what? Respect, it's still pretty hot in here.
Do you know what? I identify with that sign. I'm so happy someone else is just as bad at drawing as I am.
Oh, that's...
Like, is it cat?
Please.
Is it an axolotl?
It's perfect.
Yeah, see, what do you think? Cat or axolotl?
That looks like an axolotl.
Yeah, it has the fins.
It looks perfect.
I don't know the official term. I feel like Zoe, she knows so many random facts.
She was watching
the official term.
17 nature documentaries on the plane while I slept. It was great.
Yeah, you had the same play. You just slept the whole way.
I slept the whole time. Zoe was
locked in.
binging watching nature documentaries. She's cooking with the facts.
She does. She throws us with some amazing animal facts.
Let's get on to it, though. The bans are correct this time around. Bans in the lobby, that is. The teams have not changed their bans. It was just the bans in the lobby itself. Sim ban for Weibo as they start out on their attack. Falcons banning that Wu Yang. Don't want to have that extra pressure from the poke as they lock in Shio with that Mizuki for the defense.
Yeah, Weibo showed this before, having that really good damage. The poke. Wow, they
So
really
bad.
are trolling you.
They know I'm on
at
the
this
stream.
point. A Jackcast means that we get a million
They're everywhere.
pigeon POVs. We'll find so many. I know chat at the moment will just be spamming.
Oh, they're popping. They're popping off. Let's have a look at this defense, though, as well. Checkmate on the Mei. This is going to rely on Leave and Shy getting an opening pick to make Sonzo's life a little bit easier on this Sigma. And something like this might just be how they crack this first point open. Farah for Leave, Shy, Freya.
Yeah, Farah is so hard to shut down for both the Mei and that Mizuki, right? Shio being able to try and hit chains on Leave, a much harder task than trying to catch them onto Sunzo or Shy. So a lot of pressure on Merit to be able to hit these shots. As a slower approach for Weibo, onto point they go.
Sunzo takes 1 million damage as he moves 2 feet onto the point, sure. I mean, that's going to be the big problem. Again, you're relying on Shy to pick up kills. Look at that ult charge already, though. 70% or so on the Freya. But it's Lee Soo-min that goes down first. The eventuality of this comp cannot be understated, especially with Checkmate on this Mei. Walls are nice, gets a double.
I mean, that Sim ban, right, just stops Weibo from instantly putting their DPS behind Falcons on the off angle on the high ground. Allows Checkmate Merit to just shoot the DPS when Chio chains Sunzo the moment he's on that point, trying to create space for Shy and Leave to work with. Shy has brought an ultimate up, but there were no kills off of the back of it, so Weibo can't even go for a fast push when they know that Falcons are weak.
Fielder's got the rush too already. Like at that. That's how much damage Shy has been doing.
Yeah.
Healed all the way up by Fielder. Bolus in the hand, or Bola in the hand of Shy. Getting an angle on someone again. Gonna be tough. No one's really peeking him. Don't want to overswing or anything like that because you will get one-tapped by Shy and Lead. Now, Checkmate checking again. Shy drops to sub 50 HP, but pops the block of the Mei really early on. Very early pop of the Suzu too, but Marker gets lifted high in the sky. Can't quite save himself either. That's a solo kill from someone with the Flux. They're still going to use this rush on the point as the Sanctuary from Shio could be what they need to kind of patch up the wounds here. Checkmate Dovon, Leave, Shy. They're going to crack this one open. Weibo Gaming now can push on the points.
Yeah, the Falcons push back with Rush.
Is that even possible to win this fight though with the rush?
They
That
feel
seems
so.
way over eager.
I mean, Sanctuary to absorb Barrage, but Weibo just holding their ground.
Flux hits 2, need that Sanctuary now. Yeah, Chio's going to use it. They've only got 2 ticks, so maybe there's a chance here, but Leave waiting in the wings. Barrage straight on top of the head of someone. He's so damn low. And yeah, using that grass to absorb all those missiles leaves him pretty vulnerable. A Blizzard on the point for Checkmate, but it is Team Falcons. They're throwing in ults, and they're making it work. Checkmate Fielder end up coming up with kills, but you got to deal with Sunzo eventually.
They're off point as well, so if you're Weibo, you're happy that you drew those ults out from Falcons towards the tail end of that fight, right? They don't have them to be able to shore up their resources. The first fight second, Merit has the Deadeye, but Lee Soo-min can perfectly react to Sanctuary. Just absorb all of that pressure. You don't have to save it to be able to live through the Blizzard or the Flux.
Play the Sanctuary on the corner too, if you can get in an aggressive position.
Yeah, if you can catch onto someone's position to absorb the healing onto the Sigma, that's brilliant.
Not exactly baiting them in though, or at least Weibo not kind of falling for this push that could result in them getting cleaned up by this Deadeye from Merit on his own little angle here with Fielder.
I mean, he's getting so close to Rush, actually, this Fielder, off of just the poke that they're taking.
Oh, Checkmate. He's now going to kind of spot this guy out. Guy just gets a solo kill on Shy. Sure. He's on the high ground. Completely isolated and alone, but no one checking him. Nice little block's going to actually stop Sunzo from moving past that wall.
That's huge from Falcons too. They just got early pressure onto Elysium and forced the Sanctuary. Just for the base healing alone. Not to absorb the pressure of things like that Deadeye. So Falcons in perfect position to totally bleed out the time bank Weibo have available. Double support ult. Maka will have Rush. Sunzo ahead on that Flux, but Weibo, they're going to put Leave onto the Shion. They want to have that flank potential.
Oh, nice rock. Terminal velocity there, straight towards Sunzo, and there's the Sanctuary. Flux is going to connect too, but it's going to get slammed back down and instant killing someone. An aggressive push faltered here. Falcons, they use Sanctuary to try and get one up on Weibo, but Sunzo, again, kind of standing tall. There's been a big difference maker so far. Gushwei stepping out, and you can see why they want to have him on Sigma on this map.
Yeah, Shy 2 will be pressure for Falcons to have to deal with. Falcons, though, more ultimates in the fight. Weibo have to respect the fact that Falcons will be able to regroup before they find that cap. It's all about what Shy can get done with this prayer ult.
Yeah, Marcus spamming the Z key, making sure everybody knows that Rush is available. Same with Fielder, though. He's going to pop one that down, and unfortunately, yep, Chio caught in the wrong place, wrong time. Oh, the high noon. It's going to get too much. Oh, not quite. Nice dancing there from Sunzo. He's got his tap shoes on. Straight to the face of Merit.
About, like, when you sub different players in for tanks, you can have a specialist, right? And Sunzo just makes that Sigma absolutely sing. Perfectly cycling the cooldowns, absorbing any opportunity for Merit to use that Deadeye as we head to third. But this could be where we see the domino impact of losing time on second.
Oh my.
This is the time that we see Leave find the angle that Falcons aren't expecting.
Absolutely dominated. They do trade, though, with Shy, but it does give Weibo a chance to push on and just hold in this choke point.
It's so crucial that you keep that tempo too. If you let Falcons win one fight, they set up that backline, Weibo won't be able to touch them.
Alright, well, they got Flux. Sunzo not too far behind. Blizzard for checkmate 2. Again, finding an off angle has been his forte for the time being.
Falcons just playing full preventative at this point. They don't want to oversell their position when Weibo can punish. More than happy to let the time burn down and just clear the lanes that Weibo tried to take.
They're just playing the May game. You come to us, we'll wall you off, no problem. Oh, high ground for Merit. Didn't quite check that angle, but they put down the Sanctuary anyway. A double Sanctuary, in fact. Leave trying to find an angle to actually do damage, but Merit just drops straight on his head. Goomba stomps him.
Brilliant Sanctuary from Chio as well. Fully absorbs the pressure from the spree on Leave's end, and Weibo, yeah, they lost that fight on third. Now you lose the tempo. You still have to walk to the Blizzard. Now you have to walk into the Flux, the Deadeye, and the Rush, and cycling those ultimates. Falcons should be able to complete a hold.
Good rock. Flux is going to hit 2 as well. Someone absorbing all that damage with the grasp. It don't matter. Sunzo unrelenting, but frozen straight up. A good Deadeye Blizzard combo holds this push. They've traded the Sigmas. Silver bullets from Merit are still hitting on the side, but needs to get a little bit closer. A little bit more effective range there required. There's now Falcons. They use the Rush to stabilize the fight again. 40 seconds to go for Weibo to complete.
Yep, Rush buys you time for someone to come back into this fight. Merit
Don't die. You can't die here. Oh, and he gets a second one as well.
That's brutal for Weibo. That might be map.
He's just so clean.
He's back.
Oh, no.
Oh, the late pick on Leave. Lee Soo-min makes it away, but can anyone from Weibo actually make fast Falcons on the point?
The chains kill him. Someone's going to touch. Weibo, you got to get your moving shoes on. You got to run. They're going to try with Venture. Oh, the body block. 2 seconds to go. The body block. The body block. The wall. Not quite. The payload regressed enough, but the fight is broken down, and Falcons just hunting their prey. A good hold, a good defense. No extra rounds are going to be acquired.
It feels like Neon Junction might be the new Havana.
Like, oh, how impenetrable the third point is. Yeah. Comparison, yeah.
Like, look how hard it was, because not only do you have to worry about walking through main where you can't see the backline, you also have to worry about those high ground angles that Merit's playing on, right? So when you walk through main, the Cassidy just there to be able to play off of the chain setup.
I want to just real quick, in that double Merit, not this one, but the one previous, the way he puts himself up against the wall, hits the roll so his crosshair doesn't move, and it's just like, he's so interlinked with Cassie, or just the game.
It's the min-max, right? It's making sure that you have as little time as possible between taking those fights so that you don't get traded because you're taking a 1 versus 2. There are 2 players who have an opportunity to be able to kill you. But those late picks from Falcon, it totally stops any opportunity from Weibo's regroup. Like, it forces you to have to go onto Venture to be able to try to get past the team holding that choke. Then we have the Ice block, body block, followed by the Mei wall block. And then your Venture's utility, it's all burned. No one else from Weibo is in position to be able to keep that overtime going. Merit, not on the Cassie just yet, seeing if anyone from Weibo peeks a little bit too far forward on the Widow before swapping right back to it. And someone actually on the Ramatra, so Falcons will try to just run at them.
Yeah, no one's fallen for that since 98, so we're not going to see that ever again, it feels like. Although, never say never, Violet can play PUBG still. All right, well, they're going to try and take statue control first here. Weibo Gaming play a bit of a different defense, pushing way farther up than Falcons did.
Yeah, wanting to play a little bit more open space as well versus Checkmate on that Mei, having to be very careful about where exactly they take these fights, not wanting to have that tank totally cut off from heals.
Okay. Oh yeah, don't wanna mess with that. Shy's off HP, decides, yep, not today, not gonna die randomly to Merits. Looking to trade, not gonna happen. Yeah, Filter explodes.
Yeah, trade denied. Someone just trying to find any kill that would allow Falcons with closer spawns to run at Weibo when they're 1 player short, forcing them to have to hold a little bit more back behind the point and allow Falcons to take that space to set Merit and Checkmate up. But that strategy, totally denied. Falcons back to the drawing board, back to trying to find an opening pick. But now that Weibo have the chance to defend, they're not making it easy.
Oh, Rock to the back. Checkmate almost going the way of the dinosaurs there. Has to pop the block instead. Chio, though, the one to explode. Again, another 2-player mission to try and get a flank angle onto the Sigma. But it's just not happening. Weibo, their defense is strong.
Yeah, Sunzo's been able to build up the flux too, so Fielder's one-sided rush.
Look at Sunzo.
Might just be totally taken down.
He's playing on the statue right now. Team Falcons are going to have to use this rush to try and get past him. Flux from Sunzo's good. Merit's dead. Someone's 1 HP. I mean, there's not really much they can do from here. Chio also dead. This is an unbelievable, like a remarkable defense from Weibo playing this far up.
I mean, Sunzo's living as well versus the Mei. Like, Falcons are trying to do everything that they can. Wall him off when he's setting up that position to be able to flux, stop the rush, but they can't find the kill on tank. And Weibo, meanwhile, just taking Falcon's squishies to absolute town. Last fight, still a little bit away, so Falcons more opportunities, but at the moment it feels like Weibo are just impossible to unseat.
I know Avril somewhere pumping his fist right now, seeing Sunzo playing. Well, maybe he is Sunzo. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. The way he's playing right now, he might as well be. Nice kill onto Maka. However, that Sanctuary is going to prove quite a tough situation for Merit, but apparently not so much. I mean, Lee Sumin gets his head ripped off, and that is Weibo Gaming's defense eventually failed. A good team kill, but Falcons still with a lot of time drained off of their bank.
And the true difficulties, we know, still ahead for Falcons to have to deal with. I do like the filter swap onto Juno. It allows someone to be much more proactive at running towards Weibo. Speaking though about proactivity, Checkmate, unchecked, gets the wolf onto Sunzo.
Yeah, Rock doesn't matter too much there. Yeah, Sunzo with too much to kind of deal with. Falcons and someone playing on the Ramatra being able to just run at people. It's the comp. This is the bread and butter of the comp, right? The Mei hits the wall, the Ramatra runs at you, and you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, you just give speedring as well from Fielder for someone to be able to run in with that Nemesis form. Soon, Falcons will be equipped with the Orbital Ray as well to run directly at Weibo when there's no Flux, no Sanctuary to be able to absorb the damage. This is Falcons with all the cards of the fight. Weibo have to find kills to shut it down.
Double DPS ult for Weibo. Very tough to get this spree on an off angle though. Although saying that, Fielder going pretty low. Instantly though, whoa, leave! A double on the backline. That last just usage of the spree ends up getting both supports straight after Fielder used Ray.
Yeah, and split from someone as well. He was playing low ground. Fielder, Chio, they were all stacked high, trying to find the drop onto Weibo to hit their backline with that Ray.
A reset and a change of comp.
Yeah,
Fielder.
Kiriko time. I mean, Suzu for Flux.
Has to be, right? All right, Merit still on a heater, it feels like. Yeah, I can hear something above him right now. They know someone's going to be up on the train tracks. Leaves him in, teleports away. A good headshot to Shy, sends him reeling. There's the Flux, dashes out of the way, or at least tries to. Yeah, oh, dearie me. Again, Weibo looks so damn strong when they can play their own game, when they can utilize Sunzo to the best of his ability on the Sigma. They look like a completely different team.
Such a late kill on someone as well. Lee Soo-min has been doing such a good job with the chains on this Mizuki to be able to stop Falcons picking up the momentum. The engagement's totally denied for the Ramatra to find space for the DPS to work with, but Falcons, last time they were able to break first with the ult dump fight. Now we'll see if they can break second with it too.
Blizzard, checkmate. Sunzo's on the wrong side of the fight right now. A teleport in. Oh, teleporting to his demise. Marker tried to save the day there as Sunzo separated thanks to that long-range yeet to the Blizzard.
I honestly would have preferred to see a hold of that rush. As Maka, there's no way. Yeah, you're just running Lucio to be able to speed everyone from Weibo out of spawn that little bit faster to try to get one more fight crammed into second before we head third.
Oh, the high nuke from Merit's going to make this rather tough. Sanctuary's going to come in too. 2 meters to go, and now as Merit is looking for people. Oh, and look at that. Fancy footwork on Leave, and Shy's going to clean up with the bowler. Someone gets rocked even in that annihilation. It's going to be a team kill for Weibo with 40 seconds to go. Final fight.
Yeah, look at this.
He connected with Merit's head.
Yep. And then just dances on that back line. No one's looking at him. Totally uncontested through that fight. Falcons fall, and we go to last fight territory. Someone's on the right. They have 20 seconds left to try to get through Weibo and onto point.
Lee Soo-min couldn't be more 1 HP. My goodness, he is critical health right now and has to rejoin the rest of his team. Shy, by the way, yeah, that's another bowler straight into the back too. It's going to force the block onto Check. Maybe they still need to manage to make it to the point. 3 seconds to go. There's the spree in the small room. A lot of that shield is going to eat it all up, but they don't even touch. Weibo Gaming with an immaculate defense on Neon Junction. They're taking us to a map 3.
Is Chinese Overwatch back? This feels like the most competitive we've seen this region be for a very long time. Weibo first seed for a reason. Neon Junction, what a great map pick. A risk for sure. We talked about the fact that Falcons defended perfectly yesterday. But they're able to find the full push, and then they're able to hold on second. Bleeding time out, that Symmetra ban coming in absolute clutch to make it so much harder for the DPS to take those angles, to instantly put the pressure on the back lines. Sanzo does his job so well as well. You can see how much it means to the players too. Every win for Weibo is a new miracle.
They can go all the way against Falcons. They've done it before. They can do it again. A map number 3 coming your way in just a moment. But first, a quick jump down to the stage before we lock in.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're going to map 3. Paris, how we doing? We've got a good crowd out here, Lou.
Yeah, I'm actually really pleasantly surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important question for you. J'ai une question très importante à vous poser. Who is here to support Weibo Gaming?
Hey, that's good. That's good. What about the title defenders? How about Team Falcons?
Once again and one more time, we're all wondering who's gonna get this map 3 and lock their spot in the playoffs. Is it gonna be Weibo?
Good crowd, but the Falcons fans have drums. So let us hear you. Is it gonna be Team Falcons?
I'm not sure. You know, I feel like the Weibo fans are maybe a bit more numerous, but it's true that the Falcon Buds have been doing an amazing job. Ian, who's taking it?
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot. The answer I have is, we will find out. Of course, one of these two teams will book their spot in the playoffs. Let's find out.
right, map number 3 coming up. One more map to decide who advances to the playoffs with the 2-0 record. Gushui in, Sun Tzu out.
This feels like Atlas. This feels like Atlas, Falcons 2, losing that Neon Junction, get the opportunity for first ban. This, I feel, is where we see the Mauga ban from their side. And this, I feel, could punish the fact that Weibo banned the Mauga themselves on Control.
Yeah, and especially with Gushui, like, where do you pivot if you're Gushui?
Ram, probably, but that plays perfectly into Falcon's hands. That's what they've done yesterday. Mauga ban, force Ram mirror, win the Ram mirror.
Yeah, someone's winning that 9 times out of 10. And that one might be the miracle that Weibo need, because they can take them all the way. It's always been the tipping point. It's just the hurdle you need to overcome, and a heck of a hurdle it is.
Simban's gone as well.
Yeah.
Is the issue for Weibo. Like, they were able to deal handily with Falcon, stopping them before they could get DPS in problematic positions, but you can't do that anymore. And I don't see Falcon's deferring ban. I feel like this has to be a Mauga ban.
Yeah.
There's no chance that Weibo have the opportunity to take first ban, save a tank, defend against the Mauga.
Merit has been hitting too. Cassidy's been so powerful. It's just still such a good hero right now, especially with how prevalent Cat and Bastion is. Oh, there's the empty seat. That's going to be Gushui's in just a moment. Going to be joining the rest of the team. Let's see where we go, but your bet is on Atlas. I think my bet is on Atlas as well.
Yeah, I think, like, for Falcons, you're probably punching the air when you saw that ban draft on Control. Like, oh, you'll take the Mauga away yourself? We don't have to burn a ban on it, so if we drop map 2, we go map 3, we get first ban, we can still target it. Perfect. I mean, if you're Weibo, though, you have to be expecting this. You have to know. Sim, Ram, likely the composition that Falcons will try to force you onto. How well can they play versus it, is the question. They struggled versus the Sim on map 1. They banned it out map 2, so they did not have to deal with it, which means that they still have to find an answer. Does that come in the form of new hero picks? Do you try to just push forward with something like a Vendetta, potentially a Hazard, to be able to disrupt the Symmetra teleport? I mean, have we seen Gushui on the Hazard?
It's yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon pick, but against that Sim, it's still tough.
Yeah.
Symmetra does break the game in a way where it gives heroes with almost no mobility, like infinite mobility.
Same issue
but
as
it is on a
Cat.
timer.
Yeah.
It is on a
Same
timer.
issue as Cat, but at least tied to a timer.
Yeah.
And also tied to, hey, you have to go through teleport. You can break teleport. Cat lifeline just is endless unless you kill that Cat.
Yeah, there's not too many edges that Checkmate can walk off either this match.
You're really just going to harp on that poor guy.
And that's not going to be in the replays after this series, because it will be.
Oh, check and mate.
Look.
To production team, I feel. To ops team specifically.
I just like having a
for
little bit
that
of fun.
one.
People aren't going to complain.
That might be my favorite keyboard. Hold on.
Oh, the pure
We're
pink.
cooking.
Translucent pink keycaps. Yeah, looks good.
Heck yeah. Weibo, though, like, there's so much pressure on them. I feel like Chinese Overwatch has been out of the scene for a very long time. There's so much expectation. So many of these players, we've seen them through the years for so many different metas. And then we lost sight of them for a little bit of time. They came back. The game had evolved, had moved on, played faster. Question was, like, these are old players. Do you still have that reaction time? Can you still keep up with the young blood?
Yes.
For Weibo, there's so much on the line. It's not just about proving that Chinese contenders can still hang with the rest of the regions. It's also proving that you still deserve your spot as a player on a roster. Oh yeah, you're tired of Atlas? There we go. I'll do the translation of that sign.
What did it say?
I'm tired of Atlas in French.
When we get to the first of threes, the BO5s, that is when we will see a few more maps, a little deviation in the formula.
I love that production was so surprised I could do the live translation. I just got you speak French? Through my ear.
Contextual clues, your biggest friend.
Well, no, actually, I did 6 years of French.
Oh.
I actually got an A in it. So if you don't know the British education system, it is actually fully mandatory that we have to study French or German when we're in primary school. And then when you go to high school, that continues. You have to do a minimum of 3 years. I took an extra year of it, passed with an A. Came back to France, found out, yeah, my French, not up to scratch
If you're not
currently.
practicing a ton, it's difficult to kind of keep it popping, you know. Just still waiting for Gouchway to set up. Shouldn't be too much longer on the Goosh, and at the end of the day, we want to make sure he's in fighting form here for this map 3, going all the way again.
The good news for Weibo is that this is still upper bracket. We're not yet at the matches where a loss means key crush.
Right.
And dreams crushed as you are sent out of the tournament. That we reserve for the next 4 matches that will follow this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of key crushing today. Some people's favorite parts, and it's definitely one of mine. That's for sure. Looks like Gouchway is nearly about ready. Just a guy under the table making sure the computer is plugged in. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming.
Yes. The true pinnacle of tech support. Have you tried making sure that it's turned on?
Is it switched on? Yes. Then I don't know what your problem is. Pull back.
Turn it off, then turn it on again. Has the problem
It solves so
resolved?
many things.
Yeah.
Apart from maybe
Or kick it.
winning a series. That solves not many things, I will argue. Doesn't make you speak quicker, doesn't make you do anything quicker.
I don't know, like growing
getting
up on
kicked under the
countryside.
table?
No, router. Like we had to slam the router a few times.
What? When? When was it? Today? Yesterday?
No,
What are you-
me growing up.
Oh, growing up.
Scottish countryside.
Were you getting like 100 kilobits a second?
Oh, it was worse. We got 15-minute sections
That's
of
epic.
successful connection.
Using those AOL free trials, the best
No like exaggeration. It took me a straight day to download games off of a disk drive.
Wait, okay. How is that possible? Like a disk drive, the read-write speed of a disk drive is not that low.
That's how bad it was.
You made your own disk drive, your own optical drive at that point.
Well, we had to run up a hill if we wanted.
You had to
receive
run up a
text.
hill,
Yes,
go
we had
plug
to run
the
up a
CD
hill
drive in,
to
put the
receive a
CD
text. That was the only way.
You must marvel at people being able to call each other on the phone.
Yeah. The first time that I walked into an actual city, I was like, whoa!
Peasants from the 1200 be like when they're transported to the 21st century.
Yeah, my home actually is a historic site. We had a Celtic settlement, actually, in our backyard. They excavated it, too.
Thankfully for the audience, we are just about ready.
Yes, we can stop digging through my past and start sifting
Digging
through
through
the
Weibo's past. Now they've been to 2 map 5s versus Falcons and maybe even just toppling them here. Gouchway is about ready to go. He lied to me, production. Informed me. I've been lying to you for the last minute straight. He should hopefully ready to go in just a moment.
Well, you're 1 map away from Weibo pulling off a 3rd upset versus Falcons this would be?
There's potential. They've been 3-2'd by Falcons twice now. In mid-season last year and in the preseason boot camp.
Well, you know what they say, 3rd time might be the charm.
3rd time is a charm.
Oh, headsets going on. We should be heading into match fairly soon. I would imagine. Just a reminder, if you're joining us, this is upper bracket, Weibo Gaming versus Falcons, map 3, everything on the line. And probably Atlas. We're yet to see the map selection, we're yet to see the ban draft. We're expecting Mauga to be targeted by Falcons since losing Neon Junction allowed them to pick up that first ban. Weibo don't get the opportunity to guard against it. Now what they could do, they can't ban the Sim, they could go for the Cassidy.
Yes.
Or the Mei, actually. But probably the Cass, since if the Sim's available, you're playing Sim Cass.
Okay, still two refs behind Gushue, but he looks pretty locked in, so Weibo's key there on your screen. Won't be crushed after this series, after they get knocked down to lower bracket. That is where the danger will lie. Key crushing ceremony, always a good one. The players' faces, I think, was it last year? Someone, I think, had some incredible, we have some incredible clips of someone.
Wait, when he was crushing keys, or when he was players' keys were crushed?
Yeah, when he's crushing keys.
I was about to say, if we're enjoying watching players, just like their faces.
Oh no, the other way
keys are
around.
crushed. Okay,
His elated
I had the
face.
totally wrong end of the stick. You were taking so much enjoyment watching Checkmate walk off the map. I'm like,
Everybody took enjoyment off of it.
wow, Jack.
No, someone's face when he pushes the key button, or like any player, doesn't have to be someone. But
yeah, the childhood joy of shiny button go burr. And large
slow,
thing
elongated
just
key press.
slowly get shredded.
Great. It's a fantastic time. Zoe doing a crab walk in front of us. Thank you, Zoe. Still waiting.
We'll have to ask her
Our
when we see
entertainment for
her
this
in
evening,
green room.
Zoe.
Yeah, sadly
Doing
you
the crab
can't
walk.
see the Zoe crab.
You will later. She'll do it on the desk.
Yeah, she'll do it on
You
the
can't
desk.
actually
We're
hear me
putting
right
her
now.
like now on the spot. We'll
Yeah.
text her.
So no,
In the
text
chat
her. We
to
just
tell her that
expect
she
her to
has
do it,
to.
and she won't. And then like, where's the crab walk at? I did just hear the lobby music in my ears go. So I'm hoping we get into the game in a moment. Looks like they've walked away, and it's wow. It's going to be a
Oh.
Colosseo pick. No Atlas. There you go. Where's that French sign? Good. No more Atlas. Colosseo is the map pick, and the bans Shion and Kiriko.
Yeah, first Colosseo, actually. First push map, actually, of the whole tournament so far.
Okay, I'm excited to get in.
Kiriko, Shion, Mauga still available. Kiriko being targeted means that you can't play the Kiriko Cat the way that a lot of these teams do like to pair with that Mauga. But the Cass, still there. And actually, that is something to talk about. Falcons with the first ban, not going for the tank. Instead, prioritizing safeguarding the Cassidy. They lock the DPS role with the Shion first ban.
There we go. The drums are getting louder. The crowd's getting louder as well. The Falcon chants are here to stay. Defending champions here at mid-season EWC. Weibo Gaming once again taking him to the edge. A 1-1 in this first to 2. No draws here. Don't you worry about it.
Well, theoretically, if no one pushes...
It is possible, yeah.
It is possible.
But highly unlikely.
But highly unlikely.
You
so
have to
yeah.
literally hit checkpoint and then it'd be just a ridiculous circumstance. So.
Yeah. Okay, Falcons, what composition will it be? Someone not on the Ramatra rolling out the Sigma. Merit on the expected Cassidy, but no Cat to lift him up. Fielder prioritizing sustainability with that Baptiste. Chio, the speed on the Lucio. Weibo actually putting lead on the Emre too, so good range, good pressure to be able to try to put the tables and damage onto Falcons as Shy gets split by Lucy Moon.
That was an unbelievable amount of damage sent towards Shy just then. Yeah, they want to play a range here, ideally. They know Merit has to be the one to kind of force the issue. Good damage on to Shy, but yeah, he's just lifted to safety.
And Maka on the Ana as well will make it pretty hard for Falcons to be able to run down Gushue. It's all about Merit finding these opening picks with the Sim TP setup. Great rock, but no kill off of the back of it. What Falcons do have right now, though, is objective presence until Weibo push them out.
Yeah, it's much tougher for Shy, really, to be an impact in this fight because the roof is fairly short for the Bastion. Can play on the outside, but has to shoot inwards. Gushue very low, has to pop Nemesis form already.
Yeah, and Merit actually has Deadeye off of all the poke that he's been able to do to the Bastion Cat. Leave, abandons the scope, moves to the main lane. Shy though, he's trying to find that flank angle, gets found by Merit. They're just not letting the Bastion Cat pass.
Yeah, and they're still getting meterage, although insignificant realistically at this point in the game, only 16 meters on the board.
It feels like Weibo are going back to fishing for nano boost, since they can't get anything done with this Cat Bastion at this moment. Falcon's more than happy to respect it though.
What is the record for no kills on Colosseo?
Well, that would have been about 2 minutes 40 something back when we had Sojourn first release and we didn't have all of the panels.
It was like I think it was almost 3 minutes.
Yep. Because it was literally just one
Sojourn, railgun,
rail
waiting, yeah. Well, it might change this time around as the nano boost on the Bastion is going to swing him forward. Whoa, straight into the window. Don't want to be dangled there all too long. He's going to use this ultimate though, although it looks like a very easy kidnap. What a catnap from Lee Soo-min.
Uses it like a Mauga Slam. Right through the middle of Falcon's whole team. So many players just knocked down versus that artillery strike, and Weibo find the moment, the opening that they were looking for. So good, we'll see it again.
Oh, the perfect setup. That's the duo you want in your ranked games.
Encouraging Cat Bastion.
There's the swing in again. Fielder so low. Teleports are going to get him out of there, but they are losing ground. Flux from someone. Looks like Gushue has got other ideas, though. On the high ground, chasing away Checkmate. 2 different fights on 2 different angles. Leave goes down. Sound barrier from Gio pushes him forward. Gushue going to fall too soon after. There is the push. 45 meters on the first one for Weibo.
You can see how much value Falcons place in keeping Merit alive in this fight. Sound barrier was forced because Merit was going too low. They keep the cast alive. Now they get to try to flip the tables versus Weibo before they can set Gushue up to run at the team with that annihilation. Fielder about to hit the amplification matrix as well. Weibo going to have to be very careful. Deadeye from Merit just allows Falcons to just push more space.
A little teleport. Going to high ground there. Look at that. They're going to delete it though. Oh, Gushue hit by a rock. Lee Soo-min dangling Shy straight above Merit though. Has to go on the retreat. Same with Fielder. Does end up jumping, dashing away. The wall's going to come out. Shy dipping on the other side of things. Gushue running forwards now, trying to separate Team Falcons from their own wall.
Crucial though, Weibo run at Falcons with annihilation before Falcons can pull away with the distance lead. And Weibo are still finding more as the fight wraps. Falcons denied a clean disengagement as Lee Soo-min actually drops Gushue outside Falcons' own spawn. They have to contest with the Ramatra on steps, which allows Weibo to start leading more distance.
Falcons with 40, close to the checkpoint. 4 ults for Weibo though, and almost at the checkpoint as well.
They're off the cast, too.
Bastion. Oh, straight through the window. Awkward angle though. Lee Soo-min's really low. Merit needs to hit this shot. He can't quite get it. Fielder also going really low. There is the Emre. The living weapon unlocked. A double for Leave. Sure, the turret kills him. Job's done though. Checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, forward spawns picked up for Weibo, and Falcon starting, it feels, to panic versus the Bastion Cat. The first fight, they felt so much more in control, but the fact that Merit now is off the Cassidy onto the Bastion, trying to just burst Weibo down before they can try to fish up for some of these really heavy-hitting ultimates, is showing that they're very unsteady at now dealing with that Bastion Cat flyby, since Merit gets mobility off of the Sim TP, but Shy gets to take these off-lane fights and put pressure on Fielder.
Yeah, Cassidy much more well-equipped to deal with the Bastion in disguise rather than the Bastion of his own. There's the teleport onto the high ground. Swing for Shy, straight in. Fielder going really low. Lamp already popped too. There's the catnap from Lee Soo-min. Fielder leave trade, and the healing up of Shy is just not there. You need a double support pocketing the Bastion at that point, but Lee Soo-min just dives in. Cat scratches Merit. Gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, Falcons though still present on the objective. Weibo will get one more fight before Falcon starts to eclipse that lead. Gushue drops down before they can find her.
Yeah, no checkpoint garnered either.
huge turn for Weibo. Leave now actually onto the Tracer so that he can detach from the main fight. Go put more pressure on Fielder since he's having that lamp forced so early by the flybys from Lee Soo-min and Chai.
Yeah, a lot less to worry about too with Merit on the Bastion rather than the cast. Still deadly for the Tracer, but much easier to navigate around. There's the nano boost and someone cancelled out of his ult, and Chai booping people down from high ground as well. This nano Bastion is just so devastating. And Team Falcons have to disengage again.
It was a great anti from Maka as well. Falcons teleport up onto Weibo's high ground, trying to catch the back line. Maka antis the ground, hits someone,
Someone's on Rhine.
And someone
is on Rhine now.
Falcons fully hitting emergency buttons.
There's 3.5 minutes to go. Someone's going to be able to get out, sure, but look at this. Checkpoint, more meters, high ground. Like, what's the answer here from Falcons? Oh, come on. He's being dangled off the map. They're going to clear this high ground out. They're going to push him all the way back. There comes the mortars. And now the punishment of this ram. Falcons just trying to swing through their own wall. They managed to take down someone. Lee Soo-min eventually fell too. Checkpoint in the hands of Weibo Gaming. And with only 3 minutes to go, Falcons, they're looking to be perfect.
Oh, they get Merit late though, which means that Falcons, they can push. They can try to find more space on this objective, but they won't find distance lead. And they won't be able to stop Weibo from having a fight fast on main, with Gushwei swapping to the Mauga now that someone's on the Rhine. No more opportunity for Falcons to run at Weibo. They'll take the fight first.
Gushwei on the Mauga, very flexible here for Weibo Gaming.
Where's the pulse bomb from Leave as well? Like, there's no Kiriko, no Suzy.
Yeah, good connection, could end it all. Going to try and elongate this fight. Leave already looking for an opening, looking for a chance to pop something. Teleport. Make sure they can't go back. There's the catnap. Lee Soo-min going to try and drag somebody. Oh, the anti is massive, but the beat is better here for Chio. Marky gets pinned to the wall there by someone as Gushwei takes an alternate angle to try and punish them. The stomp is good. Leave takes down Fielder. It's a dirty little trade here as Team Falcons, they need a clean fight. There's only 2 minutes to go, and a clean fight is not what they'll find.
Mac has been so brutal with these anti-nades. That Kiriko ban, no Suzu for both the pulse bomb, but the nade as well. And Weibo dispatch Falcons. Lengthy fight too. Falcons won the last one. This is the cruelty of Colosseo, right? When you start having that distance lead for these other sides, they're able to just set up for the next fight. You take so long pushing the objective through main that they just push it a little bit more through main, force you to have to take a fight on this one angle that Weibo can just flank around, pinch you with.
There's the teleport, the shatter in the hands of someone too. Leave trying to look for another entrance here. However, these turrets are going to be a little bit annoying for him. Looking for Marco, he might. Oh, Leave takes down Chio of all people. Someone, does he end up using the shatter here? It looks unwise.
This is just Weibo fully in control. Like, Maka has been so efficient with these nades. Someone on the Rhine has not been able to block enough of them to stop Fielder from being forced into using Immortality Field in a reaction. And without that cooldown, the Baptiste and the rest of his team are just too vulnerable. This is last fight territory, Jack. Weibo one fight away for a Chinese team to continue in the upper bracket.
Can't go down. Does manage to dash to the Mega Health Pack. One more fight is all that Weibo need here. 25 seconds remain. Leave with a pulse. There's the wall to open things up. Someone already kind of dissuaded here by Gushwei, who's lingering in the backline like a tracer right now.
Where's the Sim TP? Gushwei waiting for that Sim TP. Knows once it's burned, that cage will find value.
No, the cage is going to come soon. You've got to imagine the nade's going to come in. A nice little slam there from someone, but the cage is going to come in regardless. Lee Soo-min looking for action, however, looking for somebody. Chai takes down Merit with the artillery barrage. Lee Soo-min lifts him to safety, but Gushwei and Mark are already dead.
One fight for Falcons to be able to try to find this lead.
It's only checkmate. It's only checkmate on the point. Gets annihilated by Chai, and now it is all onto someone. The tag team duo, Chai, Lee Soo-min, finish off the fight. Chio, a last-ditch attempt, but it's just not to be. They've done it. Weibo break the curse. They take Falcons all the way to 3. And knock them down to the lower brackets.
The hopes and dreams of Chinese Overwatch rests on the shoulders of Weibo Gaming. and they continue in the upper bracket. Emotions on their faces, pure adulation that they were able to complete that match. The Kiriko ban, able to keep the Mauga. Maka had some questionable performances, I think, in the past. But that map on Colosseo, he is a hero. Those anti-nades made it almost impossible for Falcons to be able to start the fight with the tools that they wanted.
They've gone all the way 2 times before, 2-5 maps in the last year. They finally get it done versus Falcons. You can hear the crowd. You saw it in the cameras too. The Chinese fans who always also come out in force to these LAN events. And they can stand proud, advancing to the playoffs, beating the returning champions in Falcons.
Huge for Weibo, means that you avoid a lower bracket run-in with some of these really strong teams. Gives you a chance as well to be able to survey your opponents.
Leave it down on the stage to give us some words before they advance to the playoffs with Lu.
Indeed, what a showing from Weibo. Congratulations, Liv Gongxi. You did amazing, and I think your fans are very happy here. You were facing very experienced players that sometimes you have faced previously in your career. So how does it feel facing, familiar faces, maybe friends? And do you wish the Falcons to qualify for the next stage as well?
Liv， 首先恭喜你们成功晋级到了就是后面的淘汰赛。然后呢，你们打的对手 Team Falcons 也是身经百战的一个战队，而且很多的选手呢，你们也是交手了很多次，也算是很熟悉的面孔，甚至可以算是朋友了。那你们这边成功晋级之后，你们是否希望 Falcons 战队也能从败者组晋级呢？
什么？这句什么？
你们是否也会希望你们的对手 Falcons 从败者组也会同样晋级，能成功晋级进淘汰赛呢？
说实话不想，因为他们实在太难打了。
To be perfectly honest, not really, because Team Falcons are a very strong team, and we kind of don't want to face them again.
It's better not to have to face them again. I think that's a very good answer. Première question, tu jouais contre des joueurs très expérimentés, tu les connais, tu les as déjà affrontés. Est-ce que tu souhaites quand même que Falcons vous rejoignent en playoff? Et pour être tout à fait honnête, non, j'ai pas envie de devoir les réaffronter à nouveau parce que c'est une très bonne équipe. And we've seen all other Chinese teams knocked down to lower bracket, 1 game away from elimination. But you guys at Weibo, you're already in playoffs, chilling, 2-0, 2 wins. So what's different about you guys? What makes you the best team?
中国赛区的另外2支战队呢，现在都在败者组，但是你们却是2-0， 2场轻松晋级到了淘汰赛。能问一下，就是你们 BG 到底跟其他中国战队有哪里不一样呢？
我觉得首先是我们的整体实力吧。对，我们的整体实力是我觉得，就是个8强水平吧。我觉得对，不夸张的说。然后我们的配合各方面心态也特别稳，然后就各司其职，做好自己的事情就可以打赢这些对手嘛。
I'll say when it comes down to it, our raw skill is definitely up there in itself. I think I can without any sort of exaggeration, I can say that we're a top 8 team just in terms of pure skill. So all we have to do is keep ourselves relaxed, make sure that our coordination is on point, and I think being able to qualify should be a very natural thing for us.
Yes, that's for sure. Donc deuxième question, toutes les autres équipes chinoises sont en loser bracket à une game de l'élimination. Eux, ils sont en train de chill en playoff. Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'ils sont les meilleurs finalement de la région? Tout simplement, clairement, on est une des meilleures équipes, on est une team de top 8. On a juste besoin de s'assurer qu'on reste on point, qu'on se laisse pas trop déborder par nos émotions et qu'on reste aussi très coordonné, et ça devrait le faire. And last but not least, Liv, it feels amazing, I imagine, to be on the international stage, seeing the fans and stuff. So what do you enjoy the most about these international tournaments, getting to travel around the world to play Overwatch?
在国际舞台上面也是一种很享受的一种体验，毕竟有这么多粉丝在那边给你欢呼。能不能跟我们说一下，从你的角度来讲，就是打这种国际赛事的打这种国际 OWCS 赛事，你个人最享受的一点会是什么呢？
我觉得已经说过很多次，我觉得不用再说了，就是大家线下赛所有观众粉丝的支持跟呐喊吧，我觉得这是我们对最大的动力。
I think I've said this a million times, so I think this goes without saying. But just being at an offline tournament here with the crowd, with all the fans cheering for us, hearing that cheers, it is the greatest motivation for us.
Of course, I think it's the best feeling that an esports player can feel indeed. Thank you so much for joining me. Liv, thank you for the translation as well. It was a pleasure having you on stage as we're moving on to our next step, elimination matches. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Lou, and congratulations to Weibo, and more importantly, the entire region of China. Look at the representation they just had on this stage. Going up against the Falcons, 91% of the fans chose the green team. 91% of the fans were wrong, Zoe, and we even thought it was going to be a 2-0. So how did Weibo pull off the upset? Who shined today?
I mean, the obvious answer would be glazing that front line, right? Leave, Shy, they did so much for the team, but I really think who stepped it up today was the backline. I felt like the backline was the weakest link yesterday, not the individual players of it, but they got picked up so much. I feel like they fixed it today. The compositions they played looked really good too, so yeah, I'm very impressed.
Jake, we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the compositions you saw throughout this match and the growth throughout the series. What did you see from both sides, and do you expect to see Falcons again later?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is the last we'll see of them yet. I still think they're one of those teams I expect to see qualify. But of course, they wanted to do it here and now. They wanted to just move on to the playoff stage. They didn't want to be fighting for their tournament life. So Falcons certainly going to be on the rocks in that regard. But you got to give a lot of credit to Weibo. I mean, pulling it out on Neon Junction, sticking with their guns in that poke style comp. Leave and Shy really trusted and just pouring on the pressure. Falcons, they tried to go to this brawl look, and it very nearly got the job done. I think if they get to third point, they will close out on Neon Junction, but they just inches short of the line. And then on Coliseum, Weibo goes with a very modern Overwatch style to play the Cat Bastion. And honestly, I think Falcons should have matched it or should have tried to bring at least some level of mobility. This bunkered sim style just didn't work out for them at all. Maka, Shy tore them apart from the flanks on that Ana and Bastion, respectively.
Yeah, those nades were filthy. I think they opened up so much for that team. Again, like Maka really stepping it up. Lee Sumin also just very great positioning on that Cat and repositioning of Shy there as well.
As we take a look at some of these highlights, the big sleeps, the antes came out. Ana, is she going to be a mainstay or just for push?
I think it's probably a hero that we're only going to see when Kiriko is banned, but the ban, I mean, is perfectly placed for Coliseum, right? Without the ability to cleanse those anti-nades, we saw it in the highlight, right? An insane 5-man anti for one of those final fights, forces an early beat out of Chio, and the rest of the team are able to clutch even as Ana falls. She did her job in that fight. So, I mean, I gotta give a lot of credit to Weibo. They get the lead, and they just constantly pick apart Falcons on the reapproach. They let Falcons into their territory, find the pickoffs, play for the win, and that's where, to your point, so I think you got to give a lot of credit to the backline that the Cat put Bastion in a position to succeed time and time again. That's Liu Su Min, and then credit to Maka for always finding those big anti-nades. Like, you drop in for that play and it doesn't go well, right? It looks like a complete failure for the team, but hey, full confidence, they trust it, they make the plays, and if you're able to shut down Fielder and Chio, you were doing something right.
Massive plays shutting down some legends on the Falcons backline. Let's take a look, though, at game number 1, because there's one player that I think we're going to see plenty more highlights from. He goes by the name of Merritt, and he was popping. Let's take a look here at some of the Cassidy play. Shy on the other side, breaking out the Freya. We saw a little bit of the crossbows. Are we going to see more Tracers, more Freyas? Are we going to see Cassidy? What is going to be the ideal duelist moving forward in the hit scan role?
I mean, both Freya and Xion are really, really strong options right now, but Cassidy has a fantastic matchup into both of these heroes. So Falcon's concept of dumping maximum possible resource into the Cassidy is, I think, a very sensible one. The Sim TP for mobility, the Lucio and the Kiriko to ensure that you're always on the move and very, very hard to lock down. There's a lot of good arguments for that style, but the fact that they just can't quite get the job done on Neon Junction, they're still trying to force that same look without the Kiriko on Coliseum, and we see its vulnerability to Ana. I mean, Cassidy really struggles. Like, you get anti-nated on Cass, all the resources in the world, they don't mean much if you can't receive any healing.
We are now done with our 2 upper bracket matches for the day. Crazy Raccoon and Weibo Gaming, our first 2 squads through, and if you're looking at Weibo's run, Zoe, they've done it through 2 game 3s, and we're going to move on to even deeper series in the next round.
Yeah, I think it comes as a very big surprise. The Chinese Overwatch region is not ranked very highly. I think a lot of them they just kind of fell flat the last few years, especially on LAN. So for them to make it this far, even though on paper they're now in the top 12 or something. So it doesn't sound like much, but for this region, this means the world.
Falcons got more work to do, and they'll get an opportunity to do that tomorrow in another elimination bracket. For now, though, we turn our attention to AGAL. They're taking on Japan's best and Veril. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup live from Paris.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for Pickles! What's up, everybody? All right, we're going to be predicting the next match, AGAL versus Veril. Yes, everybody, get out your EWC app and join in on the fun. So, I'm going to start off, guys, first. I'm going to be honest, I'm a big fan of Veril. I love Top Dragon. I hope they win. I think they have a really good chance. So I'm going with Veril taking the win 2-1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would probably say the same. I think they got a pretty good DPS lineup. I do like KSG. He's definitely a good player. They were looking pretty good when we watched them yesterday. So, yeah, I reckon 2-1 as well. I think it'll be a close game.
2-1. What about you?
I reckon 2-1 as well to Veril. They've got good backline as well. Hopefully Slay doesn't repeat the Ilaria ult from last EWC.
Hopefully, all right. And you?
Yeah, I got to say 2-1 as well to Veril. I think they're very good, yeah.
High five, everybody. 2-1 team for Veril. All right. Hope you guys also had 2-1. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out soon. Thank you. What's up, everybody? I am here at the STC Arena, and I've been talking with a lot of the fans, and it feels like they have a lot to say, some spicy opinions. So I thought it would be fun if I asked them for hot takes. Name?
BB.
Hot take.
Veril is gonna win it all.
Veril is gonna win it all. Veril is gonna beat Crazy Raccoon, beat all of these great teams, and win it all.
Yeah. If you want a hot take, yeah.
That is very hot.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name?
Oliver or San.
Sean. Hot take.
I think Team Peps are going to win China.
Let's go!
Peps are overrated.
Whoa. Overrated or underrated?
Overrated.
I haven't seen Peps in a while.
Neither has anyone.
Name?
Jonas.
Hot take.
Ice Gnome is the best tank in the world right now.
Ice Gnome is the best tank.
I'm German. Ice Gnome is German as well. I played with him in ranked or against him in ranked, and he's the best tank in the world right now, I'm sure.
Over all the great Korean tanks, over all the Chinese tanks, he is the best.
Personally, I'm a Max fan, but I think right now Ice Gnome is the best in the whole fucking world. Sorry for swearing.
It's okay, not my problem. Name?
Romain.
Hot take.
I think TVNT is gonna be the best tank on the finals.
TVNT gonna be the best tank in the finals. Okay.
I hope so. Yeah.
Big TVNT fan?
Yeah, big.
Me too. You look like you're gonna have the hottest take. What is your hot take?
Reinhardt is the mercy of tank. That character, no skill.
Okay, I am a Ryan. I love Ryan. Ryan is my favorite character. You have to take that back. No, that's no. Mercy, I might agree. Ryan, okay. I don't like this guy.
We book Esports World Cup.
Lee's hitting him with the bananas of approval as you see AGAL ready to take the stage. Can another team power through rocking red and white? We're about to find out. On the other side of this matchup, they've got to take on the best from Japan in Varel. We welcome Reinforced back into the studio alongside Jake and Johnny. I want to start with you. Thoughts on this matchup? Are you surprised to see either of these teams fighting for their spot to stay alive in the tournament?
No, I'm not surprised to see other of these teams down here in the lower bracket fighting for survival. But I am perhaps a little bit surprised by what we saw from China just recently. And so now, usually I would say Varel should be the favorite in this one, but maybe all gamers, after all, they are stronger than we think as well.
Let's take a look here at this Varel squad. Jake, is there a star on the lineup?
I look a lot at Top Dragon in terms of who needs to have a big performance for this team. You know, you brought on this guy to be a DPS superstar, to bring that flex pressure that often is what makes the space for you to get away with these greedier backlines that they so often like to run. So Top Dragon definitely needs to have a big game, but he's a player who's consistently delivered it and has been a great one to watch.
Yeah, and I think for the side of all gamers as well, you got to look out for the cat players in this one. Either of these teams, they like to play the cat compositions, and we just saw what Lee Min was capable of playing for Weibo Gaming. And so in this one, I'm looking out for players like Lingsa, looking out for Slay. What kind of impact can they have dragging around their Bastions, their Cassidies, putting their Ana in a good position in this one?
There's a look at Varel. On the other side of the matchup, we have AGAL, and I'm told there's some birthdays out there. The coach is going to be celebrating his, as is a player. So Jake, is it good or bad to play on your birthday?
I feel like for these players, you know, it's about the win. I mean, that matters so much more to them than a birthday, right? For these guys, this is something they've worked for months and months to be here at the Esports.
So you don't believe in birthday luck?
No, not at all, man. There's no luck in this game.
Puckett, I do.
Right?
Yeah. Surely fate has, good things in store for you on your birthday.
You wake up, the right music is playing, the birds are smiling and singing songs your way.
You guys are so cute. I love it. There's no luck involved here. You got to earn this win. Nothing is given for free.
Blow out the candles, pop some bottles, and celebrate here in Paris with us. Who is moving forward and staying alive, and who is hopping on the airplane and going home early? Well, 79% of the fans think AGAL will survive, and it'll be Varel headed back to Japan. We got 13 seconds. Make it quick. Johnny, where are you going?
I got all gamers in this one.
I'm going to go with Varel. I think Japan has risen to be a serious competitor. They might be able to topple China here.
Chat, do you agree? Let us know. It is time for match 3 on the day.
We've seen our first upset of the day here with the win of Weibo. On a vu notre premier upset de la journée avec la victoire des Chinois face à Falcons. But once again, we want more, and we're getting to the crushes, Ian.
Yeah, it's about to get really upsetting. We might have seen an upset, but there's going to be tears on stage now because we're moving into the elimination phase of the tournament. The next 4 matchups will result in keys being crushed live on stage alongside the dreams of the teams that exit the tournament of ever lifting this trophy here this year.
That's going to be very exciting. And it's a very, very important day today for our first contestant. It is AGAL! It is one of their players, Lengsa, and their manager, Youngshin, birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lengsa Youngjin. Happy birthday to you. And what a better birthday gift than a win here in Paris, Ian. What do you think?
Unfortunately, there are no gifts at the Esports World Cup. Let's welcome their opponents. It's Varel! Japan's champions have spent years building towards moments like this. A stable, experienced roster that has won almost every stage in the history of OWCS Japan, and already produced one of the region's greatest results by defeating Crazy Raccoon in Asia. Yesterday, they could not deliver. Today has to be different. Their experience brought them here to Paris. Now it must keep them alive.
Are the Varel boys gonna deny the birthday gift for the AGAL squad? That's still to find out.
AGAL are here because China has depth. Varel are here because Japan has a dynasty. It is one, though, that is not recognized internationally. And this match is a big part of that team continuing to put themselves on the map, Matt. We did not see much of a showing from Varel yesterday. In fairness, it was quite the uphill battle, albeit against a team in Zeta who they pushed to the limit before. Was it an underperformance, or a Varel simply warming up?
I think it was kind of Zeta obviously playing to their potential, and I think we'll expect to see Varel play much better. This is also, right, loser, this is out here in this lower bracket.
The key crush game.
So yeah, we're starting to get, crush those keys, which is always an exciting thing at the Esports World Cup. I would say that Varel probably is the favorite going into this. No, I expect them to bounce back from their performance yesterday, and I think it's a team that a lot of fans even have expectations to go much further than just, double first rounded.
Now, AG can beat JDG domestically. They can also take maps off Weibo. But they are, as it stands, that third string team from China.
Yeah.
So much in the same way as Team Liquid face this conundrum, they have to find a way to distinguish themselves. They have to find a way also to raise the estimation of their entire region with a win here. But the stakes are about as high as it gets.
Yeah,
no more easing into games.
But I also think you see the difference, like in the last series, between Weibo and like AGAL, right? Like Weibo, like sure, they can drop maps. We've seen Weibo drop maps to, everybody at like events. But then they also have the highs of beating a team like Falcons. I don't know if AGAL has those highs just yet.
Sure. As for Varel, they've certainly monopolized Japan, right? They are so good, in fact, that they don't bother screaming Japanese teams. They just don't.
Yeah.
They had to look further for a quality practice. It's Nepal. This will be more than just quality practice in this series, of course. First map already having been selected.
Ram Lucio ban. Interesting.
Yeah, okay, so Lucio ban on the control map. Something we do see every now and then. We've seen teams just pivot over to like Juno Kiriko in the past to still give themselves like a ability to create that impulse via a speed boost. But it's something that I saw a lot in NA. I haven't seen it in a little while.
Yeah, well, I know the games that we've casted, we haven't seen Lucio out, right? I know we do see a lot of Lucio Kiri just kind of across the board. So I know Juno Kiri is an option. It's a little bit easier to kind of like expose the Juno as opposed to like Lucio, for instance. So maybe that's something they're going for.
Can Varel make their authority visible outside of Japan? I don't know if this is even a game that convinces us fully of it, but it's their last chance to show their quality here in Paris. I'm looking at EasyHeart and Top Dragon. They're two Korean DPS players playing as foreigners in their regions, looking further afield for their shot. So they got the Paris, that's all well and good. There's only one route deeper into this tournament, though, and it is through this match. The Key Crush is quite a visceral experience, adding insult to injury for a team
also
departing
don't want
from
to
this
be
tournament.
the first one, man.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be the first one that has to have your key walked over there and go underneath that press. I mean, that is brutal. So, I mean, look, obviously Jetpack Cat's still available here. I know that kind of makes it on through. With the Ramatragon, I think that opens up KSG to kind of safely play this Sigma. Can AGAL play this aggressive style of play well enough to get past this shield and make Varel sweat?
My eyes are on Slay here, Matt, as well. Your MVP from Japan, Stage 1. Coming across, joining this team with Top Dragon, taking them to heights unseen. Slay in the map is also going to try and do the same for Nico. You'll see KSC sort of be the pivot here, but Nico will be afforded a pretty bizarre off angle because of that connection with the Jetpack Cat, and Top Dragon is already sniffing here. EasyHeart's going to be able to dash forward. That evade offers some overshield, but Varel have out-rotated AGAL here.
Yeah, they just kind of get that Sigma out of dodge, and now all the cooldown's gone from AGAL. It'll be Varel here. They'll have Top Dragon contest the point. It's not exactly where Varel want to fight this, though, right? They want to take these long angles, poke with the Sigma. Don't want to just kind of get on the point, fight the Reaper in the Xion head on.
Outside of the Jetpack Cat rescuing people, there's not a good way to disengage. And Nico's just found that out the hard way. Apparently the Siphon Blaster is not going to be enough to save him in the matchup against Alfari. It looks like EasyHeart had an involvement in elimination as well. KSG trying to be a center focus here, but frankly, just too much damage taken, and Kinetic Grass doesn't quite eat up that Joyride motorbike.
Yeah, it can only survive under that pressure for that long with the Xion and the Reaper in the mix. So 15% quickly for Varel. We'll see if they feel the need to make any changes. They've been using the Jetpack Cat to get Nico on the Emray up in the sky. Not as much burst damage potential as like a Bastion per se, but there's really good consistent damage output. Also, Slay doing a nice job of even kind of moving around some of the other players, right? Just getting the Sigma in advantageous positions.
Nico, though, could only really just poke. At some point, you want a full commit here, and Top Dragon was kind of part of that plan. But Recall finds a kunai that sends him packing. Traded out, though, as Nico's able to find connection with the grenade. KSG thought he might have had an opportunity here, but is being repositioned. Varel still need to capture the point. That's the problem. They're sitting up on that high ground. They're poking. That's fine. They're ripping. They're tearing. Alfari, though, has found Nico, and HEAL are very hard to shift.
Yeah, I mean, you do find Alpha right here. It's going to be a gravitic flux.
Oh, nice charge.
And actually, yeah, that's the charge, right? So Mog obviously becomes indomitable during that charge. You can't do anything about that, so the flux goes for nothing.
Okay, we've got a spree here for Easy Han. Should it be required? Top Dragon has struggled so far to deal with this Xion. Here it comes. The spree. Big damage, though, coming down. Nico at long range is able to get Easy Han rather out of the game. Now he'll try and drop to the point. There's more work to be done. Lengsa has fallen. Alfari sitting out in the open. It's a Suzu that had to be used while the Recall was in Wraith Walk. So some value lost there by Recall. And yes, this override's a problem. Liga is able to bring Nico down, though. But Top Dragon's been able to flip the point, and the Mauga eventually will succumb.
Yeah, but I do think you're going to be able to kind of flip this, though, if you're AGAL, right? It's just kind of the winning at the end, where you have the Reaper here. You're not going to contest, and Lengsa staying alive on the Jetpack Cat is enough for AGAL to get control yet again, as Cage Fight Death Blossom, a little bit of a Cat classic combo here for AGAL. Varel, you're going to see the D.Va come out here to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
Now, Alfari really values keeping control of the point here, even uses Wraith Walk to contest it for a brief moment. We're a bit of a trough in terms of Varel ultimates, especially with the switch of KSG over to the D.Va now. Alfari wants to contest the high ground, but this is extremely telegraphed. He may as well send a strongly worded letter to Nico at that point. He will be dragged up there, and Top Dragon is down yet again. He's just not found success on this Tracer. It's again Recall picking him up, and a cage fight on KSG is well worth it. Deny any sort of remake opportunity, and AGAL are already north of 90%.
I mean, Regal has had a great map, right? Getting a few different kills here. Now finding Cloud, was able to find Top Dragon in numerous different fights. We'll get to 99. You still have a contest here. Pulse Bomb from Top Dragon, not over just yet.
Finally, Top Dragon's able to get something done, but he is very much alone in this endeavor. KSG finally back off respawn now. The D.Va has arrived. Can they stall? That's really the only option for the time being for Varel. They want to stall without losing any players, and so far that seems to have worked out. Yes, Slayer's here. Catnapping also going to be available in just a moment. And AGAL are the ones that are forced to concede point control.
I mean, a great job to just kind of touch it for Top Dragon for a period of time. KSG then jumps on it, Slay as well, and you're able to get everybody back in the fight. That's unbelievable there from Varel.
Slay looking for his next victim, I have no doubt. Alfari spotted, and yes, catnapping to try and get that Reaper. He's held in place for long enough to be picked off, but Slay does need to get out of dodge quickly, but is this much better for Varel?
If AGAL lose this one, I mean, that is, this would be a rough round to lose. It looked like they had this one sealed away. It was just Top Dragon there for an extended period of time. KSG coming off the spawn was there for a little bit, and then Slay, and they allowed everybody to just get back into the action. So, pretty brutal scenario here for AGAL as they move away from that Malga and Reaper. They'll go Tracer, D.Va here, try and pull it out at the end.
Nico switching off the Umbra to the Xion. Might have done a little bit of something here for Varel. Top Dragon are going down. Is Jan able to find a connection with a motorbike? Is Jan now going in with a spree? And Nico caught behind the pillar. KSG catches him out, though. Lengsa has fallen. Even with the Kitsune Rush in play, it's far from guaranteed here for Rape. Cloud is out of the mixture. KSG Lobe has a remake. Can stall this out if it's sequenced correctly. In fact, no one's really looking at KSG right now until Liga doubles back. Self-destruct here. Can it clear the room? Yes. KSG's able to get back in mech now, and Liga is rather low. This is going to be AGAL forced to take a back seat yet again. Group up for this fight, but both teams are now at 99%. It is AGAL in control, though, with Slay has fallen. Now Lengsa can double back, get some healing. Catnap attempted. Top Dragon taken down once more, and Varel are running out of gas. A competitive round, to be sure, but no cigar for the team from Japan.
Man, it's AGAL. They barely hold on there. That got way too close for comfort for them at the end, as Nico is getting very close to the spree there for Varel, but doesn't end up building up to it in time. I also think we talked about highlighting Recall and some of the really nice things he's done for AGAL. Top Dragon had a little bit of a rough go there in round number 1. Just really finding his mark on Tracer.
I don't think there's a path to victory that doesn't involve Top Dragon playing at peak potential here, Matt. He has done just that for Varel in their entire road here. He's going AWOL for a round is acceptable. For a map, for a series, absolutely not.
So it'll be Sig here again for Varel. AGAL, they're going to not play that Maga off the rip. We'll see a Brig. So maybe this is the answer to some of that extra aggression, right? That they probably thought was going to come out with like Tracer Xion.
Yeah, I think they're expecting Xion here.
Yeah.
Nico, though, going back, always wants to trend back towards some mid to long range hit scan. So it's tough for Lynx to keep a shield intact now against this Sojourn, who is getting a lot of value for shooting at it. Finally, some incentive to shoot shields. They get back behind that pillar. KSG trying to make a bit of space here. It's not going to really break up the healing. Now, eyes on Top Dragon. He's certainly been delivered a mandate to carry. Hey, early point flip here. Timing not quite there for AGAL, but KSG is very much living on an island here, Matt, and Recall has the Suzu, stays alive.
And it just takes a little bit longer for it to develop for AGAL, right? Because you don't want to just have that D-Bug consistently on the point, just standing there with that Sig in play. That'll be AGAL ends up flipping it. So they kind of have to like work the outside angles, right? You're not going to just kind of take that Sig head on. KSG basically takes the point solo. As that happens, it is Liga who ends up finding Cloud, which opens it up to allow them to flip the point back.
This switch, though, allows KSG to play off of Top Dragon a little bit more. Just give another element to this dive core. Where Top Dragon might have been hoping maybe that Hazard would have turned up there. More mechanically demanding role, I feel, for KSG now. A nice Suzu. Good stick, though! And the Suzu having just been used, but Alfari knew the way was clear to get a big stick onto Nico. It's a trade, though. They actually end up eliminating each other. As posthumously, the Pulse Bomb still does its job. Slay here, got to be careful of the D.Va. Yep, tough to break that line of sight up, and Easyhan has an easy clean up.
Yeah, and it's much harder for Slay to play that aggressive, right, with the D.Va out there as opposed to the Maga. See Liga able to just kind of chase him down up there, and then now, I think the switch with the Hazard, so Slay now goes over to Brig. Brig is obviously really good historically against D.Va, right? I know Hazard doesn't have as much trouble against the Brig, right? I mean, Hazard has, pretty good mobility, but then also just like damage reduction and lifesteal up close, right?
Yeah, it's also you just farm whip shots for free off the D.Va, and if you perk into an extended Inspire duration, you just get more healing over time more reliably. Thanks here with the rally.
I don't love stacking the support ults here for AGAL, right? It's just the Kitsune Rush use on the other side. Now they burn both.
I think they saw a support switch from Varel and felt like it was safe to do that, considering that they wouldn't be losing out an ult economy because the Brig had just been picked up by Slay. And when you're at 60-odd% and counting, it's not a terrible proposition, even if it's a bit, I don't know, scrappy of you.
It's going to be everything used here by Varel. It's going to be the downpour used by KSG. Top Dragon desperately trying to find the kill on Easyhan.
That's sick. Easyhan able to stay alive, get that execute elimination, and your Recall did go down, but it took him an absolute eon to fall. Varel, though, still running in numbers here. Look like they're in good shape. Liga, though, was able to remech. We'll get back into the fight, and AGAL still prefer to regroup.
Yeah, without Easyhan, though, you're not going to continue to fight. It's been so difficult to kill on the Xion. I think this is going to be a change. We see Hazard here as well. No, it'll be Maga. All right, so hey, you essentially need to win one fight. Cardiac Overdrive, a Stomp, maybe even on top of Slay, right? Interrupt that rally-like charge. And then you're able to just use Cardiac Overdrive with the Xion and the Tracer, and you are just about unkillable at that moment as Maga, so.
Top Dragon has a pulse. Knows that dropping it on the Brig shield is not the way forward, as she can simply drop the shield and drop the pulse bomb at the same time. Needs to stick it to her body itself. Okay, Liga knocked off the edge. There's the pulse, yes! Slay brought down by Alfari. Nico on a bit of a flank angle, but AGAL are able to respond and rotate, but Varel have been gaining capture percentage this entire time. They are down to 4 now. Slay also fell with a rally intact. So this represents a window to get in, but Nico, uncontested across the map, Alfari is put down. And now AGAL with only 3 players, 2 perhaps, in a moment, are going to struggle. Top Dragon falls, though, charges there. Slay, yep, finds himself the rally. Stun on Liga, disrupts him, but where's the damage going to be to take down the Malga? It's just not there. Now at 97% and counting, AGAL are in prime position to take the round away. And a spree for Easyhan around the corner might be the nail in the coffin. desperately. KSG trying to maintain some position here. The charge through. We have a Kitsune rush from Cloud, but Slay is out of the game, of course. And here's that ultimate for Easy Han. Is there an option? Yes, it's Cloud. Just riddled with bullets from this spree. And enough damage here on the KSG to ensure that the Malga is no longer a problem. As Liga finishes the job with a shoulder charge. And that is all she wrote for Nepal.
Ziad, the joyride comes in from Easy Han, makes a connection, then ends up going with the spree. Just finds one with it. And honestly, Slay ends up using that rally. It's a Kitsune rush that's used on the other side. And then, I mean, you're not challenging Maga inside of the rush, right? I mean, damage reduction with the charge, have that off a cooldown faster, cardiac overdrive. They kind of get nothing with the rally, and even with the rally rolling, they just get bullied off of the point by the Mog in the rush.
But I mean, you pointed to the layering of support ultimates from AGAL midway through the round. As it turns out, they still had a Kitsune rush to match the rally when it ultimately came around.
You do listen to me.
Yep, every now and then. What's crazy is that they layered support ultimates when Slay had like 44% of his of that rally, and they were still able to match Kitsune rush later on.
Pretty
the backline, the backline of the AGL team are legit.
Yes, and Malaga is just a battery for, support ultimates, right? I mean, if once he starts kind of get rolling, it snowballs down hill pretty quick on the Malaga. I wonder if that's like a, if you're looking at Varel, potentially trying to get rid of that here going into that next map.
So what's it going to be, Varel? It's tough staring down the barrel of elimination. In a match like this, losing control certainly makes you feel like you're on the back foot.
This would be a brutal loss for Varel as well. We were talking about, how great they've been, the expectations as we move into international events, and then even when we bring less teams to some of our OWCS events, even the possibility of them sneaking into one of those, 2 and done here at EWC would be rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. It's been a rough year for them in general. It's pretty unsatisfying, dominating a home region, and then when you get out to land, be denied those opportunities. Here's the history for Varel this year. In Asia Stage 1, they beat Crazy Raccoon, fair and square, 2-1. They took Zeta Division to a map 5 and lost in that game. That was upper semis, and ultimately, they can't play in Tokyo. Yeah. They're not part of the Champions Clash. That's a tough pill to swallow for a team of Japanese players who have played together for many of them 5 years.
Yeah,
5 years.
That close.
5 years for these guys. Like KSG, Cloud, all these guys, like a long time. And then come out here after dominating Stage 2 in Japan, 7-0. It was like a 4-0 grand final. So it's not much to write home about. So they qualify here to the Midseason Championship. And then their first 2 opponents are Zeta Division and then an AGAL team who surprisingly are scrappy and are demonstrating the depth of China as a region already.
Yeah, look, I think it would be an extremely impressive win for AGAL, right? Especially off of the back of Weibo just beating Falcons, right? Maybe China starting to come alive a little bit more than we expected at the international stage. It would just enter a lot of questions for Varel about, okay, where do we go and how do we move forward from this point?
Yeah, I mean, you're faced with the prospect of returning back to Japan and just trying to do it all again next year. But what of Top Dragon and Slay? Are they going to start thinking perhaps we should pay the piper and head back to Korea?
Shambali. So this is, they probably want to continue to play that SIG that they tried at the start. It'll be a Kiri ban, and it will be Bastion gone here. So honestly, AGAL didn't seem like they wanted to play that much Bastion here at the start. This is a ban that, protects against Varel playing, Slay obviously going to play the Cat. Playing Cat Bastion there with SIG, right? Which would be pretty nasty to deal with.
You might not be a Cat Bastion team, but when Shambali Monastery gets locked in, even the most ardent feline haters are going to be tempted. It's a kind of map where
the Kiri
you feel like if you don't have that in your pocket, you're in trouble.
The Kiri ban does hurt the Maga a little bit, right? Maga and Kiri work really well together. The cardiac overdrive, with the Kitsune rush and being able to kind of have those Maga cooldowns available more often really kind of makes him untouchable in those types of situations. Now, you can play Ana, right? We've seen teams play Ana.
Whenever I see a Kiri ban, I do wonder if a team's trying to lean into anti-heal.
I think it's probably more that you can play, let's say, Bat Mizuki Sig, right? That's a shell that we saw at Champions Clash pretty often. You can play that and you take the Kiri away, it's not really going to bother you that much at all, right? You kind of play that Baptiste with the Mizuki, a really strong combination with the Sigma. Very good at keeping the Sigma alive for as long as possible.
So we come to Shimbali Monastery. Crunch time, or crash time, as it were, for Varel.
I expect better from you.
I've had worse.
Yeah,
I've had worse.
But I mean, you know,
all you're doing is saying I've set a high standard.
Yeah, it's true.
That's fine.
It's true. Okay, so interesting. Varel, who tried to play a lot of Sigma at the start there on Nepal, they come out with Ramatra. You know, we may end up in like a Ramatra head-to-head here. Like it could have been where they think that, you know, Ligue is going to go over and play the Ramatra early. You don't want to kind of fall behind, so you're going to come out and play the Ramatra and think you're going to end up matching. It'll be Diana here for Varel with Nico on the Freya, who we've been seeing getting a lot more playtime now than really, you know, almost ever before since her release.
She's looking much better. And also, yeah, we saw a lot of it from Weibo just now. Okay. So AJL's attack side is going to feature a Freya of their own. Still on the Brig. It is a bit of a Lengsa special, I will say. Curious how placing the Freya comps or anything that's like super long range or poke oriented, it's sometimes pretty hellish to try and play the Brig through that, but she offers you so much when your opponents are actually forced to stand and fight that it might be worth just grinning and bearing it.
It's also, I think, like Brig is a pretty natural fit alongside Juno, right? Like Juno Cat would be really weird. You know, Juno with the Mizuki, not exactly that great. Then Juno Bap, you know, fine, but like Juno with the Brig seems to work really well together in combination.
Yeah. Varel already feeling some pressure now as AJAL with a pretty high mobility composition and trying to go upstairs, but Slay is able to find Easyhan off the rip. Quite clear to see why Varel wants the Jetpack Cat with or without the Bastion. And that has reset things for AGAL once more. Very passive positioning here. I mean, normally we see a few players with the tank up on that high ground, but Top Dragon saw fit to chase Alfari out of town.
Alfari and Top Dragon are playing their own game over there on the side.
Yep.
Well, you know, whoever's the winner obviously going to have huge impact on the fight. But
yeah, they speak their own language, these Tracer mains. Echolocating with each other. What's Slay looking for? Oh, Easyhan, obviously a floating target. Pretty easy one for the Jetpack Cat to pick up, but no perk into the slash yet, so not quite as lethal a weapon as he otherwise would be. Interesting rotations here for AGAL. Yeah, Liga trying to double back. Nico was going to ridiculously wide off angle, and Cloud's not able to be pressured down. That does, of course, use the sleep, but a nice fire net here on Alfari means there's no help for him.
Yeah, and it's just a really weird spot here for AGAL to play from, right? They try and, like, you know, flip the map, so to speak, and they get that, but then they kind of get pinched. They set themselves up, and they're getting kind of pinched. You know, Barrel here on defense. See, he'll be able to kind of get, you know, Top Dragon over the top here with a pulse bomb.
Ooh, that went wide. Easyhan now out in the open. Top Dragon has no choice but to stand and fight. Low on blink cooldowns and no recall. He is basically committed to this. And I think Liga is doubling back to try and help out. Good peel from AGAL.
Yeah, I mean, really deep from Top Dragon. I mean,
yeah, no
honestly,
choice.
No choice at that moment in time, right? Kind of has to fight in that situation. Pulse bomb there from Alfari trying to catch Nico on the way up. Does not connect.
Nico gets a nano boost here. Bowler shot thrown in. Not quite connecting onto Nico. He's having to get clear of it, but Ligo has had him caught up in that corner. And somehow, Slay not able to get him out of dodge. Now it's starting to break down a little bit here for Varel. Annihilation in play, though, to try and put a lid on things. And Varel are going to be able to force Liga away. Diva does not have an answer to this ultimate. And Recall gets caught by some flailing fists right to the back of the pack.
Yeah, and Slay actually kind of connects with Easyhan with the catnap and just drags them right into the Annihilation at the start of that, so you lose a lot of like your damage, you know, hit scan. Alfari loses the Tracer battle on the opposite side of the map, as this has been a really rough offense so far for AGAL.
45 seconds left. Heads up map selection here for Varel. The Shimbali Monastery pick so far has panned out well. We're walking into a situation where AGAL have already kind of made use of a lot of those impactful ultimates in the previous fights. This is going to be raw source for both sides outside of Top Dragon's impending pulse bomb. No one's bothering with it. Must be nice. Top Dragon sitting up on that high ground, waiting for an opportunity. They'll note that Easyhan is looking to try and wrap around, so Cloud and Nico instinctively just pull a bit closer together.
Well, with 14 seconds left, Mitch, I mean, AGAL, one more fight. It's actually, Top Dragon gets slipped there. That's massive.
Bio to finish off the job. That is big. Easyhan is going to be forced out of position. cute. Oh, the sleep comes in, but follow up. Cloud just put himself in harm's way. Okay, Alfara's going to be able to pick him up, but EasyHunt does go down. Top Dragon's going to return to the fight soon enough with a pulse bomb to spend. And where's the touch supposed to come from? It's Ligue on the card. Recall switching over to the Jetpack Cat Brig comp position. It furrows the brow, but it might get the job done. Stick is gone, and it's Alfari falling. It just doesn't get much better than that. Now Lengsa has to chill back forward to try and get the touch. Recall over the card. It looks like AGAL's run here on Shambali is done.
I'd love to see the replay of that. I believe that stick actually goes onto the D.Va, and then as League is flying away, takes out Alfari there. That is a rough one, as that offense got absolutely nothing. I mean, you're relying a lot on like that Tracer head-to-head, like on the flanks to like open things up, and it just never really materialized.
Yep, click nade, click baby. The way of life for Ana players.
Yeah, you see here, just goes around the cart and
Ligue
playing from.
Yeah, gets the team kill. You hate to see it.
すぐブリンク近かったけどな。
So that is pretty much a blowout there in round number 1. I mean,
Top Dragon just casually speaking Japanese, by the way, legend.
4 deaths, 4 barrel the entire half. Just really, I think like AGAL's offense just felt really disjointed throughout all of that, right? Like it never felt like you know, you never got the vibe that they were trying to set something up that was pretty effective. It was just kind of brawling all over the place.
They got the D.Va comp, right? And it looks like EasyHunt is not linking up with Ligue so much. I also think that Cloud and Nico just sitting with each other a lot. Like Ana's on these weird off angles because Freya's also there.
Yeah. Kind
of creates a strange dynamic. Cassidy for EasyHunt does not want to let Slay rule the roost.
And you get a Lucio here as well on defense from AGAL. So
less common. Yep.
And you're going to just be playing this with the, you know, Maga, obviously. Now, the Immortality field's still really good for the Maga to play inside of. Varel is going to switch over to the Sig. This is kind of what I thought they would have wanted to play, some Sigma-based comms during this match.
If you're Malga and you see the Sig walk up, you know you have to save your shoulder charge for when accretion gets wound up, and you probably have to charge away from the Sig. This is a very interesting attack to take for Ligue. I mean, plenty of healing. They've got the Baptiste, right? So Immortality Field's going to give you that window. Regenerative burst, obviously great in a pinch, but those resources can be worked through, and there is the Bio on Ligue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bio connects there. The Immortality Field just going to get deleted instantly.
I don't know why we're playing Malga when Kiri is banned, and your opponent has already shown they want to play Ana. I'm talking about shutting down the cardiac overdrive.
They heard you now, because they're back to D.Va.
It's too late.
The bad part is they've already lost. They've already lost the first fight. As you know,
this should be pretty.
Dude, but these switches are just great for Varel, right? They can now have Slay go over and play Brig Ana here. A great combination with Sigma. So
it's very strong. Like I said, free whip shots is free real estate in the Overwatch world. Ligue getting pummeled.
And because you're playing that Maga early on, Nico's able to just kind of farm explosive shots into the Maga. Already going to have a Bola here for what very well could be the last fight.
Defense Matrix has nothing to mitigate accretion as well. So you just have to like run. Make sure your booster cooldowns are always at your disposal. Or we could just not touch. That's also fine. Yeah, we just not touch.
Well, they listened to you. They said, hey, we're going to run. But they had nowhere to run to.
Listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So, all right.
That's one of the ways a map can end all time. We had one fight, and then they just kind of kept walking backwards.
What are you guys laughing at? Huh? What's so funny?
Until the game ended. All right, so.
Okay, so I do think that
maybe they're trying to play for fantasy points. Maybe they want more deaths or something.
Had the stats a little bit
for fantasy. Yeah.
I will suggest though that it's the same issues that we saw on the attack side for AGAL. Is that they're very disjointed. So I mean, like trying to like stall card is hard. Stalling card as D.Va versus like Sigma.
Yeah.
Brig. Not great.
Let's see the end of this. Did he get like whip shot back, or
there's so much to displace you here. Yep. Okay. Appreciate.
Yeah. Whip shot and then okay, and then the game's over. And nobody is.
Yeah.
I guess like Tracer had already used recall over on the opposite side because we're seeing Nico put shots into him, but yeah. That's one way for a game to end. Yeah. Huh? Nani? That was basically us, bro, too.
Yeah.
We get a third final map between these two teams.
That is a certified yada yada moment.
Where does AGAL want to take this point, right? D.Va, Mauga seem to be the strengths thus far. We've seen Ramatra banned. Do you want to play New Junk City, like all-out rush, right? You can play you can go back to play like Reaper Shion there if you wanted as well.
I think you hit the nail on the head just mentioning that the Mauga is going to be a key part of the strategy. Mauga Kiri. I think if you can build a composition, choose a map that really orbits around those two, you are going to find yourself in good shape. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Mauga is still available to be banned by Barrel.
Yes, we have not seen a Mauga ban. So, I think if you're AGAL, right, you could ban Sig here, potentially.
Really depends on map choice.
Yeah.
Gaga, a true competitor in his own right, spent a lot of time at the highest levels.
He should put himself in and play some ball.
Yeah, give me the Gaga.
Let's get crazy.
Back, man. Good times. Yeah, obviously someone who I would say his name was up in lights there, maybe not Gushue level.
That's how you know we're getting old, when we've casted coaches who have played maybe 30, 40 games that we've watched.
Yeah, Yongjin?
Yeah.
I remember Yongjin with the legendary C9 on Dorado. Man, looked at it. I think someone posted, I think it was Tomathan, someone posted some content with like some of the most egregious C9s, and I think Yongjin still has #1 on that one.
We've been there for half of them, probably.
Yes. That is why my my mental status is often in question.
I was going to say, that's why your hairline keeps going back.
I think every time we get a C9, it's follicular warfare out here.
Yeah, so I think it makes sense for them if, like, AGAL, they want to go back and play some of those rush comps, right? You can, like, New Junk City is great for rush style of play. I guess that's kind of where I think they've had the best advantages throughout the series.
What about Atlas for that sort of Mauga style play?
It's good. It's good. I mean, there's always like the threat of like another team playing like ball on Atlas and like getting a little funky with it. Atlas is also pretty good for Cap Bastion, which New Junk City has some spots for Cap Bastion, but New Junk City has a lot of the flashpoints that have like a clear cut like roof, like so there isn't like infinite verticality. They're inside, right? You can't kind of take all these outside angles, so like it's a little safer, I would say.
Right, is Atlas selected here for our flashpoint map.
Are they pumping you into the AGAL comms? You're calling their switches, you're calling their maps. Did you do the bans for them too? Did they ban Sig? No. Okay, they let the Mauga. Okay, they get rid of Jetpack Count, which Slay has obviously been tremendous, but that opens up the Mauga ban on the other side.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. I'm a little surprised they didn't, go for a Mauga Protect here. I mean, you play Ramatra, you could also play Orisa.
Well, they were also like, they were also giving Slay some troubles when Liga went over and played the D.Va against the Cat.
I do think it's tough.
They were able to kind of find him constantly.
Conversely, obviously it's tough for the Freya when you're up against the Cat as well. Like a lot of those, like you end up like splitting your comp into airborne warfare. Liga Doomfist would be...
The Doom Vendetta Shion would not have been the one that we had on the cards.
Totemo Atsui desu. Let's see if we get that.
No, you can certainly play the Hazard into this, so... Interesting enough, Barrel has not shown really much Sim, which is really the only time we see Vendetta, so... I expect Top Dragon to switch off of this and go back to Tracer. Let's see if that is the case. So yes, back from the spawn. They'll play the Vendetta even with no Sim on the other side. So I also think Varel playing Slay on the wing, just a lot of damage here.
Bro, we are in there. The Vendetta for Alfari threatening, basically just trying to Goomba stop over Varel to get to the back line.
Well, the Vendetta's pretty good if you were expecting like the Sig on the other side, right? Because like Vendetta obviously doesn't care for the kinetic grasp. They go in deep. No way that they can keep Nico alive here.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like AGAL's comp here. I do think that like they've got to have this hypermobile backline now. Couldn't be playing anything but Kiri Lucio with this, I want to suggest. But yeah, KSG can't really hold Lexa in place. In fact, there's no good targets for the Ramatra to go after. I don't know what you're supposed to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you see Varel switch over and play D.Va here potentially. No, it'll be Orisa. So yeah. Definitely felt like a tank change was in order.
Top Dragon here just trying to stay out of Liga's arms. Reach. You drop back to the point, it's 27% and counting. Yeah, KSG, I mean, makes perfect sense to go over towards the Orisa. You need some actual disruption in your front line against this. Something to divert the very aggressive dive towards your back line. But KSG can't be everywhere.
Well, KSG's flipped the point. The issue is he stares up towards that high ground. His teammates are just falling one by one.
Yeah. Now he's just getting pounded by the rest of AGAL. A really up-tempo style here from our Chinese roster. Honestly, it's a good look. Nice little pulse bomb there. Lynx are caught by that one, and Ligo was low enough. Varel have kept it competitive here, but it's a quick flip back by AGAL.
Yeah, Varel will come back now with a Reaper, right? So going to ditch hit scan altogether.
How do you feel about the Reaper against a comp that will be able to outstrip him in terms of pace?
Well, I mean, now it's now, so like the Reaper obviously is like kind of return some of the pressure onto the front line, the back line, and even obviously giving the Hazard some trouble, right? Like Reaper is one of the damage dealers that gonna just kind of pump through the Hazard, but now with D.Va out there, it doesn't feel as nice.
Nice mobility there from Slay. I also think, though, Tidal Blast Reaper is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Tracer might just give you a more reliable delivery, but the extra durability is something Reaper can make more use of to give himself the window to heal by that lifesteal.
Sundering Blade available here. You're gonna have Sound Barrier too.
They got everything. They got everything, Matt. This is dangerous. Here's the beat from Lynx, and Tidal Blast going to be used there now. Lynx spots Cloud, picks him up. Slay dives deep. Was that a self-blast?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands, and Slay's trying to spend some time poking KSG, though needs active healing from the Wu Young. Slay trying to juggle the damage and healing aspects of Wu Young's kit. Unfortunately, it doesn't result in enough throughput to keep his tank alive.
Yeah, and I mean, the Vendetta obviously being very difficult to deal with here as well.
Big changes.
Yup. Interesting if they go over to the Sim.
Why?
Because that I feel like actually makes what AGAL doing is slightly better. Okay, Slay gonna go over to Juno now as hovering the Mizuki. I actually would have liked the Freya potentially, right? Can kind of get into the skybox. I mean, that's what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna try and play the Sim into this Vendetta, the Vendetta like feasts on the Sim comp. I mean, if Twisted Minds is worried about it, like, and they're playing Sim, you should most certainly move away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're playing D.Va as well. It's a very odd read here.
Look at this pressure on the front line. Oh, bye, Nico. Okay. KSG, again, switching to something that doesn't have that disruptive capacity. Can't do a whole lot if Ligue wants to dive in with Alfari. Ramatra here puts him in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. I can see why Orisa doesn't feel like the option, though. Top Dragon heads up. Vendetta's trying to spin to win a new backline. Self-destruct. Oh, Top Dragon thought he had it. Ligue gets 2 with that bomb, and that should be more than enough.
I tell you what, I think if Varel doesn't make like any like comp change like in a serious manner, I was going to say this is going to be a runaway here for AGAL. So now the Xion coming in the mix for Varel. So I feel like the way to play against this would either be to kind of like match the aggression with an aggressive comp, or just try and play like, one of those SIG comps like a Baptiste Mizuki that you can try and just kind of, fade all their cooldowns in, keep that SIG alive, and then just keep the damage rolling.
Top Dragon Xion is an interesting look. Ends up running headlong into the Vendetta. We'll quite know how to navigate that scenario. Kitsune Rush used by AGAL, and Varel a little split. They definitely feel the pressure. There's got to be a touch here on the point, but that puts KSG in a compromising spot. Close, though, to annihilation. Can he be bought enough time to make use of it, though? Is another question entirely. Top Dragon flattened here by Alfari, and frankly, there's not enough alongside KSG to save the day. He couldn't even get a point flip. Brutal stuff here for AGAL. Even with a Malga ban, they've got depth enough to craft a powerful comp.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try, like, SIG Mizuki. I know whether you play it with a Kiri, whether you play with a BAP, and then I know we've seen teams play that with like Mei, right? You can play something that can like be really disruptive, try and slow the pace of the game down, because trying to match this for Varel has not been pretty. This is an opportunity though, right? Ray, Rush, Annihilation, nothing on the other side, and Cloud is just dead at the beginning of these fights instantly. That's also going to be the Orbital Ray used here, and AGAL get out.
All right, there's the Annihilation here from the Ramatra. KSG might have found at least Easy Hard in that side room. Spree, though, developed now for that Xion. And here is the flashpoint now unlocking. KSG has to lumber back in that direction via, of course, Alfari. He's a little bit under pressure as is Ligue, so the healing just not really where it needs to be for AGL right now. Varel have done a good enough job disrupting.
Finally, they get some control. They have to be perfect from here on out, right? One more flashpoint. And AGAL will walk away with this series. We'll get our first key crush as well here for Overwatch at EWC as send Barrel packing his Easyhan with a spree here. Can obviously be protected by Ligue, but they do end up losing recall early on. Slay falls on the other side. That's going to force that Kitsune rush out.
Pulse bomb up now for Top Dragon. Ligue out of mech though. This is good. This is a resurgence now for Varel. There's been some chopping and changing at DPS, but it looks like they've finally found a formula.
Well, they also get some ultimates too, which helps, right?
Yes, well.
So
a footnote, an asterisk.
The worry here, right, is you're going to have beat, rush, just about everything for AGAL. You've had to ult dump in a few of these fights for Varel just to be able to kind of get that point.
All right, spree here for Easyhan, looking for a way into the backline. Hasn't quite found it yet because Varel, frankly, quite disparately spread across the map. Here's Nico, though. Oh, the protocol not enough to find more than one. Easyhan, with that ridiculous mobility off the spree, can climb, gain altitude, and remove that threat. Varel at 99% now, losing Easyhan, not ideal for AGAL, but they're still fighting for it. There's a self-destruct back in mech sound. Barrier here. Now for Lengsa. Cloud has fallen. KSG has to go for this annihilation. It's now or never, unless you want to take a back seat, and I don't think that's the style of Varel. Ligue trying to break up line of sight as often as he can. Has to frankly leave the point for now. Overtime though still in play. AGAL still with a chance at this, and a Sundering Blade isn't far away. Nice combo. Miko's absolutely flattened. Alfari with a quick double Q hit guarantees the kill, and Slay is sundered.
Oh, that is nasty work there from Alfari. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I would have said, like, hey, you're better off holding these ultimates, gonna get another fight. You know, you have another flashpoint coming up. They end up beating to get Liga back in mech. Alfari is like off cam, like 1 HP, and they somehow are able to turn it with those players. Tremendous.
Yeah, this is pod racing, baby. Some seriously tight team fights. Top Dragons noticed Lengsa, who then notices him in turn and quickly absconds. Bit of a fight in the high ground now. Liga cannot challenge KSG head-to-head. Needs a little bit of help. There's Alfari. Just when required. Nico's picked off yet again, and Top Dragon, though, controls this space. The pulse from here could really even things up, and an orbital ray beams on down. Looks like an exterminator strike from 40k. Recall a little bit low. Speaking of which, that Top Dragon hitting E. Alfari is picked off, and now Ligue has again to try and avoid KSG for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, but they're not going to go for recall here, and they're going to get a rush.
Yep. Recall though might get picked off. Oh, nice vortex to the high ground. That's great heal pressure, but the back line of Varel, it's gone. Thankfully, they've got big bodies, and they're happy to hold their ground. Wow, what a flashpoint. Varel barely hanging on.
So AGAL almost pulled that one out as well as we moved to our next flashpoint. No changes here. Okay, AGAL, they're going to ditch the Vendetta at this point. They're going to match that Tracer. We'll see how that pays off. The Vendetta seem to be working pretty well, but maybe you're kind of, now with the Sojourn on the other side, maybe wanting Tracer with a little bit safer ways to close that gap.
Top Dragon here has had a couple of big moments. Okay, Annihilation, this is rather preemptive, but KSG just wants to make sure Varel can plant their flag early. Nico's been picked up by the spree, and Easyhan maybe doesn't have a Joyride available. He is not able to slip away. But it's a 4 versus 4. That's all the Annihilation was really able to sculpt in this engagement for Varel. Kitsune rush here for Cloud. Self-destruct on the high ground for a remech for Ligue. Another sound barrier used by Lengsa to make sure that was possible at all. But Ligue has dropped low yet again, dropping down in the Nemesis form. Is a difficult challenge for the Diva. And so Varel have priority now. And they've also got the only Tracer on the... Never mind. Top Dragon ends up ending himself. Varel, they're still with a good position in that early point take.
And I think you're going to want to see AGAL to even make more changes after this, right? Slay now going over to the Mizuki. Obviously a real nuisance to the Diva. You see right there, that binding chain coming out, just stopping Liga in his tracks.
You can cleanse that, obviously, but Recall has a ton of other targets that might need Suzui at some point. Liga trying to double back here. Alfari on the flank. Doesn't want to die instantly to Cloud, though, so needs to stay at higher health than he currently is. It's his Liga needs to switch. I think he's really struggling in this frontline matchup.
It'd be really nice if they had the Maga available right now.
Oh, surely that doesn't come back to haunt them in a decider map.
Surely.
No.
Surely it won't. I mean, they're just resetting here with 70% on the point.
Yeah, listen, everyone's going to group up.
AGAL goes up 2-0.
Very no way.
Flashpoint, and then now finding Varel, obviously making this comeback. AGAL, their backs against the wall here. The momentum is definitely shifted in this map.
They have Annihilation, Matt. I am terrified for AGAL's prospects of ending the map here. But hey, more Overwatch ain't a bad thing. Alfari, well, there's KSG. There's Annihilation. Alfari has no cooldowns to get out of there. Pretty dominant showing here for Varel on this 4th flashpoint. And now without any of their DPS, AGAL surely have to concede here. They'll give it a crack and they'll give it a flip. But with Ligue down and Recall being chased off, that's all she wrote. We will go to a decider flashpoint on our decider map.
Yeah, and it's not like the Hazard has a much easier time against the Mizuki, right? Still a lot of the same issues that D.Va runs into. Maybe a little bit, you know, you're kind of just playing for those like insta-kill potentials, right? The Violent Leap, being able to kind of get in on top of a target there with the Vendetta, but this is Varel making an insane comeback.
Final flashpoint is about to unlock. And the Ramatra composition has given Varel a lot of mileage. Ligue better hope to have the flexibility to fill those shoes now on the Hazard. Nico backs out, overclock at the ready here. Looks like the Kekai Sanctuary was made use of by Slay, not enough to keep Cloud alive. There was Alfari, doesn't really care about projectiles being blocked or intercepted. He will dive on in, low enough that Nico could have found him there, but a great jacket wall breaks that LOS up by Ligue. And AGAL get off to a good start on this decider.
And the one thing that's really good also about the Vendetta, we talked about, you know, her a lot this tournament as we see more play, is, yeah, you see Slay switch off, go over to the Juno. Mizuki's ultimate, the Sanctuary, does not matter for the Vendetta. Can consistently find it, like Whirlwind almost matches up with the actual like space.
There's obviously like residual tick healing, but it's not that significant.
No, I mean that's why we've seen teams play like Reinhardt against the Mizuki, right? Because all that damage still exists while within the Kekai Sanctuary. So.
Yep. Play those in your face rush style comps. That's why the Mizuki is not the option for Slay. He switches off and realizes that the kit doesn't offer nearly enough outside of the chain. All right, here's a spree for as Easy Han rather than Slay's picked up, but they've lost Ligue. Okay, finally Varel able to break back in. Alfari meets the wrong end of the pole spot. I know it's circular, don't at me. Varel at 60% break back in.
Well, Ligue has the downpour. I would not be surprised to see them try and play this D.Va again, especially with Juno Freya on the other side. I think you're probably going to get used to this downpour and then potentially a swap. We have more Overwatch to play after that.
Okay, downpour to trap the backline, stop Cloud from dashing away. Probably the win condition for Ligue. Annihilation, though, is a problem. AGAL puts a point pressure down, a little overhead swing. KSG doesn't really look like he took any damage from that. Alfari's going to dodge away. Checks his rear to see if he's being pursued, but no. Bigger fish to fry, apparently. Ligue low! Will even have the chance to make use of this downpour. Desperately trying to stay alive. The damage mitigation on Spike Guard working overtime, and eventually he falls. That's a big one. AGAL get caught sleeping now, and Alfari's picked off by a bowler shot, apparently, that connected directly. Now Varel are on the home stretch after winning map number 2. AGAL, it's do or die.
I do not like the way that AGAL just played that last fight. Now you're pretty much stuck on this Hazard where you could have made some swaps if you took that fight earlier.
Nico staying clear of Easy Han if at all possible, but the Tracer now has to deal with Top Dragon on the point. It's an early recall forced out. Kitsune Rush active here for recall. Is going to pop it straight away for the Annihilation. It's a bit of a problem. It's a slight wrinkle in the plan. Downpour holds KSG in place so they can kite away from the Annihilation, and in that window, Nico is picked off. Sound Barrier now for Lengsa. Active. 4 players on the field for AGAL, but Top Dragon has a pulse bomb and he's not afraid to use it. Sees 2 very nimble backliners and has to be careful of those kunai. Varel are in control of the point still. Overtime is active and Top Dragon is pacing himself. Recall flattened in the front line. Lige's going to eat that pulse bomb now and go low, but Spike Guard's going to help keep him hale and hearty for the time being. KSD though wants to push a bit further. Overhead swing coming in from Alfari, but Lige is down. Slay is fallen! And finally, outside of the land of the rising sun, Varel stabbed their authority. Staying alive here at EWC. And as always, it's emotional. A region, a team fighting for recognition, have downed one of China's best.
AGAL is up 2-0 in flashpoints there in our 3rd game. And then they just can't figure the adjustments after that. And they had a lot of success early on with that Vendetta. You know, it was like Varel searching through a lot of that game, right? Going over and trying to play some Sim, Slay playing like 4 different heroes pretty much throughout that map. And then they finally figured it out at the end. And then AGAL just kind of all falls apart, man. I mean, that is a brutal way to lose, but obviously says a lot about Varel coming up in the clutch, right? Backs against the wall there in the final game of this set, and they come up clutch to end up stealing it.
And they're willing to make those swaps, especially their backline. Remember that Mizuki was looking a little bit haphazard for them over those last couple of points, realizing that against that dive comp, the Hazard and the Vendetta, they needed a better option. The Ramacho play was simply spectacular from Varel. That's a tough pill to swallow. Some real veterans of the game on that AGAL side of things. We're going to head down to the stage with Lou and KSG.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with KSG. KSG, congratulations. 勝利おめでとうございます。私の日本語は全然完璧じゃないから、ちょっとでゆっくりで答えてください。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
で、ここの試合はなんか厳しい試合なんだけど、逆転しましたね。何を誇りに思いますか？
何を
誇りに思いますか？
トップさんとかスレイさんとかにスクリーム中にこうしたらいいよみたいなのをやってる最中にそういえば言われてたなって思いながらトライしてました。
よかった。First question. So, what are you proud of? Because it was a difficult game. You guys managed to come back, of course. So, yeah, we had scrims against very good teams, and once we managed to win, I was like really relieved, of course. 次の質問はプレーの、姿勢はちょっとなんか特別独特ですの。この姿勢、誇りは、腰はどうですか？大丈夫ですか？いつから始めた？
なんかいつの間にかなってて、絶対に悪いなっていうのは分かるんですけど、もうなんかいつの間にかなんかやってる最中にみたいな感じでもう前に行っちゃうんで、でも大丈夫です。問題はなく。
問題ない。よかったです。Indeed, his position when he's playing is a bit special. So, like, is your back okay? And when did you start doing this? I know it's not like a very good position for my back, but as I'm getting into the game, I'm just leaning towards it. But I have no, of course, problem with that. So we're also very relieved to know that you're okay. And it's gonna be the time for the Key Crusher. Key Crush の時間です。一緒に行きましょう。こちらです。
僕ができるんだ。ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。So I'm doing the Key Crusher. I'm glad you're gonna get to smash the key from AGAL. どうぞ。KSG is gonna break AGL key here in Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour le joueur de Varel? KSG, who's crushing AGL's key here in Paris, in front of his fans, in front of the Japanese, the Korean fans, everyone. すごい。じゃあ一緒に戻ろう。わー。ケイシ選手、なんか次の試合でスペースステーションゲーミングと、対戦しますが、アメリカの、Overwatch の地域、なんかリージョンの、どう思いますか？についてどう思いますか？なんか強いのが弱いとかどう思いますか？
強そうだなって、前回とかも戦ったりとかもして、すごい強いんだろうなっていうのは分かるんですけど、僕たちのチームメンバーみんなめちゃくちゃ強いから、スクリーム通りプレーすれば絶対勝てると思います。頑張ります。
自信持ってる？
持ってます。頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。Donc, prochaine question, next question. You're going to be facing Space Station Gaming in that next game. How confident are you feeling? Do you respect the region? Do you think they're strong? Yes, indeed, I think their region is really strong because we have faced them several times, but I have insane players in my team, so I'm confident we're going to do our best to beat them. ありがとうございます。次の試合も頑張ってください。Merci beaucoup. See you for the next game in a few seconds.
Huge in Japan. Shout out to Lou. French, English, Japanese. What can't she do? Johnny, I know you speak Swedish and English, a little bit of Korean. Have you picked up on any French while you've been out here?
Nothing like that. I mean, that was so impressive. We got to work on some languages when we get home, Jake. You know Korean, actually, so you're sorted. You're good.
We got to start prepping, Johnny. There'd be some good languages to learn for this game.
We're going to China this winter.
Merci beaucoup for the enjoyment here of a Game 3. Varel, after being down 2 flashpoints, takes it 3-2 in the Game 3. They will survive in the bracket as we say goodbye to AGAL. Can we start with that Game 3, Johnny? How do you come back after losing the first 2 points on a decider game?
I think it was a really impressive adaptation by Varel in the end, because the aggression was so fast by AGAL, but instead Varel, they sat back, they bided their time, they waited for the overextensions, and then they punished AG. It was really well played by Varel.
And Jake, if I'm getting swarmed the way they did, is there a comp I need to bring out in my own game, or what do I need to switch up the way that we saw them handle AGAL?
I really was impressed that Varel was able to match the aggression, right? Like, consistently AGAL was finding pickoffs with the aggression, but once Varel started making trades of their own, like willing to give up Nico or Cloud at times, but still coming out with kills of their own, coming out with victorious fights, I think that's what kind of changed their fate. And a lot of it comes down to KSG on the Ramatra. He was getting in there, mixing it up in the brawl, and I think he lived for like the last 3 flashpoints consecutively. I mean, they just could not deal with the Ram. They didn't have the answers. And I mean, to come so close, that has got to be brutally painful for AGAL, with their key now crushed, eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
KSG, quite the entertainer. Johnny, who had your eye, though, in-game? Who is the most entertaining player to watch?
I gotta say, well, like Jake said, if you're like a Ramatra, you're essentially free farming against that composition, because like Jake said, like no one can really kill you. Ramatra has so much survivability, and it's definitely the hero that I'm looking in ranked, because I just want to live.
Looking at the rest of this bracket as we take a look at this Varel squad, where is their strength? What do they need to work on if they want to survive? As you can see here in Group B, we're done with the opening matches. We just started with our decider match, and Varel will be moving on to play Space Station Gaming, who fell to Crazy Raccoon to start the day, Jake.
I mean, it could be winnable for Varel, but I think that's going to be another tough match, though. Space Station Gaming have shown a lot of versatility here in this tournament. Yes, they dropped a Crazy Raccoon, but it's not really a result you can take to the bank as Varel. Crazy Raccoon are one of our tournament favorites, so no surprise that they've already advanced to playoffs. Varel still has more fight to go if they want to match that and get a chance in the playoffs, which frankly for Varel would be a huge win for them. If they could survive to be in the playoffs, to hit top 8, like that would be an overperformance from this team, frankly.
Yeah, that'd be a big success on the week. And Johnny, expectations for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 2 cat teams. So I'm going to enjoy seeing a lot of Sky Noons. I'm going to see a lot of enjoyment out of the flex supports. Ultraviolet has been such a standout player now on Team USA here as well. And obviously Cloud on the side of Varel. So I think it's going to be a matchup of similar styles, which we don't typically see a lot when it comes to these cat Noons, etc. So I'm really going to look forward to Space Station versus Varel.
We'll look forward to that matchup when we come back. We've got another great showdown on the main stage. Team Secret fighting for their lives in the battle against JDG. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC featuring Overwatch and some crying fans.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, friends. I'm back. Why? You know why. It's time for pickups, baby. Yes, we're going to be talking about the next 2 games. It's going to be Team Secret versus JD Gaming and also 9Z versus T1. All right, let's start with the first one. Team Secret versus JD Gaming. Who do you guys think? I'm going to start first. I think JD Gaming seemed pretty good yesterday. Very surprising. I think JD Gaming is going to win 2-1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think GDG is pretty strong team. Well, looking at the and I think they're looking really good, like against SLG yesterday. So I will go for 2-0. I think
2-0. Okay. How about you?
I believe in a Copper bounce back. I'm gonna say Team Secret 2-0, easy for Copper.
You know what? Honestly, Copper there, I thought about that too, but I had to go JD. You're going with Team Secret. All right, we're kind of split. Let's look at the next game, 9Z versus T1. I think, let's keep it honest. I think this is going to be T1 winning 2-0. Any thoughts?
South America need a win at land. That's all I have to say. South America need that win at land.
No, you don't think T1's going to win then?
T1's going to win.
How about you?
Yeah, I would love 9C to win a map, at least, or 1 point. But I think T1 is going to win.
Yeah, we're all hoping for a good game, but it is T1. They looked pretty scary yesterday. Well, we'll find out those two matches coming up soon.
I don't really have...
Street Fighter is well on its way, and keys are also being crushed. But if I remember correctly, Trav, Falcons was competing here.
Yeah, Falcons have got 3 players in this competition and the reigning champion of the last 2 years. He won it in 24, he won it in 25. He was partaking in Fatal Fury and didn't have the best time, got knocked out a little bit early. So Xiao Hai's back to play today, and he did get knocked down to the lower bracket. So he's playing now for his life, which isn't the position I'm sure he would have expected to be in, being the 2-time reigning champion. But there's a couple more Falcons players as well. Crime8 made a real good run through the upper bracket yesterday and just swept through the competition.
A lot of expectations on Falcons this week because they are favored in almost every single game that's taking place this time around. However, it seems like the story is that they're not able to live up to any of these expectations. So we're, of course, going to keep you guys updated as things progress.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, where we just crushed our first Overwatch team key. Up next, we have another elimination battle as we get to see, for the second time, JDG taking on Team Secret. Let's start with the Team Secret squad here, Zoe. If you're an international fan, there's no team better to cheer for than this squad. They have representatives from all over the globe. If you haven't met them yet, who are some of the favorites to look at on this squad?
I mean, the favorite is gonna be Kafar, right? Everyone knows him, everyone loves him, and he's kind of leading this squad, which consists of the 2 representatives from Thailand, 2 representatives from Singapore, all of these representing their respective countries in the Overwatch World Cup as well. So they're well-known faces taking the stage today.
Yeah, I mean, just a year ago, Kafa was 1 map win away from taking down Team Falcons in the Esports World Cup in 2025. That just tells you the experience that Kafa brings to this team. But also, I'm looking out for High Vision in this one. It's a name we're not quite as familiar with, but so much hit scan potential there. And if they are to get away with a win today, High Vision will have to step up.
Team Secret definitely invested in Kafa and his crew. They're looking for some club chip. And if they can get through to the top 8, they will earn them. We talked to Kuffa before the match. Here's what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. I'm here joined by Kuffa from Team Secret for a pre-match interview. Kuffa, before we talk about your today's match, I want to quickly talk about yesterday's match. That was your first game. You guys, didn't have much luck because, you guys had to face Crazy Raccoons, right? That was a tough fight. Was there anything that you guys learned from that loss?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just like getting people comfortable on stage. I'm not really, worried about it, but these guys haven't really played on stage that much, so getting them, warmed up a bit. First map was pretty rough. We didn't have a warm-up scrim, so people just went straight into it. It wasn't a good start, but I think we had pretty good footing. I think overall we're pretty happy with how map 2 went. Obviously, we're not expected to go remotely close with that team. Expected to lose very easily. So yeah, I think that was a bit of a confidence boost for the rest of the team. I think we're pretty confident what we can do, and hopefully the cards play out.
I mean, let's look forward for a bit now. You guys are going up against JD Gaming. What are your thoughts on JD Gaming? I feel like it'll be a much easier opponent compared to Crazy Raccoons yesterday. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, you look at the players on JD, obviously they're good players, but compared to CR, there's like nothing compared to CR. So, yeah, I think it'll definitely be a lot more of a comfortable match. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to say anything too bad. But yeah, I think like on paper, for sure, it should realistically be a much closer match.
All right, well, that is it for the interview. Kafa, thank you so much and best of luck.
On paper, a lot of people are saying that Team Secret is the favorite. Johnny, I want to start with you here. You heard from Kuffa, a little bit relieved that the roster easier than Crazy Raccoon. But where should we see Team Secret have an advantage over JDG?
Well, I think they're really well structured. I like their compositions. I like Kaffa as a player. The Ramatra is really solid, but also can bring out the hazard if need be, because some Symmetra might be played in this one. And then the hazard becomes crucial. You can plop down the wall on top of the teleporter, prevent people from entering and exiting that. And so I think Kaffa is really an instrumental player for this team. And I think that could be the edge in today's matchup.
Zoe, that is going to be the edge for our team representing Secret. On the other side, we have JDG. What do we need to know about the challenger that is considered the underdog in this fight?
Yeah, I think this is a team that consists of, some veteran players that we've been knowing for a long time. We have Monk, of course, there in the backline, alongside Mewtwo, formerly known as Yveltal, formerly known as, which other Pokemon was it? Xerneas, I think. He's just going through the ranks of it, yeah, right. And then
Cypher!
yeah, and then Kaneki as well. So these are well-known players, not just in China, but we saw them already play in the Overwatch League, so they've been around town. Now, I think Pineapple is definitely one of the players to watch out for this team to make some big plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just like the best of the rest in China. Like Weibo Gaming, we just saw them take down Team Falcons. These players, they're not too far behind us. So you got to put some respect on their name.
Are you playing for a spot on the top team right now if you're JDG, or is this a growing roster that you think could eventually challenge Weibo for the top spot?
No, I think you use it as motivation, saying like, we are better than these guys. They rejected us. They didn't pick us up. Instead, we're going to craft our own narrative, our own team here. And I think they're playing fired up. They've improved stage after stage, and they might be peaking right here.
The storyline coming into today was that Shida was considered the weaker region. Well, Weibo handed Falcons a loss at the start of the day, a major upset, which means that already China has a representative in our playoff bracket. Will this team survive to make it there? Only time will tell. If they're going to power through over Team Secret and pull off the upset, what is their edge, if anything, Zoe?
I mean, what they need to do in order to take Team Secret down is shut down the aggression. Because I think what we saw from Team Secret yesterday, what made that last map against Crazy Raccoon so close, was that they relentlessly went in aggressively. They saw an opening and they used it. This is the first time we actually saw Sierra making mistakes like that, and Team Secret were quick to, abuse those.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the damage players as well. Pineapple and Kaneki, veterans, they've been in the Overwatch League, etc. And so they got plenty of experience under the belt. They're great compositions. I'm really confident in those guys.
82%. That is not a 3. That is an 8. 82% of the fans are going JDG. Johnny, final answer. How many games are you going with? We got 20 seconds.
I got JD Gaming, but I think we're going 3 maps. I think we're going the distance. I'm putting some respect on Secret.
What he said.
I'm going Team Secret. I believe in Cuff. If you watched him last year at EWC, he is a tank to witness. Enjoy the glory on the stage. It's time to get it started here with match number 4 on a 6-match day.
All right, so now you know the deal. When you lose your elimination match here at the Esports World Cup, you don't get to exit quietly. Your rival gets to take your representation of participation, your key, and crush it for the world to see. It's tough, but it's what we got to do.
Yeah, and Ian, it's brutal because not only your opponent, but everyone hears it. So you're going backstage, picking up your gear, disappointed after losing the game. Then you see that noise and you hear that noise that makes the stage tremble. Man, that's brutal.
It really is. Should do it again.
Hell yeah, Ian, let's go.
Let's welcome onto the stage, JD Gaming! China's second seed arrived in Paris with a result no other team from their region had managed since its return. They were the first to break Weibo's Gaming, their domestic stranglehold. Yesterday, they showed that same danger against SSG, pushing the series to all 3 maps, but they fell short. Here in the lower bracket, close is no longer enough. They need to finish the job.
Please welcome Team Secret! They are the Pacific champions, a veteran roster who doesn't mind at all being underestimated. Sous-estimé, mais plein de ressources. Est-ce que les Team Secret peuvent créer la surprise ici en France? The questions everybody's asking is, will we witness another upset today, Ian?
Well, what we know for sure is the lower bracket doesn't forgive mistakes. Win and you live to play another match. Lose and your tournament ends.
Oh, it's my favorite day, day 2, when the keys finally get crushed. We've already had one team go home, Moxie. Now we get to see a second one.
Yeah, 4 teams total today. We send home 4 keys crushed, as it will be Team Secret versus JDG.
You sound unhappy about
China.
that. Why are you unhappy about that?
I do sound unhappy about that. It's sad, you know? Walking past players like they were talking about on stage. It's not just hearing the keys crushed, it's seeing the dreams crushed as well. But that is esports. Someone wins, but at the same time, someone has to lose. One of these teams will go home today. And JDG, despite being the second seed, I don't know here if they're more competitive than AEG. Since of the Chinese teams, they have been the most reluctant to play towards that Mauga playstyle.
How much of an impact do you think that's going to play here, though, against Kuppa?
It's fairly easy to track what JDG's tank line will be, right? Off of the fact that you have to substitute Bella's Raya in if you want to be able to play like the dive or pivot towards the Mauga mid-game. We'll have to see if they start with Bella's Raya to go for that Mauga, as Roxy tried to play it yesterday on Samoa, did not fare well.
Yeah, that deep tank pool required at this time in the game. Kuppa, on the other hand, like the desk how they set it up there. How Kuppa almost on the edge of beating some of the top Korean teams last time he was here. He's a household name at this point in Overwatch Esports, over in the West normally, but this time playing for a Pacific team. It's going to be a good showdown here. And I'd say fairly evenly matched despite the fan vote.
Yeah, I think like the flexibility gives Team Secret the edge, especially when you sort of like look at Roxy's hero pool. The D.Va, something that JDG were trying to play around yesterday before they were forced to pivot to that Mauga, will struggle into Team Secret if we see that continuation of the Vendetta pressure that Crazy Raccoon were put to the test on New Junk City. That Vendetta, we were talking about High Vision being one of the standout DPS players, but that Vendetta was no slouch as well.
Yeah, Vendetta's been just really good in this meta. Not every team is kind of pulling the Vendetta out. Not every team has a Vendetta player on their roster either.
Is that a soon sign?
Of course, it's super long. Signs with an S at the very end. Look at that.
Where's the end?
There's the end.
There's the end. Oh.
Ooh, rocking the Philly jersey as well.
That's a blast from the past. I still recall maps on like Iconmold where you saw Soon Tracer back cap payload all the way through second.
Oh yeah. Now he's on the French broadcast as well. So it has been good to see him back in it.
Full circle.
Don't be too scared.
This soon.
You got this. You got this. Looks like they're finished sorting out. Looks like Kaneki maybe a couple of issues with the PC, but looks fine to me. Should be underway in just a moment. Nepal once again starting us off. Kind of sad we're not seeing a bit more Busan, but Nepal kind of a fan favorite. Mauga and Jetpack Cat ban.
Yeah, not surprised to see JDG remove the Mauga. As we said, when you compare like their comfortability with the Mauga in play when Roxy is in for the team, so different in comparison to the rest of the CN teams. Like, they love playing that Mauga. JDG, they'll play it if they're forced, but they don't want to. Jetpack cat ban as well to make sure that you can't play the Kiriko and that cat, which has started to be a very default backline for a lot of teams. Just airlifting things like the Casti into position, especially if Secret want to be able to play things like that Vendetta, Xion, or Tracer style play. Taking out that cat makes it a lot easier for their DPS to be able to collapse on top of JDG's DPS line.
All right, let's load on in Team Secret and JD Gaming on their final lifeline. Still first to two, still the most brutal of formats down in the lower bracket. No first to three, no mistakes. Meaning, yes, you have to pull that lever of the priority bands very early on. Well, normally rewarded for it with not only maybe a map win, but also momentum in the series.
I mean, JD Gaming, they did have a free map series. Went the distance until we got to that last flashpoint. Then it very much was just struggling into the Cassidy, the Cat, the Mauga. Despite trying to play that Mauga, Lucio, Kiriko, Xion, Reaper style that has become the default composition for a lot of these CN teams. But as we said, JD Gaming, they like to go their own way on control. If Roxy is in, they want to be able to lean onto things like that Diva. So I'm sure Secret, they'll be so happy at the prospect of being able to absolutely tear through defense matrix like it's absolutely nothing.
Maybe there's one drum going around.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe there is just a drum in the stadium somewhere and people are just finding it. We'll soon find out. Let's get in. Nepal, map 1, JD Gaming versus Team Secret, first to two with a key crush at the very end of this road.
Who will march to the beat of their own drum? Who will be able to make it home after a deep run of this tournament? For JD Gaming, what is the answer? Bellatrix actually will be starting for the team, so no Roxy. Being able to lean into things like the Hazard, the Wrecking Ball, at the moment, rolling out on that Rhine. If he commits with the spawn doors, nope, there's the pivot. Ramatra, Wrecking Ball. Bellatrix has more flexibility, and I think that is a good answer to be able to try to keep up to pace with Cuffer's changes.
Yeah, Bellatrix's Wrecking Ball, though, is his best hero, for sure. All right, Cuffer on one of his better heroes, too. Loves a little bit of dive, does Cuffer, but no, I'm not too scared to pilot the Ramatra. Very quick rollout, and it looks like Team Secret, okay, they're going to make the call. They're not going to try and fight this high ground. But Bellatrix, quick to react, is going to hear this one coming.
Cuffer taking a lot of damage. There's the ball disruption.
He's going to get a knock up on the Lucio briefly, but more of an annoyance so far. Pineapple connecting with just a right-click take aim shot on Pally's head. This is where this comp kind of falters, right? Where you're trying to make a transition to the point. Double kill from Pineapple as he kills Soggy too. High vision with a couple, but his days are numbered.
Yeah, JD Gaming, more players on the point, able to dispatch Secret, and there are the swaps. Cuffer understanding. The Ramatra versus the Wrecking Ball. Bellatrix will just bulldoze his way past, hit the backline, look for the power drive so that Pineapple has the follow through. Swaps to the Hazard instead. Will we see the real emergency glass button be pulled? Do we get a Mizuki on the field to try to chain Bellatrix's movements down as you have to push out, you have no way of pressuring Pineapple?
Yeah, no way to pressure the Freya that also has a bowler in a back pocket. Oh wow, that was a long range. Actually, I think that hit High Vision on the tail end of that bike.
They get Mewtwo though. That was the target that Secret were running towards.
Okay, there's the Wrecking Ball. Nice little counter boot, though, by the Lucio. Slammed down. Bellatrix, High Vision in his sights, has to roll back to the Mega Health Perk, but now straight back into action as JD Gaming just stopping Team Secret making this cross. Good solo kill by Kinect.
Doing such a good job, too, of totally isolating Cuffer so that High Vision does not have the hazard to be able to create space or hide around. Without having that body to shield, JD Gaming can just close the trap on the DPS line. Yes, they let Secret walk to point, but where's the rest of the team to actually be able to finish out the fight? And yet again, JD Gaming hold.
Yeah, and Bellatrix's got mines if they want to try and again get to that point.
Yeah. Mewtwo too, a Tidal Blast.
Yeah.
Put onto Tracer or Wrecking Ball.
Either one's good at this point. Bellatrix with a slam, then the Tidal Blast, then knockdown, then kill. Like it just writes itself. Suzu already used 2. Cuffer damn, he's so damn low. Tidal Blast on Kaneki, looking for the Lucio. Did get a little tag there. I think it was on Cuffer, a small stun, but he shrugs it off.
Secret having to wait for Sound Barrier to push out of side room.
So much damage though. Winter's already used this rush too, so time is ticking. Team Secret still need to touch the point. They're going to get a tag for OT, but Winter's already dead. The late Sound Barrier only hits 3. Soggy not getting it, so has to play a little bit more cautious on the Tracer. High Vision under a lot of pressure is that Bowler. The direct connection with the Tracer is just too good. I mean, Pineapple is just so free on this Freya. And that is the round to JD Gaming. Team Secret just not putting up a fight here.
Yeah, it feels like JD Gaming more than happy to just run Secret for a wild goose chase after the Wu Yang. Like, Mewtwo's like, okay, you can run at me, you can get the kill onto me, but you have no pressure on Pineapple. Look from these replays. No one's looking his way. The health bar barely drops. And he just continues to drop players from Secret. Time and time and time again.
Got to change something up here if you're Team Secret. Ooh, big smile on Kaneki's face. Happy about that win. You will be 100-0 like that.
Yeah. I mean,
Pineapple didn't die, Monk didn't die.
0 deaths for one of your supports, 0 deaths for your main carry TPS. Pineapple too, only really 3,000 damage, but good damage. Translated into picks as, okay, here we go. First view of Winston that we get this tournament. Cuffer goes for the Winston to be able to match JD Gaming's dive opportunity.
Now, this is pure comfort for Cuffer, but getting immediately bullied by the Freya on an off angle. Bellasria booping the Winston, forcing the bubble to come out early as well.
I mean, you get bullied by Mewtwo as well, with poke before you can actually commit forward onto a jump to be able to just get a player low for Soggy to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, look at the positioning here from Team Secret. They want to dive as 5, and they're going to succeed in it. All right, Pineapple finally dead. First death of the map. As now is just the cleanup required for Team Secret as the point is unlocked.
Do JD Gaming react? Do we see any form of counter dive, or do they feel comfortable just playing for ultimates? Looks like they do. Secret, especially if they have to commit 5 people for 1, JD Gaming can just walk where players are spread thin.
Oh, so low already. Yeah, needs to get back into a better position here because there were 2 players trying to corral. Just descend on his position.
Pineapple, again, barely contested until now. Forced the half, but holding up the ult.
That was a bit of a weird interaction there. I think the Lucio ended up booping Bellasria straight into Soggy. And so that grapple ended up just connecting with the Tracer. That is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, allows JD Gaming a foothold in the fight. Totally closes it out too. No trades. Secret yet again will have to look for this dive onto Pineapple, but now that JD Gaming know the target will be the Freya, they can just play the kite. Disrupt from Bellasria, buy Pineapple the opportunity to find these picks, force the Secret actually to have to take these long wraparound rotations to hide away from the Freya's position.
Pineapple already just slinging take-aim shots. There's a slam, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but that's about it. Okay, there's the bowl through now, and now Pineapple and Kaneki looking for an opening.
There's so much delay though from JD Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to have the rush to at least start themselves off in a good way. Team Secret always use the sound barrier. There's a selection of mines on the point from Bellasria, and now a Tidal, a blast in the near future for Mewtwo, but gets taken down before he's able to earn it. And even a double kill maybe for Soggy, but Monk still comes up with a kill. High Vision luckily going for a big trade. In fact, gets a double kill for Team Secret as they win the fight with a team kill.
But that was a slow flip. The Secret investing sound barrier. Kills don't come through off of the back of beat. JD Gaming still like the fight, 54% picked up. Now you can push back into this next one. If Secret tried to dive you just drop the rush or the Tidal Blast. So have a look at High Vision just Viking straight through Monk. Turns onto Pineapple before looking at that Wrecking Ball, but JD Gaming can play fast here. Dispatch out Cuffer, who's trying to build up that Primal to stand in JD Gaming's way.
Yeah, before they can even set up. Look at this, Mewtwo and Pineapple already dead.
Secret doing a good job of dialing up the tempo. Understanding if JD Gaming get the opportunity to hit the ults and use them, they'll get bowled off of that point faster than you can blink.
Double support off for JD Game. Here we go, now Kaneki's time to shine. He's going to get a lot of support in this fight.
Careful with that primal though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make a dive in. Soggy's already in the backline too. Pineapple's going to dash away for the time being. There is the spree from High Vision, who's already super low HP. Tried to blast on Mewtwo himself. A little bit self-sustained there for the Wu Yang. Here comes the spree though in return. High Vision holding on to that last dash until the very final moment there to kill Mewtwo. Primal Rage for Cuffer as well. A disruption, a big one in the front line. It's going to get booped around a little bit by Bellis Rhea, and now the pick comes through. And the flip for JD Gaming on top of that.
Yeah, but map not done just yet. Secret, more fights. All potential exit trade to Bellis Rhea, but no. Pulse Bomb attaches, no pick off of the back of it. But if you're Secret, you want a fast regroup. You want to be able to walk with that rush when JD Gaming don't have a great answer to it. Bellis Rhea, at least with the Hammer Mines, can make it difficult for Secret to hold their ground.
Yeah, let's see about this Winter Rush from Team Secret. Mewtwo.
Unscouted.
They do not know.
Is he looking to boot them into the minefield?
Maybe so. Already been spotted out, though, but still a tough target to take down. Cuffer's in hot pursuit. However, Mewtwo wrong side of the fight, my guy. It's pretty low. Wow, Cuffer allowed Mewtwo to escape. Now just healing himself up with his Aura heal. Kaneki looking for a Pulse Bomb engagement. Back's turn to him as well as Team Secret just move on forward. Sound Barrier hits 5 players, but those mines tough to deal with now as Cuffer is just trying to clear them off of the point. Gives enough time as well for JD Gaming to stabilize.
Yeah,
no more Sound Barrier means that they can go in for a big engagement, but with Monk dead, their time is really limited here. Team Secret have already picked up 2 picks. Kaneki dives with a Pulse Bomb too, so there's no tools for them to stay in this fight.
Pineapple, at least with the spree, could be the hero maker.
He's going to try at the very least, but yeah, double spree in, make that the 3rd one, but shut down by an execution of High Vision. And that is OT running out round 3 next up.
Oh, but here's where it gets tricky, playing into the Wrecking Ball. Sanctum. Sanctum, the only sub-map left on the poll.
I don't think we're going to play ball.
True. We could just get to see Ramatra.
Yeah.
To run at these teams, especially because like JD Gaming, if they want to be able to shut down this dive, deal with the Winston, take away a lot of that mobility. Pineapple as well, like on Sanctum, if he can just play outside of the main fight itself, on the side lanes, he can get so much done. Winning one for a fight, setting Pineapple up into a position of free fire, could just allow JD Gaming to totally walk this point. As Bellis Rhea actually opts for the Orisa. We do get a Ramatra, but it'll be from Cuffer's side. As the Secret wants to take tempo, JD Gaming trying to just double up on damage. So much spam pressure with both the Sojourn and the Pharah.
Yeah, it feels like an El Clasico at this point with the Pharah in this map. Low ceiling, well, okay, low ceilings, actually not really. I mean, the Pharah's got a lot of places to hide too, and if you're grouped up like this, getting a lot of healing from players like Mewtwo. Already, they found a pick onto Soggy. High Vision as well. Team Secret tried to go for this all-in rush, but shut down.
I mean, JD Gaming can just play from afar. Break the shield of the Ramatra. Cuffer has no way, once it's down, of mitigating that one. Secret have to play respect to the amount of damage that the Pharah and the Sojourn can do so quickly, so we'll see a swap. Here's the expected vendetta, as JD Gaming don't have a great shutdown to stop Soggy just going aggressive towards that back line.
Oh, Bellis Rhea. Okay, what's he going to be able to do from this position?
Oh, he's looking for that javelin spin to push someone off.
Oh, Cuffer 1 HP. Has to pop that Nemesis form too really early on from Cuffer. It's a big cooldown used.
This is great for JD Gaming too. Like, they're so spooked about walking towards the Orisa with Bellis Rhea having full fortified javelin spin. So much time.
Yeah, he's going to back off though. They managed to get him out of that little corner he was in. But there's the fortified to keep him up. Winter with a 180 kunai shot, but gets deleted by Pineapple. Kaneki in the sky actually teleported to. Now High Vision in the 1v2. Monk shuts him down. And that's a team kill for JD Gaming. Feeling like the first round all over again with Team Secret not able to find a leg up.
Yeah, Secret just spending so much time building up that rush to have match to be able to finally walk past Bellis Rhea, but JD Gaming much more value. The potency of Pharah and Sojourn playing through the Kiriko rush totally shuts down Winter's we're headed towards final fight territory if Secret take that time. They don't have ultimates outside of Annihilation to be able to deal with it, but JD Gaming, they've got so many about to come through.
Oh, Bellisria mid ult from Pally ends up booping off the edge. That is one big tool removed now from the arsenal of JD Gaming. But they've managed to trade for high vision. This is a big overinvestment here from Team Secret. They've managed to not only, kill Bellisria super early on, but they used the beat, used the annihilation. They got one fight in them now.
I mean, Bellisria is back. He tried to rejoin the fight fast on the Doomfist since Mewtwo used the rally. They saw that Secret were investing 2 ultimates, thought that the rally would be able to sustain the team long enough for Bellisria to rejoin. Does not happen, so it's back to the Orisa. Now we have the Lucio as well, so JD Gaming can funnel themselves through the chokes and get Pineapple into a position to use the OC.
Soggy trying to find the 1v1 there versus the Lucio, but it's going to met swiftly with Pineapple's railgun. The OC being ripped already. Soggy just jumps to the health pack and manages to pick up a kill on Mewtwo anyway. Just goes for the trade, so no speed boost available, but they've got positioning on the point.
Yeah, Kuffer without that annihilation.
What?
Great concussor from
I mean,
Kaneki.
come on. High vision going down to a concussion blast like that, and they're going to get the flip too. Yes, they do, right underneath the nose of Team Secret. Oh, and Kuffer, Kaneki with the just unbelievable boops. JD Gaming. Map 1 is secured. 2 and 1, fairly close, but those boops.
Yeah.
You can't be losing players that early after you get a trade on the Lucio.
Especially when they have ults, right? Especially when you have high vision with that spree. You give up the positioning of the point. They're even looking like the javelin spin from Bellisria, followed up by the concussive from Kaneki, just to make sure that you get past that boop mitigation that tanks have.
Wow, yeah. The El Clasico, the flank outside.
Yeah, look at this. Javelin spin, body block the Ramatra from being able to contest the flip. Concussive from
Okay, that's
Kaneki.
funny, because Kaneki got the... Wow, Bellisria is very happy about that.
I mean, if you're JD Gaming, you're really happy about that, right? You got that first point win.
Let's jump down to the stage, though, for a Club Championship points update.
Cheers, guys. JDG getting off to a good start in this elimination match, but we're just going to switch our attention to a different topic. I'm joined by one of my great friends, Jeannie up here.
Friends?
Yeah, I said friends. All right, I'm locking it in. Now, of course, these players and teams are all fighting to stay alive in the tournament.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of talk about this trophy, of course.
It's great.
Yeah, but beyond that, Jeannie, we've got to talk about the Club Championship. So anybody who's watching who might be unsure of what it's all about, tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, this is the trophy that you, of course, get per title, but then there is the Club Championship trophy, which has a shared prize pool of $30 million.
Say it again.
What would you do with $30 million, Ian?
I don't know. I wouldn't go shopping with you, because I think we'd spend it pretty quickly.
That's a good point. But first place does get $7 million. In 2024 and 2025, it was Falcons who were able to close it out. And Overwatch specifically is the one that carried the weight of last year, because it was the only title win that Falcons got. And you need to win to even be able to qualify and to have the right to lift that trophy.
We're seeing some emerging teams that you might not have expected at the start of the tournament as well. Falcons that you've mentioned, struggling a little bit, right?
A little bit is a nice way to put it.
Yeah. What's going on there? Do you know?
I don't think anyone knows at this point. I mean, the fans are out here. I do feel like, of course, the move to Riyadh has maybe shaken things up a little bit. They have about 20 titles competing, so they have a very good shot. But when you look at them, they're the favorite in a lot of the teams that they're competing in. They're unfortunately not really able to get as many points. So in my opinion, the pressure is on this week, especially for Overwatch, because you are the title defender and because they need those 1,000 points and they really need that win.
I'm such a big fan of the Club Championship, just because all of the teams that compete in their individual tournaments are so passionate about winning their trophies. But I think it does bring another element of playing for the badge.
Yeah.
You know? They do love their orgs, and are you seeing from the players that you speak to, they want to do it?
Absolutely, and also from the org owners, when I've spoken to some of the CEOs, it's become a very big discussion about quality or quantity and how can you make sure that you're setting up your entire organization for success, because of course, it is a big prize pool.
Yeah. Well, Jeannie has been buzzing around this huge arena. I mean, there's this arena, there's 4 others, I'm pretty sure. There's plenty of games
But this
going
is the
on.
important one.
Yeah, I mean, but you'll see Jeannie all over the place. She's doing a magnificent job as our Club Championship reporter. And hey, I'm going to put you on the spot.
And you're doing a magnificent job as a stage host. I just gotta get in there.
Maybe
I know you're not used to compliments.
I'm not. Oh, maybe we are friends. Who do you think is going to win the Club Championship? can I ask?
Ooh, with the amount of teams competing, if Falcons can get a win, I think they can do it again.
Okay, good stuff. All right, thank you so much, Jeannie. Let's get back to it.
Thank you very much. Well, you know what? Falcons, can they do it? That's the question. WDG had something to say about that earlier on today. Let's jump back into this series, though. JD Gaming up a map first to 2. Final lifeline here coming through. I mean, look, if your team's secret right now, you know that key is almost placed in that crusher already.
Yeah, one map away from being sent out of the tournament and your key being crushed live on stage by your opponent. A merciless victory ceremony. But JD Gaming, we have to talk about it. Like, we talked about the fact that backline, DPS, those could be the stars to watch. It's the flexibility of the tank line that really allowed them to start taking the lead on Nepal. I would imagine we won't see substitutions. I think keeping Bellas Rhea in just allows JD Gaming to keep their options much more open.
Yeah, I want to pick up what Kuffer was saying before the game with Danny about how a lot of Team Secret players, they don't have a ton of experience on stage. Kuffer does. He's been to multiple lands before, international ones and more regional ones as well. So that might be also playing into it. Like, this might be one of the biggest stages you've played on in your career, and being in this brutal format, that's going to weigh on you a bunch, just calming those nerves, making sure Kuffer, feeling like the leader of the team, being able to inspire some confidence in the rest of the squad.
Yeah, having to rally your players, right? Playing upper bracket, one map behind in first to 2 format, nowhere near as stressful as playing on your last life. Lower bracket, one map away from being out of the tournament totally. Especially since we're headed to Flashpoint, so these fights, they'll be fast. If you make mistakes, if you overcommit ults, if you overextend to try to push for more so that you're better set up for the next fight, you can very quickly feel that tempo totally turn against you, and it's a very tricky slope to navigate, trying to slow down once you start feeling yourself slip.
A lot of JDG fans in the audience, as you can see. A whole lot of signs being passed around too. New Junk City is going to be the map choice, so we're going to a non-Atlas Flashpoint.
Yes. Mauga banned from one side, Lucio banned as well, so that we try and take away that tempo push of the Lucio being able to speed boost heroes like the Ramatra forward. If you want to be able to play that Ram, it will likely be paired with the Kiriko and Juno instead, to give the speed ring and simulate that engagement potential. We could see Sigma. We could see a little bit of the Kiriko Mizuki start to come into play. Symmetra also still available and open. Secret, I feel like this is them feeling confident on this map off of how close they were able to take it versus Crazy Raccoon. Trying really to let Soggy and High Vision be able to carry with that tempo push, the constant pressure of having to deal with the DPS breathing down your neck.
That's exactly what Zoe said on the desk. Just being able to deal with how quick JDG want to play. But let's Wrecking Ball, yes. No, not the queen.
I mean, surely not.
With the Lucio, without the Lucio,
Yeah.
I don't hate the Wrecking Ball at all.
Yeah, I like the Wrecking Ball, especially since like Secret did not play the Mizuki before. You know that Secret are going to want to try to play engagements off of Juno speed rings. Bellas Rhea being able to totally disrupt the starting wheels of Secret's plans could very quickly cause everything to fall through for this team.
Yeah, Soggy going to play on an off angle on this Reaper, but Bellas Rhea is going to make his life a little bit more difficult by ignoring him completely and just jumping on the front line. Monk already really low on this low ground. TP's away. Pineapple and Monk, in fact, go down to cover. Okay, he just WM1. Sure.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy mathematical equation. +1 Juno speed ring, +1 Ramatra Nemesis form, minus one whole team of JD Gaming.
Yeah, a little bit quicker than I thought that would happen. I'm going to be real with you.
That's great for Secret as well, because like now you can scout where the Wrecking Ball plays through. You don't have to worry about the disruption, totally taking away the engagement potential of your team. Pineapple on the Shion, Kaneki actually on the Tracer, so they want to really try to overwhelm Secret.
Yeah, it's Pineapple trying to go for a solo kill. Winter already using that Suzu. Got fancy footwork, but not fancy enough apparently. Pineapple's going to look for another one too. Forces that Wraith form from the Reaper. And now taking an off angle. These supports are under an immense amount of pressure. Even Monk's getting up in there as well.
I mean, Monk teleported to Pineapple's side actually, since Soggy was forced totally out of the fight. Had to burn the Wraith form early. You don't have to worry about him jumping on your backline. Pineapple's just 1v1ing. Does eventually pay the cost for it. Trying to play close in the pocket to a Reaper at shotgun range.
That was a crazy amount of value Pineapple just got there. Just solo operator.
Secret though, they stalled out for 74%. One fight win away, one rush to be able to engage away from finding this flip. Winter just has to survive to be able to build the ultimate.
Yeah, looking for a flank. Uh-oh, well, there's the Tidal Blast. Winter's gonna have to be careful now. Good Suzu timing, but Pali's already dead. Winter booped up to the sky as well. Not enough cooldowns to stop all that damage being flung at you. Team Secret, they end up using their rush too to try and stick on the point, just get themselves back in. But now Copper is being staggered out.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal. JD Gaming already found the flip, so they'll just leave Copper alive as long as possible, taking us to last fight territory, not allowing Secret to set up as well. High Vision could not look for an angle, and Bellatrail will just disrupt before Secret can regroup and try to walk point.
Yeah, goodbye. That's just a perfect stagger. You know, even if it's onto someone like a tank, like Cover can't do anything in that angle. He's so low, like even with the Nemesis form, it's like, you're not going to do anything. Quick rotation though from Team Secret as they grew back up again, all the way on the point already.
They've got 4 ultimates at least, everything minus that rush. Pale at least, with the Orbital Ray, trying to stand up to the presence of Monk's rush. All eyes though on High Vision currently.
Oh, he's going to have to dodge that bike. That was a very slow-moving one, keeping to the speed limit. Oh. Nice headshot on to Kaneki. Forces the recall, but here comes the rush now. Monk using that close to that point. Bellatrix is pretty low. Pineapple posturing up for a spree as well, but everybody a little too far away from him for the time being. High Vision forced to now slide back. Mines deployed on the point.
So far, no cap though. For both these teams, a very slow fight. JD Gaming only having this spree to be able to rely on, and Secret get the cap, but they trade Copper for it.
Might not matter, yeah, look at that spree from Pineapple. He's just always in the perfect position. A double from Pineapple as JD Gaming makes short work of Team Secret.
Yeah, JD Gaming more than happy to give up, what, 18% of that point to guarantee secure Pineapple's entrance with the spree onto Secret's whole squishy back line. No chance at reacting, and now JD Gaming just apply early pressure on mid before Secret can get onto point. If they force ultimates here, that's a huge win for their defense.
Copper, the only thing he can do right now is just get on the point. Useless trying to chase somebody, of course. No one really you can lock down unless you hit a nice Ravenous Vortex.
Yeah, but that means that JD Gaming's DPS free to take whatever angle they want.
Oh, that pulse was filthy. Suzu, though, from Winter is going to help save the day. However, now JD Gaming have got this Tidal Blast.
Yeah, but Secret flip. JD Gaming disrupt, no kills, lose point.
Nice Vortex, good dash. Pineapple out, Cover really low. Uh-oh, Cover's now in trouble. There's the Tidal Blaster on top of Winter, but another Suzu well timed, but there's too much damage, and he was so far pushed up on that point. Pineapple again. My goodness, cleaning house.
Secret, it feels like they're just being baited to look one way. They have ults, they have the point, and then one of them goes too far. Like, Cupper there trying to chase Pineapple yet again, leaving the rest of his team defenseless when those pressures start looking towards the point.
Oh, sorry. We'll get into the action again, shall we? My goodness, they are taking a fight outside of the spawn. Mewtwo, a little wave to push Cupper back, who's now on the Winston, chasing after the Wu Yang. He picks up the kill, but what is left in the wake of him? It's going to be a lot of his teammates being torn to smithereens. OT is here too, and they're not going to be able to touch it all. That's a 2-0 for JD Gaming now.
Yeah, opening spree for this next fight as well for Pineapple. Secret, They have to find an answer, a response to be able to deal with JD Gaming's aggressive dive, and it will be a turn to Brig. Inspire, since you're going to be fighting so stacked up, good bashes, whip shots to deny JD Gaming's entrance for that dive. But really, if you want to win at this fight, it's a huge one. A showdown between Spree and OC.
Good slam from Belisrea. Look at that. Already Wintersen incredibly low. Soggy dead. High Vision trying to find targets to shoot at, but JD Gaming, they are not giving him an opportunity to shine. A pulse bomb for Kaneki, however, and there's the Spree to just assault after assault after assault is unrelenting from JDG. 15-player kill streak as well for Pineapple.
Yeah, I mean, Belisrea is pile driving as the Wrecking Ball, and the rest of JD Gaming are pile driving on top of Team Secret. Kaneki finding the opportunities with the Pulse Bomb, Pineapple the follow-up with the Spree, and Secret yet again locked out of capping first point, having to walk into Hammond's Mines, having to walk into a fight before they even get to see point.
Oh, good kill on Kaneki though. Okay, now High Vision's getting in this. Winter down though to Monk, not a good start. Belisrea is going to have those mines and get back to the point as Mewtwo, yeah, he's in no man's land right now in enemy territory. He's super far away from the rest of the fight.
JD Gaming just stopped Secret from being able to find the flip as well. Belisrea is like, okay, well, we might be missing the Wu Yang, but we've still got point off of Hammond Mines. Secret have to find the flip here. They've got the ultimates to do it. But with JD Gaming 73% plus, if you commit all of your ults here, they just take a dry fight and win the next.
They weren't even pressuring that point the whole time. The mines faded away naturally. Died of natural causes. I'm not sure Team Secret are going to get the same honor though, sadly. There's the rush from Monk, putting them on the point now. Everybody grouped up, Mewtwo in trouble. One clip from Soggy. A blink smack, pulse bomb in his back pocket, forces the Suzu. High Vision across the map though is going to do a lot to the front line. Pineapple down, OT. Team Secret's hopes and dreams relying on this point being capped.
Budget win, and that was required for Secret to be able to stay alive in this series. Great back flank from High Vision and Soggy, just flanking into that backline, putting the pressure on the supports. They have to do that, and then some though. As JD Gaming, like, you've got the Tidal Blast to engage with your Tracer or your Xion. Secret, you've only got a rally to be able to sustain. We have to see something out of their DPS now.
Cub's got Primal Rage to handle with it, but Kaneki has got the Tidal Blast. Rally, oh, there's the boot, and Kotha ends up going down with a Primal Rage. He was stunned, so couldn't use it. Belisrea's going to have mines too. It's all falling apart for Team Secret. A good stun bash from Pali, but is it actually going to be enough? Pineapple again separating the team with his Spree and now hunting for more. Kaneki gets a couple. Winter trying to hold on to. Copper gets back with a Primal Rage, but it's all Pineapple here. JDG, they're crushing the hopes and dreams of Team Secret, and their key is not far behind.
Chinese Overwatch, Jack. We might be oh so back here for 2026. JD Gaming survive the lower bracket run, and that dive, it looks so devastating. We're starting to see the discipline from Belisrea as well. In the past, he's been a very aggressive player, very easy to sort of like bait and punish when he's too far forward, taking down the tank, then turning your attention to the rest of his team. We're starting to see him holding back though, tempering that aggression, using it to set up the rest of his team, punishing the expectation as well. And then for New Junk City, the Wrecking Ball, immaculate.
Yeah, it was just a dismantling of Team Secret, it felt like. JDG, second Chinese team here to win alongside WDG. Team Secret are going to go home, although, you know, showing up on an international stage like this takes guts, takes brawn, of course, but now their key is going to get crushed. This is going to be a time that JDG are going to remember. Let's jump down onto the stage, in fact, with Pineapple in here.
Thanks very much, guys. JDG get the dub here. I'm standing by with Pineapple and our wonderful translator, Jin. Pineapple, you're still alive. JDG lives on. How did you recover from the loss to SSG yesterday? How did you regroup?
Pour JDG 又成功的活下了一天。你们昨天失利之后是如何调整回来应对今天的这场战斗的呢？
我觉得昨天大伙都太紧张了吧，今天就比较放松，就打得比较正常一点。对。
I'll say the main reason for our loss yesterday was that we were too tense, and that resulted in us just not performing as per normal. And today we are much more calm, much more relaxed, so we definitely played a lot better.
When you saw Weibo Gaming advance to the playoffs earlier today, did that motivate you further to get the win here?
那今天上午我看到WBG 他们成功晋级之后，是否这一点也给你们带来更多的动力去就是全力以赴呢？
怎么说呢？当然，然后怎么说呢？我想说走好每一步吧，打好每一场。
Absolutely, but for ourselves, we have to take every step as it comes and be able to do our best through every single step.
Pineapple, you can see over your shoulder here that the key crusher is being revealed. Big smile on your face. Are you ready to crush a key?
现在我们后面这个碾压机已经露出来了，你准备好去碾碎对方的钥匙了吗？
Yes.
Yes. No translation needed. Come with me, Pineapple. For the second time today here at the STC Arena, please go and join our key master here who will talk you through the process. And another team is about to exit the tournament. The Pacific Dream ends here. Team Secret carried a region to Paris, but the pressure was too much. Their key will be crushed as they are eliminated from the Midseason Championship. Pineapple, I've just got one more question for you. We've got a lot of fans here, by the way. The fans are absolutely loving it. Let's stop here. Is Chinese Overwatch back?
最后一个问题，中国的守望先锋是否又崛起了呢？
Yes, we're going back.
Yes, we're going back. JDG, congratulations on a big win. We'll see you as you continue that lower bracket run. We'll be back on stage shortly. Thank you.
I just became a fan of Pineapple, and I think Jaws, our commentator, did as well. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights. His DPS duo Kaneki also in some of the highlight reels, but Zoe, this seemed to be kind of a dominant showing. Kuffa's crew Team Secret unable to hang.
Yeah, it's a little sad, honestly. They managed. He looks unimpressed with everything. But yeah, it was a complete dismantling. I actually really expected to see a little bit more pushback here from Team Liquid, Team Secret. But no, this was a JDG coming in with really, really good comps for them, playing their comfort zone. Like, they weren't really breaking a sweat.
Johnny, are you surprised to see how many fans have shown up for Weibo and JDG? Because they have been loud all day long.
A little bit. I'm not alone in that, right? I'm a little bit surprised at how many people have...
A lot of cosplayers as well. They look good.
Chinese fans always show up.
Okay.
What are you saying?
I think back to Toronto, they always show up for like big major tournaments, but they're showing up already.
I've been here every single week, and this is definitely one of the better crowds we've had for an early Wednesday, Thursday performance. We're not even to the weekend yet, and it's going to get louder here in Paris. JDG looking to make more noise. If they will, it's probably going to be behind these two once again, but the whole team performed. Johnny, how strong is the squad right now? What did you like about their gameplay?
I gotta say Bucket.
Say the ball.
I gotta say Bucket. This is my favorite type of Overwatch. Like, it's just pure chaos. Like,
pure chaos control.
The tempo, Tracer, Xion, this new addition to the Overwatch roster is just so much fun because the pace is just ridiculous. You get a wrecking ball just whirling around the point, trying to keep the point contested. You get a Wu Yang just firing in water projectiles from everywhere. And they just pick Team Secret apart. I love to watch them play.
And honestly, that ball performance from Bellaria was immaculate. It was actually so well played, such good positioning, so much disruption coming in. And that they did against a team that was really aggressive yesterday, but today they just couldn't find their footing.
For Team Secret, you're going to go back to the drawing board. As you heard from Kuffa, it's the first LAN, first major event for some of his teammates. teammates. What do you think they learned from today's match? What can you take away from your time here at EWC?
Well, this is super valuable experience because being on stage for the first time, it's frightening. The setup is not like you think at home, and so just getting the experience is crucial for under their belt. But obviously, I think this is the best Pacific team we've ever had represent the region, and so this is a region that is moving in the right direction. Yes, you exit in the very first round here, Paget, but I think some of these players, Kaffa, he's been around, he's an experienced veteran, but for some of these other players, this has still been an amazing tournament for them. They can come back stronger next time.
It's good to see that Pineapple and I have the same high-five game. We take a look at our bracket, and this one is done for the day. JD Gaming is moving on, and they will play the loser of GK Esports or Zeta Division tomorrow. In the meantime, we got to move over to Group A, Zoe, because we got a big matchup featuring one of our favorites, T1. And our favorite Poco. Poco Bombs could be in the building today.
Listen, the T1 has to advance for the stories, for the tea, for all the spicy stuff.
For the Falcons T1 match.
Yes, exactly. That's what I want to see. It's not going to happen. And no, not the Falcons T1. No, it will be. Okay, never mind. It will be happening in the decider. Because I just somehow in my brain expected Falcons to go through the upper bracket.
No, Weibo kind of caused some problems earlier to start the day, Johnny.
But yeah, it's going to be spicy in the lower bracket. T1 has to make it.
Yeah, unless Hydron has something to say about it.
He does not.
He might be noisy. We'll have to find out. Stay locked here at EWC. Don't go anywhere. We have 2 more matches coming your way on day 2.
The Call of Duty Warzone competition is taking place here in the Korea City Grid, and we have the lovely Glitter to give us an update because this is day 1. Things are starting.
Right, we literally just dove into the competition, and this is how it's going to work. We've got 2 days of group stage, then we go into survival stage, and then we have our match point finals. So pretty standard for Battle Royale, but this is going to be really exciting because for Warzone, CC teams are massive in this lobby. I think we have 8 different CC squads, but the ones that really matter when it comes to storylines, we've got defending champs and Twisted Minds, but they've been really inconsistent over the last few lands, so they might not be able to close this one out. Little bit of a hometown buff here because Gentlemates are back in the building for Warzone, so that could be a big deal. We saw how crazy it was in the early portion of EWC. And then, of course, we have Falcons. They have Hisoka, best player in the world at Warzone, and Falcons are the favorite to win this. So is this the win they finally get?
I heard this 4 times already this week.
I know.
So far, it's not living up to the expectations, so we're going to find out whether or not that's going to be the case. But thank you so much for the updates. I appreciate it. That's it from us. Over to you guys.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Both of you played against T1. You guys had a good start.
Yes.
The solo bolo in the mid lane on Faker, you know, that was crazy. How did that feel, man?
I mean, that for us to have our new mid laner who just joined our team just a few months ago, be able to solo kill the GOAT was an amazing moment for us. And at first, it was 4-0 for a second. I thought like my dreams were about to come true and everything. But then, of course, T1 and Faker being Faker, they didn't make it through. But we're happy to see you guys here.
Yeah.
Taking down the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
That was crazy, actually, because we lost against them pretty bad away at MSI.
Oh, yeah.
It was like a nightmare. 0-3 and you're out. And this time it was like a dream, in front of our fans, our crowd. It's a dream. Yeah. For real.
It's the Midseason Championship here at the Esports World Cup. Overwatch players from around the globe all collecting here in Paris to find out who truly is the best. So far, we've crushed 2 keys and sent 2 teams packing. It's time to find out who is going home from Group A. This is an elimination battle featuring 9Z and T1. If you're just joining us, well, we started yesterday with a jam-packed 8-match day. Johnny, what did you learn about this group?
About this group, the favorites started to advance. EMEA looking really strong in the upper bracket there with Virtus.pro and Twisted Mind. So that's a region to look out for.
2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done. You already hold 1 L if you're 9Z and T1. Let's take a look here at T1 and talk to one of our favorites, Jake. Poco is back in the building. Poco, can you hear us live?
Yes, I can.
Poco, it's great to hear you. One of my favorite French content creators and, of course, pro players from the Overwatch League days. I watched you Season 1, Season 2. But who are you more surprised to see on the mics this weekend? Jake, Reinforce, Soon, or Ben Best?
Maybe it's going to be Soon. I don't know, he's like surprisingly good at it. He's just natural. All the French people are like born to speak, I think.
They're just good at everything they do. I love it.
Yeah, it's great to see. And then for you guys, for T1 this weekend, it's going to be an interesting one, right? With taking a loss already. It was an incredibly close affair against Twisted Minds. You'd think this would be maybe an easier match for T1. But how do you think about the tournament ahead for T1? Is this going to be their year to finally notch a significant result on an international LAN?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, against Twisted Mind, it was really close. It's always a very difficult opponent. But yeah, I think they're gonna go through the lower bracket pretty easily now. They're gonna beat 9Z 2-0. And then Falcon is going to be a bit tougher, but hey, I believe in T1. They have to make it. It's their land, and T1 fighting.
Poco, what's the pep talk like? You know, the players are preparing ahead of the game. Do you barge in there and give them a pep talk? Like, how does that get established?
Oh,
Coach
hell
Poco.
no, hell no, hell no. That's not my job at all. I just do post-game, I just do fun French joke and stuff. I let the player, I let the coaches, they're very smart, very talented. I don't do anything about it. Just, you guys, you do you, and no pep talk needed.
Speaking of me doing you, I want to do the Poco style with some Poco bombs we saw yesterday. I can do that in-game. But if I want to eat like Poco in Paris, where do I go if I want to learn from the French?
Just go anywhere. Like a little French boulangerie, you get a little bread, a little croissant, and everything is going to be good. You can't go wrong in France. The food is amazing. The people are lovely. Maybe not in Paris, but they are lovely if you try. And yeah.
Poco, final opportunity to give a shout out to anyone who's been supporting you. I loved watching you as a player. It's great to see you thriving in 2026 as a co-streamer.
Yeah, I mean, of course, shout out to T1 for bringing me again in the family. And shout out to the French audience. There are so many people. I'm very excited for this weekend. And shout out to you guys. You are doing an amazing job, keeping the hype. And yeah, thank you for everybody watching.
It's great to see you. The male model doing his thing. That is Poco. You can watch his stream. In the meantime, we got to take a look at his team. It's T1. They're here in the elimination bracket. And Jake, this is a tough spot to be for one of the favorites in the tournament. At least if you're looking at EWC and across the board, T1 are some of the big hitters here to win a club championship.
Yeah, this would be a huge opportunity for them to do it in Overwatch, to notch a significant placement. But this team has kind of been on the outside looking in. They haven't been able to really broach those top spots, and they find themselves now in the lower bracket. That being said, this match against 9Z should be a bit of an opportunity to catch their breath, get their feet back under them after what was a tough loss to Twisted Minds. I mean, I don't think that limits their potential in this tournament. TM is one of those squads that very well could win it all, so losing to them isn't necessarily a death sentence, but I want to see a very strong and decisive victory over 9Z. I don't want to see them pulling their punches. This needs to be a
win
T1
every round,
firing on all cylinders. Exactly. They should make this one quick and solid because, frankly, 9Z, I really don't think that they have the caliber of players to keep up.
Let's be honest, they're at the bottom tier of our competition board. Johnny, where do you have T1 right now?
T1, I still think they're really competitive. Like at some point, Poisson is going to come home to roost for this team because we keep talking about their potential. That joke went right over your head, Bucket. But we've been talking about their potential for so long now that you're just kind of like waiting. Okay, Proud, like, when are you going to show up and just dominate on the world stage? T1, they haven't done that yet.
Well, speaking of Proud, he showed up backstage with Danny Lim. Here's what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. I'm here joined by Proud from T1 just before heading into his match. Proud, let's start off with yesterday's match. You guys went up against Twisted Minds. It was a very close match, but you guys did lose to them. How's the team feeling right now before going into the match? 자, 일단 어제 트마의 경기가 굉장히 접전이었는데 아쉽게도 패배를 하셨는데 지금 현 상태 지금 T1은 지금 분위기가 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 오히려 유아프레스 한 번 더 할 수 있다는 생각에 나머지 다 이기고 올라가자 느낌인 것 같고요. 분위기 괜찮습니다.
Overall, the vibe is actually not that bad. It's another opportunity for us to prove ourselves and take another step. Just win this one and take it step by step. We have another step in front of us, but if we win that, and we could just continue on. So the whole vibe right now for the team isn't that bad at all. Talking about your match that is coming up very, very soon. You guys are going up against 9Z. How do you view 9Z as a team? 자, 다음 질문 이제 곧 있을 경기 9Z와의 경기가 있습니다. 좀 9Z는 좀 개인적으로 파라 선수가 보셨을 때 좀 어떤 팀인 것 같으신가요?
일단 어제 봤을 때는 뭔가 퀸도 쓰고 라마도 쓰고 와우 쓰고 약간 저희랑 느낌이 비슷한 것 같은데 그래도 저희가 좀 많이 상위호환이지 않나 그래서 아마 쉽게 이길 거라 생각하고 있습니다.
I feel like they're sort of a similar team to us T1 because we use similar comps such as Romatra and so on and so forth. But I feel like we are the better version of the two. So I feel like it is going to be a pretty easy win for T1. All right, that is it for the interview. Proud, thank you so much. Good luck.
Proud's ready to flex on him, and if he can, he will make the fans proud. Let's take a look at our fan base poll. 95% of them have faith in T1. Johnny, this is the most lopsided we've seen yet.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty one-sided as well, unless Hydron can do something about it. The one thing I'll say about Hydron is just gonna keep making plays. Always stays aggressive, always go for the big flanks.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to see he can do something about it.
So he's just got to take out the support line and they can win.
Yeah, just run him down.
Kill both.
Just run him down.
It'll be fine.
Kill 5, and that might set them up for a team fight victory. Honestly, I think 95-5 maybe understates how dominant this is going to be for T1. I mean, they almost got it done over Twisted Minds, who put incredible pressure on every team they face up against the Sim. I think Proud is going to be pretty happy to have a much more stable match on his hands and something where he can really sink his teeth into and show what he can do on land. I think this is one of the more exciting up-and-coming hit scans.
We got to throw it to the stage as we do. Who wore it best, me, Johnny, or Ian Chambers?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at halfway point of the elimination matches today at the STC Arena. Varel and JD Gaming go through 2 more matches to go, Ian.
Absolutely. 2 more teams will continue that lower bracket run. 2 of them will end up checking in their bags at the airport.
Starting with one of the best, les seuls, the unique T1! Le club de légende, one of esports defining organizations. Their domestic pedigree isn't questioned, but now they are leaning against the wall. Can they do it, or will they be flying home tomorrow? That's the question we're all asking us. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent continuer dans cette lower bracket run à Paris?
Their opponents, many never expected them to be here. I'm going to gas them up. It's 9Z! Latin America's representatives were not handed a place on this stage. They fought through the FACEIT League to earn it. Yesterday, let's be honest, it brought a difficult opening defeat, but underdogs are defined by what they do when the path becomes its hardest. Today, 9Z faced the biggest opportunity in their Overwatch history. Eliminate T1 and create one of the stories of the tournament. Go on, lads.
The underdogs versus some of the Koreans' favorites. It starts now.
One team is trying to keep a championship dream alive, and the other is trying to create a moment its region will never forget. The opportunities for South America in Overwatch to put themselves on the international stage are few and far between. And if things don't go right, this might be their last chance here in Paris.
It would be a moment everybody doesn't forget, not just their region. I mean, this would be just an underdog story here, like that we have never seen if 9Z is able to pull it off. But T1 come in, most certainly the heavy favorite.
For T1, I think they're still probably stewing a little bit on yesterday's result, frustrated about it. But yesterday's frustration is today's fuel. This is a match for T1 about confidence, polish, and cleaning up the mess from yesterday. They are representing a proud region. It doesn't matter if they're the third seed. Yeah. They're from South Korea. They're expected to go deep. We heard from Poco, right? They're expected to go through this lower bracket. Their opponents in winning here against 9Z would be Falcons, which is always a fun matchup against the team who is struggling. But we focus on this one because 9Z didn't come to participate. They didn't come to collect their $200 pass go. They came to compete. And this is about as good as an opportunity.
This is competition now.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I feel for T1 in the sense that even if you win this, it doesn't really do anything much in terms of the fan or the public perception eyes, right? Like, this is to be expected. Like, T1, we expect them to contend for the championship here and at internationals, right? This is just a prerequisite of that. As Hydron, good to see him back on the stage here with 9Z. As the desk was talking about, you're going to need what is even beyond heroics, right? From Hydron to really make this a game.
We've witnessed many moments like this where on paper we have these very David versus Goliath-esque matches, and there are moments in games of Overwatch where you can overcome experience, regional strength, land pedigree, but not for the whole course of the series. That's the concern here. We need to see 9Z come out and show us something that we've never seen from their region before. Now, obviously, this is a roster that is very much bolstered by Hydron and Clear. That's land experience. These guys have been around for a long time. It's going to have to do some Olympia-level lifting against a squad as well-drilled, as long-lasting, right? T1 has this longevity in their core, and they get frequent practice reps against the best teams in the world.
It's like also you kind of you're riding this belief in the core of T1, and eventually that belief, if you don't get these results at internationals, then within your region, it's going to erode, right? And gonna kind of seep into the players and the team. So for their sake, you hope they kind of escape this one, kind of getting through the series pretty comfortably, and then can go prove themselves against bigger teams.
And of course, it is a key crush game and a first to two, so the margin of error is pretty darn slim. T1 are a proud org with a lot of fans all around the world. And like Matt kind of succinctly put it, excellence is not simply, desired.
T1 doesn't get into games to participate, right? I mean, they get into games to be the best, to win. Legendary organization, finishing ninth doesn't help them, right? So it is an organization that expects to get by teams like this. Is Clear kind of showing off his mouse. Is the 9Z guy is pretty comfortable there on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. You want to bring that energy. That's something that Hydron for me has always been able to do, is bring a sense of levity into teams that he plays with. He competes at an extremely high level. Of course, remember that, early OWCS era, right? I mean, this guy was certainly someone we all had our eyes on. Had the ability to take over games on the hit scan role pretty frequently. Sojourn was a great fit.
I was going to say, Sojourn is like kind of the one here you really think of Hydron, like his ability with like overclocks and just, raw damage output, right? To be able to really, put together some good games. I would be worried, like, if you're T1 and they win this series, like, Proud doesn't, like, dominate, right? I mean, Proud should dominate this series.
Yeah, I also kind of liked what we saw from T1 at times, where Zest was able to pick up some of those sort of off picks, go for a Vendetta, for example. I think T1 would benefit from trying to play up tempo in a matchup like this and dictate the pace, because 9Z would, need to build their sea legs. I don't know if they felt like they got a huge amount of exposure to competition up against Virtus.pro. I mean, they definitely had exposure to a top team, but time on that stage, time to settle in, time to get comfortable. That time may well be running out.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what we have in terms of map selection, right? I think when we were peeking on one of the players' screens, it was Samoa, potentially, is the map. We haven't seen that one. I know me and you have not cast.
No, we haven't.
We've seen a lot of Nepal. So we'll see if Samoa is that choice.
T1 can probably accept the result from yesterday, all things considered. It is the reigning OWCS World Champion that they fell to. And thankfully, they haven't beaten Twisted Minds since then either. They played in the pre-season boot camp. You're right though, Matt. Samoa is going to be our first map, and it's a Jetpack Cat ban from 9Z. Junker Queen. Junker Queen's going to be banned.
Interesting. So we'll see, obviously, if that kind of plays into this at all. We have not seen much Queen. Obviously, we've had tank representation across the board here, but has not been a tank that's been a mainstay whatsoever.
Recently, she has, received some, I would call it, quality of life increases. But yeah, won't be seeing her either way, and I don't really know what T1's plan in the grand scheme of things is with that particular ban. Let's lock in, everybody. Heading over to Samoa. Remember, T1 certainly have a lot to prove still as a team, coming out as the little brother from South Korea.
I guess, yeah.
Talk about having something to prove. These guys have got it all to do. But frankly, expectations for this team aren't that high. Feel like being the underdog, it feels nice.
And I think if you're T1, the simple path here is to just play aggressive, run on through them, right? I know you're able to play some of these Vendetta comps. Donghack, we can see him play the ball. We saw some Doomfist the other day. And really just kind of bulldoze through 9Z. So they come out, Maga, Vendetta, Xion, a really high octane comp.
I love the tempo that T1 are released. Signaling here. Already, yep, there's the dive. Looking for lights. And there it goes. There it goes. Yeah, Zest able to charge on in there with Donghack. It's a very high mobility composition. Obviously proud as well for Joyride to be wherever he needs to. The first test for 9Z is going to be one of composure. Can they deal with this style of play, this dive? Can they make the adequate responses?
And I mean, dude, Vendetta is so difficult to deal with, right? We say that, and then you're also dealing with the Maga. The slash that follows up that stomp as this is going to be T1 pushing in to the 9Z spawn. It is actually Light who actually got a flying. Yeah, Light and Clear who do get a back half here. It'll be short-lived percentage for 9Z.
All right, just going to flip that one back pretty quickly. T1 this round so far has been a series of relatively well-coordinated dives onto one of the softer parts of 9Z's lineup. Wed certainly has to have his wits about him. Hydron usually will be able to keep his distance from this dive, but the rest of his teammates you've got to be concerned about. T1 also draw the line of scrimmage pretty darn deep and uses to break up line of sight, but there's Light finding Proud. That knocks T1 down to 4 players. Donghack happy to soak this damage from Hydron though, and the hit scan from 9Z needs to put himself in a more impactful position.
T1's going to back up here, give some space over to 9Z as they're trying to flip this point on back. As a few members low here for T1, as this is pretty good for 9Z.
They're not too shabby. Their T1 mill around a little bit, and frankly losing Proud takes some of the bite out of their bark. Donghack makes a quick exit from the fight. 9Z will retain control, have a remake opportunity for Clear and a Kitsune rush to leverage.
We'll see if 9Z can hold on. They'll steal a early round here. T1, they will have that Kitsune rush, right? Really strong with Maga, as we've talked about throughout the day. And then also the Vendetta. Great combination. Just can they find a target to collapse on as Light gets dangerously low?
Good disengage from 9Z. This is a very nimble comp. This is why this composition's become sort of the gold standard in this era of Overwatch. Everybody has an escape. Hard to pin them down. Here comes the Kitsune rush now. Zest looking for his next victim. It's going to be Donghack getting a fight up close and personal with Clear, but the Kitsune rush really assists in that regard. Oh, here's a spree in the backline, and Hydron, frankly, didn't really have the tools to escape. Crowd here would have been happy to go down, but no. T1 hold on, and they hold on to the sound.
I mean, essentially a tie game up until that point, though. That's pretty good for 9Z. Obviously, a point flip they got early to get some percentage, like about 15, and then a fight win. We'll see if they can use this sound barrier. You'll have a sound barrier on the other side. Zesta with that Sundering Blade could just kind of rip all that overhealth off. Just kind of make it all good for nothing. Light is putting some pressure on the point with Clear there, just trying to draw T1 back a little bit.
I got to reiterate, this match for T1 today is about polish. It's about being clean. It's about trying to avoid the temptation to become scrappy and just to throw caution to the wind every occasion you have. Oh, the sound barrier! Not enough from LCS. Hydron also picked up at the same time, and Zest is flying free down there on the point. Nowhere to go for 9Z. And you mentioned it was a tied game up until this point, but the ebb and flow of tempo on Overwatch is such that I felt like T1 never truly lost their nerve.
No, self-destruct thrown in here for Clear, trying to get a mech back, gets taken out before you can get back inside, and that is a pretty commanding win there for T1 in our first point.
I always kind of wonder what the broader objective is, you know, as a team like T1 coming into a game like this, when you're already expected to win. There have to be some secondary objectives outside of, you know, winning the video game. I kind of want to see if, you know, any of those sort of get exposed to us as sort of spectators. That's nice there from Donghak. I see Malga has slightly higher spread on those chain guns, but at that range, you are not...
Has not seemed to make that much of a difference, though, in terms of Malga's play rate throughout this event. So
I mean, the fact that you can cycle those cooldowns more quickly in Kitsune Rush basically makes Malga unkillable.
It's going to be like going back to Tracers, so we're going to get a mirror matchup here from these two teams. See if they can kind of stop this aggression from Zest and Proud. Is, you know, Proud not playing like a traditional hit scan, right? Playing the Xion. Xion does have a little bit more range than some of the other flankers, though, so kind of fits in a few niches.
But you're right, it's obviously mirrored backlines for both these sides. LCS actually able to find Proud here. It's a pretty good look. T1 now have to derive a win condition with only 4 players, and I think Zest is going to play a pretty central role in this. Early burn of the Suzu. That's not bad, and that's going to be barked out to the rest of T1 to try and capitalize on, and Wed couldn't get away. Even with the Swift Step Suzu combo used, the Kiriko is down. Zest has got some real staying power here behind this deflection, this damage mitigation. And he can shelter inside the point here. T1 just legitimately won with 4.
Well, I mean, Zest didn't have to use any of his movement cooldowns early on to get on the Wed, so as soon as that Kiri TP's out, you have the Whirlwind. You can also kind of, you know, throw your sword, get right into the mix. Available for Zest to just kind of close the gap. You have the Malga Stomp on top of the supports as well, as they kind of timed it up really nicely.
Good point. You still need to put the work into having good positioning with Vendetta, even if your kit is built to allow you to cross the map with ease. Same concept, but I guess is Tracer loving being thrown into backlines with all the cooldowns up because of Jetpack Cat. Zest was able to chase that Kiriko.
It feels like if you don't get rid of Vendetta early in these fights, right, and she starts to build those onslaught stacks, it becomes, you know, lights out.
She's hitting too hard.
Yeah.
She's hitting too fast, and frankly, she gets even more nimble as time goes on.
She's also hitting target like a diva, right, who can't really avoid her outside of just kind of like running away completely.
All right, LCS flattened there. It's a dive from T1. Mostly with Zest leading the charge here. That was my question. Can 9Z handle this pace? Can they handle the Vendetta constantly disrespecting them, running up on them like that? And now there's a question of whether they can get their ducks back in the row to have a real...
They want this D-Mech so bad.
They're going to get it. That is huge. Clear, though, has a quick way to make a quick exit. So off the map he goes, but this is more stagger, more time.
The issue is there is not, you know, you make that clear, exit off the side, like you said, as LCS gets sent for a ride. You don't have a lot of time here. You know, looks like a double back. I think they think that there's a player behind. They're gonna all run for the Tracer.
Oh, that is devastating for Light. Don't even think about using the pulse bomb there. It was a matter of survival.
I mean,
frankly,
dude,
the fittest survive.
And now you lose LCS. You have Blade. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, you have everything here available for T1.
That polish I was looking for? Yeah, it's like a mirror sheen in this round, Matt. 98% and counting. Zest and Clear exchange for one another, and I don't think that benefits 9Z whatsoever. Here's a Saturday spree over the top. And that is that, folks. Samoa wrapped up in a cute little bow. T1 stamp their authority.
So I think obviously expected, right? 9Z in a rough start here in their series against T1, but obviously they have the map selection coming up first ban. So the issue is there's probably a lot of stuff they would like to never see again in a series here with T1. There's only one choice.
This is Overwatch, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Zest. Proud even getting his...
Like, what if we can ban the Xion and the Vendetta? What if we just get a little twofer here?
Why don't you go play Overwatch Classic instead?
What if we double down here? Let us... we'll if we make it to a third map, we'll just not ban anything. Just give us 2 bans for the next map.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Banking a ban for a later map. What a fun format.
Just put them all. Invest them all here. Is T1. Look, great performance from them.
it's to be expected with this roster, especially, you know, 9Z obviously coming in a pretty heavy underdog, even with some experience on that side. So we'll see if T1 can kind of continue that hot play into our second map. If you're 9Z, can you avoid some of these maps that you can play really hyper-aggressive on, right? Are you trying to avoid like games that you can play Maga? Are we looking at like a Shambali Monastery? Or, you know, obviously you have some of the, you know, I guess weirder maps in the pool that we haven't had in ages. I mean, we haven't seen Junkertown, I think, at all, right? That's a possibility, though.
Such a bizarre map as well. There was a time where...
You're not playing Vendetta on Junkertown.
No, well, I mean, yeah, probably not. But there was a time where that was like a Wrecking Ball Widowmaker map.
I mean, but that like also is not a great thing, right? Like Donghack can play the ball if you wanted to go there, right?
do not take Donghack to a ball map, dude. No way.
Yeah, knowing you know, us speaking it into existence, it'll be like an Atlas pick with like a cat band, and they'll just play ball.
We can't be having that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Illegal.
Where 9Z decides to take us. So
obviously, this T1 team still bears the legacy of Soul Infernal. A team towards the late era of that Overwatch League. And also, Skewed is one of the most decorated support players that you will find. Obviously, he was on Soul as well, but had a stint on the Los Angeles Gladiators that really took him from, I would say, obscurity to stardom as a player. One of the, I'm going to say this, not with irony because it wasn't during the GOATS meta, but outside of the GOATS meta, one of the most incredible Brig players I've ever seen.
Yeah, very talented, right? I think he's kind of the you would think almost is like the leader for this T1 roster, at least you know, in the server.
They kept it in-house a lot, this team. For example, like Zest played for T1 before Soul Infernal. And then went back to T1. This isn't what I like about that. It reminds me of like SK Gaming in Europe and how they handled their teams as well. Is that these guys really entrust their faith in a core.
Well, T1 and their parent org in Overwatch has always had like, you know, a pro team, then like a tier 2 team, right? At times, right now, obviously, kind of coming into one. New Junk City is the map selection. What do they ban? So they ban the Vendetta. I mean, yeah, look, that thing is nasty to deal with. And then it's the ever thrown in Mercy ban here for T1. So
big respect to Hydron Farah. Okay.
Or they just need to ban something.
Donghack with the glow up. I'm just gonna put it out there. I remember when he was a fresh-faced youngster on Atlanta Reign, and didn't really find a lot of success there, honestly, and was how do I put this? Subject to some extremely high expectations by his teammates on that roster. Had some huge shoes to fill.
With the Vendetta gone, they can maybe play some Sim if they would like. You can play Sim with whether it be D.Va, whether it be Ramatra. Donghack, I think, is like, you know, primed to play the Maga yet again. You can just sub out the Vendetta for like what, Tracer? You can play Tracer Xion if you want. We've seen teams know an EMEA go and play Xion Reaper here.
Interesting is I do feel like Xion has really broken that dichotomy between having a hit scan and having some sort of flanking sort of...
kind of do a bit of both
got it now.
At times.
Well, I think you certainly can just play Tracer Sojourn, but it's a little outdated at this point. And having access to that Xion, who really gives you these moments of burst damage that Tracer can't replicate outside of Pulse Bomb, with, you know, some degree of her mobility. It seems like it's a hero really just purpose-made for competitive Overwatch.
Yeah, and
it's our pig check, baby. Mad respect. Shout out to Finland, baby. Shout out to Cloudy.
You know, there have been so many. I've never been to an event, I think, where we have seen so many signs for a team that's not here.
You know what? Nothing says Overwatch fandom more about loving the underdogs or loving the teams that just don't make it.
Yeah, just aren't here. You know, one day Peps will be at an event.
Yep. I mean, that club are fanatical.
Oh, I mean, the French Overwatch fans, I mean, historically, have just always been awesome, right? I mean, and I know they've had some like legendary teams throughout its history, just not really, at least this year.
On Paris Eternal?
Yeah.
Legendary. I mean, even before that, Team Melty. One of the first competitive Overwatch teams, primarily French players. Many of them, all of them, have moved on to other things. They have real jobs now, but that was the team that led the way in the early Overwatch era and were the best by a long shot. It took a long time for the rest of Europe, let alone the world, to actually catch up to them.
Yeah, you kind of think back to like the origins of Overwatch, like the strength of like Europe, right? I know EMEA at the start, and then obviously I know Korea. It's been extremely strong, obviously, ever since. But with OWCS, it feels like all the other regions, obviously, more consistent regional play.
That was
starting to get much better.
That was what Champions Clash meant to me. Was that there were so many other regions that all of a sudden drew themselves a seat at the table, right? It was obviously Europe, World Champions, Twisted Minds. There were still questions, there still are questions about where China fits into that, where NA fits into that, where South America fits into that, I guess now. And we're still looking for our answer.
We saw Zest play Venture the other day. It was Route 66, right? No.
It was an option to have a bit more staying power. I think they were on defense.
Don't know if it's going to the mixtape, but we saw it. It did happen. We saw Winston here as well.
That's true. Shout out Kaffa.
Yeah, don't think we're getting like a Tomathan video on Winston here.
You know, I heard he doesn't just do highlights. All right. So 9Z. Stick with something that still resembles their sort of core look. It's just not a tracer for light here.
Yeah.
I've always loved Zest's flexibility. Back in the day, he was a bit more of a Genji aficionado, but now he's really deepened that hero ball a bit more. Proud here. Sends a motorbike on in, draws a Suzu out, and then Donghak wants to follow up with a bit of a charge. This again is that up-tempo look here for T1, but Hydron knows just how to navigate it. Dancing around, finds Bliss on the fadeaway.
Yeah, you do still have those skewed alive, which is a large source of healing. You're going to get clear as well, so you don't have that tank. No way you're going to be able to stand here and fight for 9Z. So starts off okay for 9Z, but then in the end, you lose your tank. You end up losing the support as well. You're in a really rough spot. So see if they can kind of regroup here and get a fight rather quickly. Hydron going to go on a little flank. Yeah.
He's getting some opener, so it looks like he's being joined by Wed for the time being, but they've attracted a lot of attention. Good Suzu timing to prevent the knockdown, though, but the rest of T1 are all piling in. Donghak's going to need some healing, though, so 9Z have done very well.
Yeah, this is really good.
Just drawing the dive out. They've baited T1 in, and they've handled that, honestly, with a confidence that you wouldn't have expected to see.
Oh, hold on. T1 thinks this isn't over. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here.
It's over.
On the low ground, and then it's going to be a Kitsune rush in response from Wed. Hydron pops the OC, gets down to the point. Will deal with Zest. So 9Z, that was a really nice fight, right? They kind of like have send Hydron on a flank. You kind of get some shots into Donghak. Everybody goes for T1. And T1, you can kind of see it from the health bars at the top of the screen. They were so weak as 9Z, pretty much fully healthy. Pretty impressive T1's able to drag it out as long as they possibly did that.
Yeah, Donghak wants to put himself in harm's way only if he's able to knock everyone down with that shoulder charge and stomp. But when it was Suzu'd off, Donghak got a little bit more than he bargained for in reprisal. So, a fight not quite featuring the polish that T1 is being expected to provide. 9Z make the right decision. They bait the plate. They dictate the pace.
Clear, just putting some pressure on Skew. That's going to get the TP out of the Kiri.
Not distract. Okay, clear. I respect it, but T1 are able to get out of line of sight. However, this is still disruptive for them. Donghak very low. Clear's going to run him down. Wed credited with the elimination. Proud has a spree. Surely not the moment for that. Light, though, is going to be picked off for Zest, so perhaps an opportunity now in a 4 versus 4. Clear's going to try and maintain point control as Zest was threatening to backcap. He's low, though. Will he be able to get away and get back to some health? It's a 1-for-1. Proud spree catches out Wed, but he's traded out by Hydron, and Zest is sitting on a tectonic shock and had better make use of it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, Donghak gets back in the fight, and because you're down the Kiri, you're going to have to use that sound barrier here to push on forward.
Where's the beat for Bliss? Needs to build it right now if T1 want to be able to hang in this fight. Disengage there for T1 now. Zest needs to get away, but a flip on the point means that T1 can now take their time a little more. They've had enough.
And they have beat. I mean, that's huge.
Enough winner to build the beat. Exactly. Bliss is going to pop that straight away. Donghak's going to charge in, and Hydron is already taken down. Light with a Satsumiki spree, but only big bodies in his way. It's a Malga. Too much to cut through now. The cardiac overdrive giving more healing than they even needed. And 9Z get a sniff of the cheese, but it's T1 who is the second mouse.
Man, I feel for 9Z there. They played that really well on our first flashpoint as we take a look here. Proud's POV on the flank. That's going to be, the Lucio and the Sojourn there at that moment in time. 2 massive kills. OC available here for Hydron, so maybe you can make a play.
Stop the Donghak, and Light is caught out. Cage fight being sat on now as well. Okay, committing it here is interesting. I thought they were pretty favorable in this fight, but Proud was knocked off the map. Clear's going to be denied the mech, though. Skewed, ignoring him until it's time to take that Baby Diva out of the game. T1 are going to start with point control.
I believe it's still, they have Hydron here as well, so Hydron going to stagger out for a while, and that is a Kitsune rush that comes in from Wed here, so going to end up using the rush. I think you just have Light here as well. I mean,
Matt, there's two foxes inside of all of us. One of them says press Q. Looks like Wed was going to listen to that one.
Yes, I mean, you did not have the Diva anywhere close. You had just lost your Sojourn.
You were 2v4, I think.
It's a rough one. All right, is that Josh Wilkinson on the stage?
No, that wasn't a flanking Zenyatta play.
Yeah, that's a rough one, man. I mean, now you end up losing Light, right? So you kind of, this keeps staggering out even longer.
Yeah, Hydron's going to be picked up, and this fight will be staggered basically until 90% now for 9Z. Can they get away? When? Really? Okay, yeah, no switch.
I mean, maybe... Okay, so going back to that rush, maybe they actually think that Clear is going to end up coming back into that fight because he's coming off a spawn. He kind of like would have dove down into it. Maybe Hydron, they think, is able to live up on the high ground. There's a lot that kind of goes into that, but still, I mean, it's rough. Because you haven't really forced T1 to use much of anything these last two fights, right?
And Bliss verging on a beat to match that of LCS is dangerous. Well, they're looking for the Lucio as well. They all tracked, I think, what LCS was getting close to. And they pick him off as the primary target. You can allow a flip here if you're T1, but I don't think they even need to do that. Hydron's been picked off by Zest. Donghak is going to be charging for the fences. Again, Wed just uses a swift step probably to get close to his Diva and doesn't have an escape mechanism at his disposal. 9Z flattened on a second consecutive flashpoint.
So one more chance here for 9Z. I mean, it's going to be, look, T1's going to have all 5 ultimates, right? I mean, they're going to be in prime position. Light back over to the Xion, tried some the spawns there as Tracer didn't really find the best results.
Reaper
now going to go over to the Reaper. So look, I mean, you're trying to deal with this Maga and the aggression it brings. So nice knock of the Venture, of course, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Sound Barrier used, aggression pushed in.
Uh-oh. All right. Proud getting free ult charge they didn't need.
Dude, when Xion gets the major, where she gets all of the roll passives between them, it's a brutal scenario.
I think Clear just used self-destruct there to try and get back into mech.
Yes.
And it was a trade for T1, but definitely favors them that they got the Baby Diva. Interesting self-destruct there. Oh, Tectonic Shock. I think the seismograph matter's about to give a couple readings. Here's an early Suzu. Sound Barrier is going to be laid over the top of it here. 9Z, no. This is the time. They've got to hunker down. But Light's already been picked off, and Zest is now looking for that soft underbelly of their composition. We'll simply throw some pot shots over it Clear. It's going to be a Kitsune rush now coming out from Wed, but the cage fight's a problem. Hydron hits the overclock to break it open, but the rest of T1 are still topped up and healthy. Hydron knows what's coming. Zest is the Spectre that hangs over him this round, and he has to back up even further. It won't matter. The backline is down. T1 is 63%. There's a back cap happening, but it's going to be a short-lived victory lap there as Light has to saunter away.
Yeah, I mean, what, Light back caps, you get 9%, but that is all T1. The way they're coordinating these Maga stomps, right? The Burrow from Venture coming in, just popping out of that, the damage, then plus the stomp, and then also Proud rolling on through in the bike. It's been too much for 9Z to deal with all series.
The last chance for 9Z here at the Midseason Championship, and LCS already has been staved off at the point. Overtime's been treated, and in fact there was a flip, another back cap, but 9Z at no point out it's clear with the back cap. Okay, how do they group up around this? That is an early swift step there from Wed, and I think Donghak has realized it. Light's been picked up here, Clear, and I was fighting for his life against Bliss of all people, and there's a Sound Barrier at the ready, should it be required, but it might just be for a bit of a celebratory dance here. Turning up the beat for the victory lap now as T1 have done it. 9Z dispatched and their sights set squarely on evening a regional rivalry.
What a dominant showing there from T1. 9Z, great story, right? You know, qualifying in. It's just not what in the world. I mean, don't know if I've...
So unserious.
Don't know if I've seen that one. It's, Hydron takes a little bit of a
Me just trying to rinse the stink off that game off of me. He felt it right away.
Do you think any of T1 is going to get close to you now that you're saturated?
I would love to know what the T1 guys think. Like, is he just been sweating that much on the side of the stage? What is going on?
Did he lose a bet?
Yeah. No, look, obviously rough go for 9Z, but I think T1 just shows you the level of play they can get to.
Yeah, and again, I asked them for polish, to clean up after yesterday, to shrug off the frustration of a loss to your current world champions. And it looks like they have been able to do that. Big shout out to AlphaCast, by the way, personal friend of mine. It's been a while since I've seen him. Too busy playing Warhammer Online.
What bro is up to these days? He's keeping himself busy.
Again, T1 now know who waits for them. It's going to be Falcons, but I'm curious to hear their thoughts out of this match. Let's head down and hear from Skewed.
Me too, guys. Thank you very much. T1, stay alive. Skewed is standing by alongside Maddox as well, our translator. Skewed, I'm sure that was a series that you expected to win, but with this being an elimination match, did you feel nerves when you woke up this morning?
네, 스키드 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 이 매치가 그래도 좀 T1에게 우세한 매치였음에도 불구하고 그래도 이제 탈락전이었기 때문에 혹시라도 긴장이 되지 않으셨는지 일단 궁금합니다.
이제 목숨이 하나 남은 시점이어서 좀 살짝 떨리긴 했지만 그래도 하던 걸 하면 되겠다 싶었습니다. 그냥 이번 경기는.
Yeah, there's no second chances, the life on the line. But that being said, we just stick to our plays and we just stick to what we do, then we'll be fine. So that's just what we did.
Thank you. We're playing past the mic up here. Now, when you say you stick to what you do, the loss yesterday did not go to plan against Twisted Minds. What did you change coming into today? Come here, Maddox. Let's try again. Sorry about this. Come on here, Maddox. You can just share this with me.
이제 사실 트마전 때는 좀 원래 이제 원래 계획했던 그런 부분들이 좀 먹히지 않으면서 좀 아쉽게 패배하게 되셨는데 그런 점에 있어서 좀 트위스티드 마인전 때 좀 어떤 점을 배우셨고 그리고 이번 나인제트전 때는 좀 어떻게 좀 극복을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
그냥 일단 실수한 부분에 대해서 팀원들이랑 정확히 짚고 넘어갔고 그 실수한 부분들만 좀 고치면 앞으로 경기가 좀 쉬울 것 같다라고 서로 그냥 얘기했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so we just tried to fix our mistakes in the last game, and this time I think we just have mend our mistakes and then mend what we lacked up in the last game. So I think that suited us well in this game, and I think we'll work on that as well.
Absolutely. Let's do some business back here. Can you see the Key Crusher revealing behind us? Should we go crush?
뒤에 이제 여 프레스가 기다리고 있는데 키를 뽑으실 시간입니다. 준비되셨나요?
네.
Okay, let's do this. Let's go and crush another key here on day 2 of Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Please join our key master over here, Skewed. It's part of the territory of being a winner here at the Esports World Cup. And of course, a loser too, because that marks the end of the road for 9Z. They represented an entire region on the world stage here in Paris, but today, that run will come to an end at the hands of T1. A little jump there from Skewed. It can make a big loud noise, and that was an explosive key crush. I've just got one more question for you, and it's about mentality, because you are now deep in a lower bracket run. You need to have a strong mentality to continue through it, and your next opponent will be Team Falcons. How do you feel about them?
이제 마지막으로 사실 이제 로어버켓이 있기 때문에 계속해서 이제 힘든 길을 걸어 나가셔야 될 텐데 마침 다음 상대가 이제 팔컨입니다. 그래서 팔컨전 앞두고 좀 어떻게 임하실지 궁금합니다.
딱히 무슨 다짐을 한 건 아니고 그냥 일단 재밌을 것 같아요. 좀 도파민이 좀 터질 것 같습니다. 그냥.
Honestly, I'm not gonna say much about anything, but that being said, I mean it's gonna be a full dopamine rush. I'm really excited for it.
Full dopamine rush. I love that. All right, Paris, make some noise for our winners here. T1! Skew, congratulations. Maddox, I'll get you a mic next time. You have my word. Thank you very much. We continue through the process. One more to go.
And we are back with the highlights. Let's take a look at these, Jake. Fantastic moments coming out of T1, a fast and furious 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it doesn't get more dominant than this. It's an ignominious finish for 9Z. I mean, maybe to be expected, given the stakes in this matchup for TM, or T1 rather. This is an opportunity to show on. He must have lost a bet. I mean, this is a full, like, what is going on here?
Couldn't make it happen in game, unfortunately. But I want to give a shout out to those guys who are now leaving us, of course. So, Hydron, couldn't make it happen.
We'll be back with more Overwatch live from EWC in Paris.
As promised, a little Street Fighter update as things progress, because Falcons seems to be knocked out, but DT is joining us to tell us exactly what's going on, because there's another Falcons win.
Yeah, so Falconers have just won in the upper bracket. It was Mickey this time who's managed to get to the next phase, obviously the upper brackets in the groups. But the big story was that Zhao Hai, last time you guys were over here, was playing, and now he's no longer in the competition. And that's the winner from 24 and 25 in Street Fighter. So that's a big, big storyline. Team Falcons losing one of their main players, which is a big issue for them, considering they really need to recoup some points at the moment.
All right, well, thank you so much for that update. That is a little bit unfortunate for Falcons, but that's just how things roll. We'll keep you updated, of course, as things progress.
Hello, everybody. We're on our final match of the day. Dallas Fuel versus Team Liquid. It's going to be over soon. Actually, no, because it's Pick'ems time. Yeah! Let's predict who's going to win. All right, everybody. It's on the EWC app, so download it. Join in on the fun. We're going to start. I'm going to start actually first. Dallas Fuel versus Team Liquid. I'm going to go with Team Liquid winning 2-1 against Dallas Fuel. Yesterday, Tree popped off on the Cassidy. I think if he brings that again, I honestly think Team Liquid has a good chance. What do you think?
I might have to disagree.
Okay.
I'm going to go for a Dallas Fuel 2-0.
2-0?
2-0.
Okay.
You know, Tree's a great player, but I think Dallas Fuel have got it. You know, Sonjun, she's been doing great, and just, I don't know, I think Fuel have got it.
Okay, 2-0 for Dallas Fuel. All right, I'm going 2-1 for Team Liquid. How about you?
2-1 Dallas Fuel.
I'm the odd one out. I'm the odd one out. Okay, what's your reasoning?
Look at Sonjun versus Zero. Sonjun's the bad player.
How about Tree? You didn't see the match yesterday? Tree popping off on Cassidy?
Yeah, I did see the highlights, but like, I'm a flex DPS player. I respect the flex DPS matchup. So Sonjun did insane things during stage 1 and stage 2. I think he's going to bring great value to the team.
I honestly feel like whatever the outcome, I think it's going to be an interesting match. NA versus NA, you know? It's going to be good. Thank you.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
What is up, everybody? Matt, Mr. X here with CJ for our Lenovo PC setup. CJ, I gotta know what you do to play at the best in game. Let's start with the monitor. How close are we? Are we tilting at? What are we doing here?
Honestly, I like to play like really close. Like I would probably like move it up to here. Yeah. And also since I'm shorter, I'd probably like lower it a little bit. And
I have the same problem.
I also do tilt it like a little bit. Like
tilt it back?
Yeah, I tilt it back.
Why?
I think it's just like, for me, it's like easier just like see everything if it's like tilted more this way instead of forward.
Oh.
Like forward, it's, I don't know, it's like the top is closer to you, but I think having like the bottom closer, just like as your ult closer, your cooldown's closer, you can just like see everything better.
Oh, okay, that's an interesting one. I never would have thought that. I'm gonna steal that from my setup. Mouse, where is it at? Like, are you doing, what's your DPI? What's your settings on that one?
So DPI, I normally use like 1600 and like 2.25 in game. I think, yeah, like around here is probably where I'd use my mouse. The only different thing I do is like the keyboard. I play on an angle for my keyboard.
Oh.
So it's probably like this.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like a, 45-degree angle. 45-degree angle on my keyboard, and just like, yeah, roughly around here is where I put my mouse.
Do you have anything different that you do in terms of like keybinds? Like, some players obviously change some of the abilities. Anything different that you do?
Honestly, not really. I think I keep most things the same. The only thing I have different is, I think this is mouse 5. I have my crouch. My crouch is on mouse 5 inside of control, but like everything else is the same.
Why do you do that?
When I first swapped to PC, it was like hard. Like my hands weren't long enough to hit the control button, so I just started using crouch on the mouse.
And then headset, gotta ask, how much are you cranking the audio? Are you cranking it?
Honestly, I'm not really cranking it. I think like my audio is like pretty loud, but I like to also listen to music when I play. So I make sure there's like a fine balance between the two.
And are you a push to talk or an open mic type of person?
Open mic for sure.
Yeah. I mean, open mic is the way to go.
Yeah. I mean, there's just too much work pressing a button and then talking and like letting it go. Just let it talk.
Nah, let them hear conversations you have in the background. I mean, who cares, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Chair, are we seated high? Are we seated low? Are we leaning back? What's the vibe
honestly,
like?
I think this is like fine. It's like a little lean back, but I think if I were to, like, I'd probably like make it a little bit tighter or like a little closer, like lean forward a little bit, just so it makes me like in the zone. But yeah, I feel like this right now is like probably about perfect.
Keep that posture right.
Yeah.
Well, CJ, thanks for walking me through your setup. I'm going to steal some of this stuff at home. It'll make me a better player and hopefully makes you guys better players at home. We'll see you next time.
Later.
It is the 14th match of the group stages here for Overwatch at EWC, and we're about to see Dallas Fuel take the stage, taking on a very tough opponent and Team Liquid. Speaking of Liquid, we've got a watery smooth man who goes by the name of Rack Attack joining us here in the studio. Rack, welcome in. Are you excited to see your team play?
I'm super excited. I've been waiting, since yesterday. We did close out that close loss to Weibo, but I'm super excited to get back in it.
Now, last time I was here, you were a fill-in. You were playing on the main stage. This time around, you're streaming. So tell me about your experience so far. What have the first 2 days in Paris been like for you?
Tons of fun. Actually, I was able to stream and go walk around. We actually went to the Eiffel Tower. Me and Infected, another one of the players. Been a sweet time. Lots of good, nice fans, good food.
Jake, this is your turn to ask a question.
I'm just curious how you expect this match to go. I mean, this is going to be a big one for Liquid, one that, is not unfamiliar, right? With these two teams, Fuel and Liquid, clashing throughout the regular season, throughout this year, and even in the last one. So is this a match you're thinking about as a scary one? I know Dallas is a very unique team in North America.
We have butt heads a lot with them. As you know, like every single stage, we go head-to-head with them. But we did see them lose to Falcons recently, which did lose to Weibo. So I think by some type of osmosis, us losing to Weibo, we got that win.
So when you look at these two teams' play styles, I think Liquid, like to play some of the brawl compositions. But then you look at a team like Dallas Fuel, and region at least, they like to play around their opponent, kind of like pick them apart. They're a little bit of a different style. How do you think those two playstyles translate to LAN?
I think definitely having a strong suit like Dallas, it is really hard to play around because they keep throwing curveballs and curveballs and curveballs. But we have buckled down. We're in the Netherlands for a few weeks, boot camping. All our Koreans are doing a lot of like English lessons, and they're getting like really synergized as a team, and they look really good.
I love how much work you guys are putting in as a team. Can you tell me a little bit about the fan base, though? Because I saw a number of ladies rocking Team Liquid jerseys here in the venue. Are there some moms supporting the players? Who's all here in Paris?
Yeah, so we got actually a huge group of moms. So we got my mom, we have Vega's mom and dad, Infected's mom and dad, Kistoris, our coach's mom and dad. We got a huge group. Vega's, I mean, yeah, we got a lot of moms in here.
I love it. There's a whole bunch of families out here supporting their players, and what a great city to do it here in Paris. Let's talk about the match in particular, though. If we're going to see Team Liquid take down Dallas Fuel, who has the most pressure on them today? Which role do you have the microscope on?
Honestly, I'd probably put the most pressure onto the DPS. I mean, everyone knows them. Tree and Zera are just, they've been dominating. They're on Team USA. You know, they took out Chronic, but Chronic he's been popping off like a lot recently, so.
Chronic has definitely been a player to watch. On the other side of this matchup, we have Dallas Fuel, and Jake, we have to talk a little bit about the team that used to be one of the favorites in the Overwatch League. What have the Fuel shown you lately, and who do they bring to play in Paris?
I think a player for me to watch is really CJ on this team. You know, he is the one who's often put in the position to get away with some of these really greedy flex supports, make a lot of those individual plays happen. He's been a really interesting player to watch. You know, his history in the game really rising now to among the top players in North America. So for me, it's the support line of Dallas Fuel that puts the pressure on, that plays these unique styles. The question is, can they get away with those plays against the Liquid DPS, who are going to be bringing the pressure on them?
I'd actually love to ask Ragattack about this, because Lucamino struggled yesterday, the support players for Dallas Fuel. And, you know, we hide the Team Liquid logo here for a little bit. Put yourself, you know, support player in the shoes of someone like Lucamino, who plays more flex kind of like support heroes. Can you make that work at a LAN like this, or should you just play the hits, play the more comfort, regular kind of heroes?
I mean, for him, you do see like the off meta. We did see the Alari, a lot of things you don't usually hit on, but that's his strong suit. I remember watching a game and I was like, this is like a really random character, but I was like, I'd love to see Lucamino go Moira. He went Moira, instantly won the game. Like, he's a type of guy to pull anything out and make it work.
We're going to talk more about the match in just a moment, but first, let's hear from the players. We've got one behind the scenes before this match kicks off.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sunjun from Dallas Fuel. He is getting ready for the final match of the day, Dallas Fuel versus Team Liquid. Now, Sunjun, you had a pretty difficult match yesterday against Falcons. For now, though, how is the team doing? 자, 어제 좀 어려운 팔콘과 경기가 있었죠. 끝나서 지금 경기 들어가기 전에 지금 현 상태 팀 분위기는 전체적으로 좀 어떠신지?
팔콘전 진 건 아쉽긴 한데 해다도 잘 준비해서 올라가자고. 분위기는 괜찮긴 해요.
I think we're mostly doing pretty fine. It is a bummer that we did lose to Falcons, but we just have to do better in the lower bracket and then bring in results. All right, talking about bringing in results, you guys are going up against Team Liquid. You guys have fought them many times during the stage as well. How confident are you going into today's match? 자, 방금 이제 프레저에서 잘하면 된다라고 말씀하셨는데 그 첫 번째 계단이 아무래도 팀 리퀴드가 될 것 같습니다. 이번에 리퀴드가 뭐 항상 많은 이제 경기를 치렀는데 오늘은 좀 이길 수 있다. 자신감 있으신지?
항상 자신감은 있고 리퀴드 한국 애들은 저희 한국 애들보다 못하기 때문에 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
I am always confident. I feel like all of our teammates are always confident. I do want to say the Koreans on that team are worse than the Koreans on Dallas Fuel. I love that answer. I love that confidence. Sunjun, thank you so much. Best of luck. 화이팅!
Calling out the former Korean teammates, now opponents in this matchup. Let's talk a little bit about your Team Liquid squad and the expectations against Dallas Fuel. We got 45 seconds before we get to stage. So how many maps does this go, Rack, and who wins it?
It's got to go map 3. I think super good opponent from Dallas Fuel, but we got to take the win. Liquid 2-1.
Johnny?
Look, Dallas Fuel should be favored, but I've been a Team Liquid apologist all of stage 2, and so I gotta ride with them. I gotta stick with it.
Jake, 27 seconds to the stage. Who wins this one? Who are your players to watch?
I'm kind of feeling Team Liquid right now. You know, the Dallas, they fell flat yesterday, and in some of these tricky styles, I feel like they can kind of be a struggle on LAN under huge pressure, and I think Team Liquid are going to be putting on that pressure today.
Well, Ragattack, we have an awesome group of fans, some incredible production crew, and they brought over this fantastic sign for your mom. Bring this over to Mama Rack as we send it down to the stage. It's the final match of the day.
Mesdames et messieurs, ravis de vous retrouver pour la dernière game de la journée. Pour l'instant, On mange très bien sur Overwatch. For now, I'm enjoying myself. We've seen quick matches, we've seen favorites, we've seen upset, we've seen many things. And once again, I am not alone because, of course, I am joined by that British boy in Chambers. Are you ready for the American Derby?
I am. As a British boy, I'm so excited for an all-American banger. Two counterparts of the same region. One of them exits the tournament here and now. The other keeps their hopes and dreams of lifting this bad boy high in the air, alive and well.
And who better than a young British boy to welcome the American team? Shall you go?
Absolutely. Please welcome Dallas Fuel! Dallas Fuel, the team to beat in North America, arrives on stage here in Paris. They've got high hopes in this tournament despite a setback yesterday. And they need to maintain composure, consistency, and confidence if they want to stay alive.
Composure, consistency, if they want to stay alive. That's also the case for Team Liquid. Fresh bloods, a young North American roster that is still writing its history. Ils sont là pour choquer. They are here to impress, and it's a great mix of American and Korean talents capable of high-level upsets.
One team lives to fight another day. The other watches their key crushed. It's all NA, and it's the final match of the day.
First, they fought for control of North America. Now, they're fighting for the right to keep representing it. North America's, one of their most compelling domestic rivalries at least, has followed us to Paris, and now one of their flagship teams will be going home.
Oh, and you know, these two teams are rivals, right? I mean, like in North America, if one of these teams won the event, the other one's key would be in the trophy crushed, right? And somebody is going to get it to do it to the other on day 2 here at EWC. Dallas obviously comes in with a lot of hype, been really good in North America this year. It's been great to kind of have them back in the scene. But Liquid, very tough opponent. I mean, these two teams, they have not been hiding anything from each other. They know exactly what's going to be on the other side.
Yeah, all from the world. Liquid probably came out of day 1 frustrated by how close they came in that Weibo matchup. Dallas left day 1 looking for evidence that they'd even arrived. I mean, that showing against Falcons, I think, was vastly below expectations. They got taken to task, and now they may have one more chance to show their quality and show what took them to that top spot in North America. Liquid forced them to evolve in the NA Stage 2 playoffs. They came back for the rematch and dominated after getting 3-0 swept.
Who do you think feels better coming into today after yesterday's results between these two?
I mean, for me, it's Liquid. I just don't think, like, you know Falcons are a quality team, but you also know that they've been getting beat up by everybody else.
Right.
You are the best team in North America. You are the standard. You are the ones that are supposed to be carrying the flag for your region. And you stumbled against a team that wouldn't have been here if they hadn't been good last year.
And a game like this, right, obviously has huge ramifications for our second part of, really the third stage in OWCS, right? Like, as we go back home, then start playing those online games. I mean, who knows if these rosters are even the same at that point. It'll be a D.Va and a Cat ban here off the rip as Nepal will be game number 1.
Moments away from jumping into our first match in this series. It is, of course, a key crush match. There's a lot on the line. Dallas Fuel would like to leave Paris having shown a bit more of their quality, a bit more of that depth. They carry the regional trophy. Liquid, all they carry, honestly, is the memory of sweeping Dallas on the way to it. And, well, today we're going to find out which one is more important. Attack showed us a lot of Xayah in the game against Weibo. Looked quite good in certain comps. It looks like it is their answer to the Malga.
Yeah, it'll be a Malga set up here for Dallas Fuel. Xion Tracer for both sides. I really liked this when we saw it from Team Liquid yesterday, right? They were able to kind of use those bubbles
on the Xion in the Tracer, then get aggressive with that Zarya.
Pacto's not getting any charge for free. Keeping both those bubbles until they're absolutely needed. Chronic there gets a Suzu. Great timing there from CJ to keep him standing. That could have been ugly for the Xion, and Chronic, proud as a peacock, up on top of the statue, is able to deal with Kibis.
I mean, it's incredible that CJ is able to hit that Suzu, right? I mean, you know, Chronic kind of moving his way up to the high ground, kind of hits him in motion. You don't connect on that, Chronic is most certainly dead, and this fight goes way different. Chronic with 3 to kick things off.
Such a funny comment that Sonjun makes in the pre-match, that our Koreans are better than their Koreans. You can see that even though both teams are representing North America, there's some regional rivalry
like,
from these
all our
guys.
North American players are about equal, but our Koreans are way better
That's
than
the
yours.
difference, mate. Well, so far, it's been a North American player stamping his authority on this game. Sonjun, though, gets involved, and Kibis is again the first casualty for Team Liquid. They are struggling to keep the Kiriko alive.
This has not been a good start for Team Liquid. Hasn't even really got like a really great fight. CJ already, just the healing he's been able to build up to with a Kitsune rush already. Kibis at 60, getting closer to 70%, a huge gap. Team Liquid needs to wake up, Mitch. I mean, this has been a really rough start to this match.
Yeah, they are asleep at the wheel. Free was able to get into a flanking position, but noticed immediately by Chronic and forced back. Chronic going to come forward, and there is the stop. This time, it's Vega picked up. Still a support. First cab off the rank in terms of eliminations, but that's quite a nice stick. Kibis again just gets...
But that was Kibis' rush. Yeah, well, you know, towards the end, I feel like I think it came in really late when he got, like, stuck.
He took the orange brick road back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Sure, why not? Yeah, you'll have a grab here for
like the
Team
HOV
Liquid.
lane.
Yeah. You only need more than one person for that. He was the only one alive, it felt like at that time.
He's breaking the law.
Yeah.
$2,000 fine straight away.
Yeah,
okay.
He got pulled over if he did that.
Liquid need to get some prize money before they think about paying their fines, man. Tree is down, though. Chronic with the spree. Caught in the grab. Is this too late in the day? Attack's able to turn it into one elimination at least, but Dallas will be back with a vengeance to the point, and Kellen has a cage fight and a score to settle. Litmino trying to stay safe. Attack's not going to be able to get out of the cage, though, and he is going to get run down. Kibis is there. Always seems to be. This time, though, keeps himself off the right side of the kill feed. For now, Attack nice and healthy. They want to push up. Dallas Fuel folding back. Kellen realizing he can't hang. It looks like they'll concede finally. A chance for Liquid to get on the board.
I mean, tremendous job by, though, Luke and CJ to keep Kellen alive on through that. You back up. You're going to be able to get another Kitsune rush here rather fast from CJ. Sunju with a pulse bomb as well as just backing out there for a quick second. Might allow Dallas to be able to use his Kitsune rush, flip the point back, take round number 1.
Kitsune rush now from CJ. Kellen really is going to revel in the cooldown reduction that he's going to get. Attack stopped, clearly not a bubble available for him. Got the Suzu, and a bubble comes belatedly, but early enough to keep him alive. Still, we get a point flip though as Dallas had control. Luke's able to deal with attack now as Kitsune rush comes down from Kibis. This one at least had teammates alive to benefit from it. Luke Mino taken down by Tree, who is on a logging spree.
A massive comeback there for TL. It's that cage, the rush used there for Dallas. You see the amount of pressure that Kellen is kind of putting on attack. Both bubbles, like the Maga just kind of blows them up and then just goes for a stomp. Just trying to deal with that Zarya as fast as possible. So he does end up getting attacked, but ends up at what cost? Cost him his life.
Another grab for attack.
Yeah, pulse bomb as well.
That's a mighty strong combination. CJ will be hard pressed to get that Suzu down in time. Attack might be trying to play around that cooldown as well. We'll see. Dallas, nice little reposition here. Attack's in a bit of an awkward spot, but sees an opportunity to grab into the choke. Sound barrier, the prescribed response from Luke Mino, and Kibis is down. There's the pulse bomb. Clearly not a factor. CJ was able to find the Suzu in time, and Vega is down. Disaster for Team Liquid. Completely outmaneuvered by Dallas, and Attack went for a panic grab that just didn't stick.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen just pushes right on through it, right? He ends up getting Kibis and Tree. Finds a third in the fight as well. 65% there for Team Liquid, but it does feel a little bit more lopsided than that in favor of the Dallas Fuel.
That first frag, that opening passage of play. Oh my goodness. I'm not even blaming Kibis for that.
No. What do you do? I mean, right?
It's a low light reel for Kibis. That is diabolical. Zarya offers the same value proposition as she does in ranked games. Obviously, she offers some bubble utility. She has high damage for a tank. However, when your opponents are coordinated and they can use their sound barrier and protection Suzu on the right timings, the Graviton Surge is hard to force through as a win condition.
And Maga is not as threatened by the high energy Zarya as maybe some other tanks, right? I know with how good Maga is and the damage output of Maga just in general, right? So just kind of breaks the bubbles and doesn't even, not even phase. Stomp coming on in, Joyride right after it. Suzu used there, so everybody on Team Liquid kind of keeps their health bars fully stocked up there and healthy.
Okay, Tak has to bubble himself there. Kellen just forces that bubble out, and now he doesn't have one to work with. That is so elegantly navigated by Dallas. Kellen is traded out for it though. So tank for tank. Now we're going to look at how effectively the healers can keep their DPS alive, and Chronic just gets cut off from line of sight. Liquid win a scrappy exchange at the start of the round, and Luke Mino would be advised not to stay too close to this.
Well, they still have both supports alive, and Sunjin, not Sunjin anymore. Skittis finds that kill. Now I think they'll try and, get out of dodge here. The support's going to back up towards the choke. Looked like they would have tried to maybe contest that, keep it going a little bit. Players coming off a spawn for Dallas, but now Team Liquid able to control high ground as Skittis builds up to a Kitsune Rush in just that one fight. Crazy fight for him.
Dallas probably want to play on this point as much as they possibly can. Give limited opportunities for energy generation for attack. Try and make sure they don't get poked down as they make their way to the objective. Skittis has a Kitsune Rush, he's going to let it go straight away. That's his privilege for winning the first fight. Almost drops her, that was a little bit dangerous. Tree looking for a way to wrap around here, but all of Dallas have kept themselves at a healthy distance with the exception of Chronic as Zera bears down upon him with the pulse pistols. Sonjin's going to blink away.
Yeah, recall used there for Sunjin. He ends up using a pulse bomb, tries to maybe catch somebody coming out of that animation, but this has been a great start for Team Liquid. They end up using that Kitsune Rush. Everybody on Dallas separates. They kind of isolate a target there, which is Chronic not able to get out with his legs. So now it's aggression from Team Liquid. Tree with the Joyride right around the corner.
Oh, that slick little slider. Now they're going to try and compound issues for Dallas. Sound barrier deployed. Luke hasn't quite been able to build his yet. Team Liquid don't turn it necessarily into a kill opportunity though, as Dallas just falls back and Kellen's got a cage fight. He wants to fight on the point, but the rest of his opponents refuse to acquiesce. There's Luke now down to the spree. Inside the cage we go, but Tree only has eyes for CJ. Dangling like forbidden fruit. He'll deal with him, then send a message.
It's a cage fight used there. Kitsune Rush as well. But Team Liquid, Tree does a nice job with the spree, right? Just going in, getting one. Obviously has the benefits of those Zarya bubbles and the damage following it up. Luke Camino with a sound barrier, but this round completely dominated by TL. Nice job getting the beat off in time.
Yeah, interesting grab. It didn't hit anyone initially. I think that Luke actually charged into it, just needed to get that beat off, probably for Kellen's sake, if anyone else's. Liquid though not able to turn that into an elimination, so Dallas are on the point. Dangerous game Luke is playing there with that boop around the corner and always gets punished for it, but now Chronic has a spree coming up very shortly. May not need to use it though. Suzu does get deployed. Chronic's happy to take a back seat here, but they can't allow for a flip in Liquid's favor. That would be devastating. Pulse from Sunjin finds Tree and guarantees the fight win.
Sunjin is low, going to use the recall. Not going to end up taking that fight there against Zera at that moment in time, but finally Dallas, they're able to get a hold of the point. They get control of some high ground here. I think this is a massive fight, Mitch, coming up. Dallas, they have their spree, they have their Kitsune Rush, will be matched on the other side. Can they hold on? Attack already very charged up.
Ooh, I like the mechanics there from Attack. Trying to close the gap quickly. Luke down first. Tree's able to find that elimination. Surely the Kitsune Rush is going to follow, but CJ can't keep Kellen alive. Oh, you're committing to this? No way, Chronic. He's got to go for it. Liquid, of course, will take the round if this is not a Dallas Fuel fight win. Unfortunately, it's just too little. Doesn't come at the right time. Chronic holds on to that ultimate until his teammates are already fallen. How about them apples, folks? We got a really competitive map one.
Man, I know what, round one kind of pretty comfortable in favor of Dallas. Round two, the complete opposite direction in favor of Team Liquid. So yeah, Chronic has to use that ultimate there towards the end.
Yep.
Has to make something happen.
I wondered if they were going to try and just stall, play something more passive, but they're not playing a D.Va composition, so that gets harder and harder.
It would have been very difficult. And also, you're Xion with the supports. You don't have if it's Tracer kind of darting in and out, maybe.
But Xion doesn't have that level of mobility, survivability, so see if there's any huge changes here. Going into our next round, you see that Zarya damage really ramping up there for attack, and Dallas, they'll ditch that Malga. They're going to play some Sig here. Lucamino on the Wuyang for a little bit more poke.
Yeah, Luke sort of teased at this in an interview recently with OWTV, says, I really love Wuyang, it's one of my favorites, and we're a team that likes to play some unconventional styles. So it's quite a poke composition on a control map, which has only really been a recent development in competitive Overwatch, but we've seen the Sigma, we've seen the Domina on occasion.
That's the issue though with like Wuyang. Like the damage is really good from Wuyang with the poke, but it's only really good at range. Like up close, the damage is like pretty like it's kind of funky to land shots with the weapon.
I also feel like you want your minor perk online as early as possible because that healing increase to your sort of nominated target off of the back of you doing damage is really important.
Well, the damage also doesn't really start to ramp up until you get the major with the 3 orbs, right? Yeah, the triple orb.
That's true. So it takes time.
Like at this range though, like this is where obviously Lucamino can really be effective. It's just like if Tree and Zera get close to him, that's going to be tough.
Constant poke damage though is a bit of a problem for Zarya.
Yes.
She has 2 bubbles that she doesn't want to use too frivolously. They don't last forever. She doesn't have a static shield that she can use to close the gap. So for Zarya to take space, she has to use those very valuable cooldowns. And a poke comp could really punish her in doing so.
Oh, Winton.
No, Winton Overwatch.
I was going to say, I would really like the D.Va potential switch here, you know, for attack, but let's see some Winton Overwatches.
Huh. That accretion clearly not meant for attack. He drops on in. Kellen obviously the beneficiary of that amped healing from the slam of Lucamino.
Winston used to be obviously the go-to tank really in just about every situation. Be a Tidal Blast used here on the Sunjin.
Okay, chasing down the Xion. Tree knocked down, but on a high ground perch that can't be punished. Somehow is able to stay alive. Attack though has fallen. Tree still at large, but Chronic was dealt with by Zera, who follows up with a sick pulse bomb. Sunjin the ultimate flex as a Tracer player, sticking another Tracer. Turns that into an even fight. Kellen's going to drop down on the point now, going to be relying on Sonjun to do some work. The Tree is aware of where the Tracer's coming from, and Liquid prevail in a very scrappy affair.
I mean, Tree being able to live there is massive, right? The Tidal Blast comes in, but he's on the high ground. You actually can't get that line of sight. Lucamino now going to go over to Brig with that Winston in play.
Yes, Winston, let's go. Watch out for the whip shots, though.
Yeah, we'll see now if you decide to kind of play the choke here if you're Team Liquid. Obviously not an easy dive target now, right? Like it was the Wuyang before. Brig, not exactly one you want to kind of jump on into.
We can't play a poke comp against the dive comp, man. Everybody knows that. It's Overwatch 101. Lucamino's shield absolutely cracked. He's caught in the corner. Speaking of cracked, here's Tree continuing to run rampant. And Dallas Fuel are going to be bundled out of the chamber yet again.
They get pushed back. You'll end up having Team Liquid here take the lead. And they can lose Sunjin. He has to be able to live, but he is so deep.
Spending a lot of cooldowns just to stay in the game.
And if he falls now, that is brutal.
Oh dear, Primal Rage here for attack. Into that backline, Chronic under a lot of pressure, but does get the overclock pop. The attack has to respect that raw damage outputs, but it's still going to deal with Chronic with a lazy backhand. The second kill for him now, finding Lucamino. Now, while Tree and Vega might be out of the mix, Team Liquid are still in a solid position. They still have attack, and he still commands respect.
Yeah, Sunjin just trying to play off all these health packs. Gonna force a recall there at Azura. Sunjin somehow able to stay alive.
That's running out of time.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Zuzu.
attack gets a nice Suzu timing there from Kivas. Those have improved drastically over the course of Nepal. 87% and counting. What did Dallas Fuel have to hang their hat on? Sunjin needs a pulse bomb, needs to build it quick. Zera, they're going to throw one and sort of fold away from it. Sunjin knows he's got an opportunity here, but elsewhere it's attack going a little bit low on the point. Kivas trying to keep him topped up now as a bubble's thrown down. Suzu used just to help attack be that front line. He jumps away from the pulse bomb. Sunjin does not connect. He's forced to recall now. We have a flip. 69% and counting for Dallas Fuel. They get control back, but Liquid aren't done fighting. Rally, shield bash onto attack. Kivas is going to get the Kasuni rush in play, though, and attack's going to benefit drastically from lower bubble cooldowns. He'll keep throwing them into play now as he gets up on that high ground. It's Liquid, flip the point back. Kivas' rush, very well apportioned in this moment, but now it's expired, and Kellen gets down and dirty with the Kiriko. Dive up for attack. He's got no supports left, and Dallas Fuel will continue to burn here on Nepal. A hard-fought fight win at the cost of many big ultimates, but they're still in it.
Yeah, you're going to get another fight here, though, for Team Liquid. Sunjin forces recall yet again. Vega getting closer and closer to the sound barrier. Most likely get a Primal Rage here to extend it. Somebody needs to get a touch, though.
the whip shot here potentially. Oh, Zera's not going to be able to get a touch. He actually dies.
Anyone else? Yes, Attack's having to get on there, but Vega got picked off. Oh, Dallas Fuel wait for the game to come to them, and Team Liquid have been found wanting. Attack has to buy some time here with a Primal Rage, and an environmental kill wouldn't go amiss either, but there's no help. Tree down. I heard the Deadeye getting popped by Chronic. And Attack is finished off by the Cassidy. Right click there just to put the fear of God in Vega, and Dallas, what a scrap fest, have taken our first map.
That one goes down to the wire. A huge kill on Zera. He's trying to work that outside, being able to go get a touch. He falls. They end up losing Vega, who's close to the sound barrier at that time. It's probably the two worst players they get a loss in that situation, and that ends up allowing Dallas to take the map.
I think just the raw level of individual skill on display there was astonishing. Great Tracer play. I love the move over to the Winston to answer what was looking like a poke comp. But ultimately, it is not going to get the job done. This is gross from Sonjun. The guy has come such a long way over the last couple of years. Remarkable finish here for Dallas, being pushed to the limit, as only Liquid seem to know how to do to these guys regionally. We're going to head to an interview here. We've got Lou standing by with some very special guests.
Very special guest indeed. I am joined with Isela and Royd, proud Liquid Vegas parents. Even though the boys didn't get the first game, I'm sure that they come back in the series. I wanted to ask you, because we know how complicated it can be, you know, to be the parent of a professional or someone that wants to go pro in esports. So I want to know, how long has been Vegas passionate about Overwatch, and how has it been, you know, handling all this at home?
Hi everyone. He started very, very young. I think since 4 years old, he loved his iPad, play Minecraft, and from there, as soon as Overwatch came out, one of his best friends told him, hey, get the game. So we bought the game for him, and from there, it became his passion. I'm thinking about 10 years ago, that's when it happened. So he's been playing since then, and that's his love.
That's an amazing story. Donc première question, ça fait combien de temps que Vega est à fond dans Overwatch? Comment vous avez géré ça un petit peu à la maison? Et ben déjà depuis l'âge de 4 ans, c'était un peu un iPad kid, il jouait à des jeux genre Minecraft, etc. Et dès que le jeu est sorti, il y a son meilleur pote qui lui a dit faut que tu joues au jeu, on lui a acheté le jeu, et derrière ça a été une passion complète. And now Roy, I'm turning to you because you know now you get to travel around the world, see your son playing on the biggest stage with 100,000 people watching him. So how does that feel today?
It feels amazing. My boy is following his dream. This dream is a dream for a lot of the gamers, and I tell the parents when I meet them everywhere, believe in your kid, let them live their dream, and it could be very rewarding. And I love seeing my son travel the world, and we get the chance to travel with him, family and friends, and a lot of fans.
And a lot of fans, of course. What a beautiful thought.
Go Team Liquid.
Go Team Liquid, of course. Donc deuxième question, tu peux venir ici à Paris voir ton fils jouer devant des centaines de milliers de viewers. Qu'est-ce que ça te fait? Je suis trop content de voir mon fils vivre son rêve. Quand je rencontre des parents, je leur dis faites confiance à vos enfants, laissez-les vivre leur rêve également. And we know that the boys are down one map. So do you want to say anything to Vega before he hits back the stage?
You're strong, you can do this, I know you.
You're strong, you can do this, I can know you. What about you, Roy?
You're going to get it done. I believe in you and believe in yourselves.
Beautiful trust from the parents, of course. And let's get back to the game to see if Liquid boys can get it.
Now, if you feel the same as Vegas parents, your faith would not be misplaced. This team have certainly caused no shortage of upheavals in their own region. They also got very close to a win over Weibo Gaming, China's very best. It would be frankly devastating to see either of these teams bow out of competition at this stage map. But we are here at the Midseason Championship. The competition is cutthroat, and the margin of error for these two teams has gotten very slim.
Yeah, and I mean, it's awesome to see the support of I know a lot of the parents of the Team Liquid players. But they want to be here in the venue for a little bit longer, right? They don't want to be kind of wandering around exploring the town with their players. I know the rest of the week, they want to see them compete at the highest level and see a little bit of a run back here in this series. I thought they were pretty good at map number 1, right? I thought it was like pretty competitive back and forth. New Junk City, the map selection here for Team Liquid. I'm curious. Okay, so the Maga ban and then Lucio gone. Lucio doesn't seem to impact, obviously Lucamino plays Lucio a lot, but he can also wants to flex over to other different things. The Maga ban feels like a
take maybe a little bit of a tell. Like they want to continue to kind of play that Zarya, and maybe the Mauga is just too nasty against it.
But there are other options. I think you can play.
You can just play Ramattra,
yes.
right?
Yeah. I feel so. I mean, Ramatra's going to be able to take that space on the Zarya, and again, it's going to be about pressure in the bubbles. That's a whole team effort, right? That's not something that you as the Ramatra player are constantly thinking about. I think, though, that Lucio bans on Flashpoint maps are very interesting because it makes the losing the first fight that much more punishing. If you don't have a way to speed back into fight, it can be hard to make rotations as well. So your first decision gets weighted that much more heavily when it comes to setting up for a lot of these engagements. It does also allow for the Mizuki to creep in.
Yeah, obviously Mizuki very strong. I think the healing obviously is somewhat underrated on the Mizuki because like obviously you're kind of using your hat player to player, but just like the aura around, it does a lot of healing.
Especially because in a rush comp, Matt, you are basically at full like healing aura charge at all times. It's very easy to hit those shots.
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Dallas is playing, like we saw, a decent amount of comps like this, really, with like built around like Sigma Mizuki at Champions Clash. Haven't seen them much here.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid going to be playing the Mizuki with the Ramatra in play.
Okay, so Liquid do want to circumvent this like elongated neutral fight if they can against the Sigma. That doesn't suit them. I think the sim is heads up here. Dallas don't have the best ways to like dive that front line if they wanted to. Right, Sonjun obviously will be looking to pressure Zera down. But getting attack in position.
Attack just drops to the point and nobody's there with them.
Was there like a TP involved in that?
They throw a TP to the side and I think it's bait to get them to rotate around towards the open side of the point, and nobody uses that.
I don't love that.
End up just kind of, attack just jumps down to the point. Nobody, I mean, that's one thing. Like, if you're going to play the Mizuki, he's got to be pretty close, right? Not going to be able to kind of survive just kind of Sigma damage with the Xion and the Sojourn.
Yeah, Mizuki obviously primarily a proximity healer. Obviously your healing Kasa does bounce and you can take perks to get more bounces, but you really do want to be the epicenter of your team formation if possible. Early Kitsune rush here for Kivas, he's just going to let it go, and why wouldn't you? Attacks caught by a Binding Chain into the Accretion combo. That's one of the biggest selling points of this Sigma Mizuki look. Kellon speculates with that Gravitic Flux and catches two players in it. Attack and Tree are reeling after that, and Dallas keeping the pressure up. They've lost Chronic though, but with Tree out of the picture, Liquid are still able to find success on a flip.
Yeah, and they do get some not able to get away there towards the end. It was a Sanctuary used by Vega a little bit earlier in that fight as well. It ends up paying off. CJ and Lucamino though, I mean, you're going to have everything but the Flux here. Fantastic opportunity, probably 2-3 fights to be able to flip it back.
The 40% for Liquid now. Jedi, something certainly you got to be concerned about. Tree's going to use it straight away, but is anyone going to give him an option? Doesn't look like it. He sat there looking a bit uncomfortable there as Team Liquid now had to bear the brunt of this overclock from Chronic, and he's in a safe spot. Sonjun as well is going to command attention with the spree. And all of Liquid are forced to rotate. They've got a sim. They can make these tricks on a dime happen. This sim wall now something they can try and abuse by dancing, but the Kekai Sanctuary fulfills a similar purpose. Attack though inside the Sanctuary is still a big problem with this Annihilation forcing Dallas away. And Tree finally gets his sit down with Sonjun. Accretion hits attack, but he don't care. Liquid have done enough here to get to 93 and change. Dallas still have to desperately throw themselves at the point. Chronic's going for a back flank, a solo effort here now. He's 1v3, that was never going to work for him. And now in overtime, it's desperation for Dallas Fuel. They're ultimately going to be snuffed out.
Great comeback here from Team Liquid. Both of those support ults that we talked about for Dallas used there. Sunjin going to move away from the Xion here, going to go over to Mei. And you saw, like, when Lucamino drops the Sanctuary on the point, the healing is not strong enough through the Annihilation. Like, the Xion has to get out of there to just kind of dodge, just being inside of that. Now it's going to be Sunjin going back to Tracer, maybe here, now in combination with the Wu Yang. You feel like that's going to be good enough.
The Maze has application, but I had fears about the neutral performance, especially up against the Cassidy. All right, Luke. Once again, we're going to see this Wu Yang look. Sonjin able to be delivering that Tidal Blast. If it comes to blows, the Vega just gets picked up here by Chronic relatively in the neutral. Team Liquid have to top themselves back up and allow for an early capture and hope not to lose any more players.
And this is where, other teams, right, seeing this kind of Sim on the other side would pivot to something maybe like the Vendetta, right? But it doesn't seem to be something that Dallas Fuel feel comfortable playing at the moment.
Flux here. Oh, nicely done by Tree. Lines up Sonjun. There was a gravitic Flux amidst all of this action. Unclear if it really caught on to too much, but Dallas at least have Kellen turn this into elimination on 0. We're down to a 4 versus 4, but Tree is a loose end. One that Dallas haven't really been able to tie up so far. This is still Dallas in control, though. They've gotten to 50% amidst this fighting, and I wonder, the commitment there is huge on this annihilation. Luke was able to find 2 kills before finally being brought down by Tree, and Dallas are still a fighting force here. 64% and counting. Tree now brought down, attacking Nord. During that annihilation, wasn't even able to flip the point. Losing Kellen, though, is a problem, and Sonjun can't afford to get too close, but Dallas had doubled their point total just by kiting away.
It's crazy. I mean, we're watching from Tree's POV, and if you were just watching that without the scoreboard, you would think the Team Liquid's running away with the point. Dallas, though, getting up to 80% early on. You're going to have a title blast here, maybe for the Tracer here. See if you can get on top of the Cassidy. It's been such an issue there. Team Liquid, obviously, Tree popping off on this flashpoint.
The windows in between Nemesis forms aren't that long. It's like 10 seconds. Chronic there sees a threatening TP and has to spend some overclock shots on dealing with it, but it's gone.
Nothing with the title blast there.
Yeah. Sonjun, though, still has some follow-up in the post bomb stick. Nicely done. Tree is down, but still, it might not be enough in this fight. Sonjun can only look on and hope that he's done enough, but frankly, that's not the case. Team Liquid are rapidly chasing the point total for Dallas now at 68%. They've got numbers, and they're cycling into some support elements too.
Yeah, I mean, you end up using the overclock that now has the sim wall coming in there from Team Liquid, and then try and make a play with the title blast. Doesn't work out at all. That's a nice collapse, though, on the Tree.
Yeah, team out with Sonjun to take out the Cassidy, and Liquid, though, still want to fight. They still know they can get a flashpoint win here. Who's going to touch? CJ is down. Presumably Sonjun went to try and get this overtime going and threaten a flip. No, it was Kellen. Right. Well, he keeps his team in the flashpoint, but no one's really here to help Kellen, and this is going to put Dallas Fuel in disarray for the time being. Are we fluxing? You better believe it. Annihilation is going to be the answer, though, and how's Luke going to get away from this? Attack still healthy. Kivas quickly tends to his wounds, and now at 99 each is a flip for Team Liquid. Where are the Fuel? Up on high is Kellen. He can drop down eventually, but a Kekai Sanctuary means that is more than just required. It is absolutely mandatory. There's Tree, nice little double off the Deadeye, and that'll be all she wrote. Team Liquid bounce back late in the fight to take their second flashpoint, and they are keeping this series interesting.
Yeah, they look awesome here, ramping the pace against the Dallas Fuel. As Dallas, they get rid of the Lucio, and it's kind of almost even unlocked this kind of composition here from Team Liquid playing this Mizuki with Zakiri, and then also just kind of protecting Tree at all costs, giving the Cassidy the mobility around the map. Nice chain there from Vega. Connects, and they actually deal with Chronic with it.
Yeah, Liquid here. See the Ramacha switch into them. They must be satisfied about that. Feels like a concession from Dallas, who haven't been able to make any of these other comps work. Attack here now realizes there's no fight to be won, so we'd like it to be over. That's why he steps ahead of his shield instead of continuing to dance it. And Dallas will get to start on Labs.
Yeah,
with the point.
You know, although they do kick off the fight with a kill there, 2 from Sonjun, Luke Amino contributing in the kill feed there with the Wuyong damage, and then I know Kellen pops that Nemesis for him. All the damage that the Tracer and the Wuyong are putting down is followed up by that Ramatra. So it'll be Dallas getting control of the point here first. Simwall is going to be massive here, right? Title Blast on the other side, Overclock as well. Simwall from Zera. Obviously, no support ultimate to work with, and this time could be quite huge.
Final Blast, watch out for this one. Sonjun is amidst everybody. Blast comes down, knocks Kivas low, but Sonjun is chained and dealt with. Not a good look to start this fight for Dallas, but again, they already got to 50% after staggering Team Liquid out. So a good start, it gives them some buffer, but now it's a matter of landing the plane and staying alive. Flashpoint, what a shot! Zera didn't know what hit him, a Tree, the next to fall. Timber yells Chronic and finds 2 of the most important picks you could ask for. Dallas could actually take the flashpoint here, but they've got to contend now with this annihilation from attack. He's used it to get Kellen off the table, and he'll be chasing some more of these eliminations. Dallas get to 90% and still counting. Attack stuck with a bomb, but he's able to mitigate some of the damage by putting up the Dukes. Chronic poking at him constantly, but Liquid will be allowed to flip.
Bro, those shots from Chronic were nasty. I mean, you could just see that, like a little dot of Zera, his head on the objective, and he just rips it right off, and then connects with Tree on the side, and yeah, not enough in the end.
All right, nice little disengage away, but this Vortex disrupt the shot. A lot of AoE being thrown at Dallas. Here comes Vega, charging forward. Chain already used. They are going to shove them on out if they can help it. Kellen with the Annihilation now. That's a little bit scary. Dallas looking to reclaim what was there. The Deadeye attempted by Tree, but shut down, cut off, interrupted, and otherwise unable to complete it. Dallas now will be still tall on this point, and they finally get a foothold in the map.
You know, Liquid kind of, in that previous fight, the one that we just watched, we'll talk about it in a second as we take a look at the end of it, where the Annihilation from Kellen is just too much, right? Just really kind of plows through the entire time. Liquid ends up using the Kitsune Rush, like, basically with the Sanctuary right on top of it. And then that's where Dallas, like, Kellen just backs up, puts the Dukes up, and then, ends up popping that Annihilation, seals the deal for that flashpoint.
All right, look, Mino chained up by Vega. Not the start for Dallas Fuel that they were looking for. Not exactly how they want to continue to build momentum to a reverse sweep of this map. Sonja though down, okay. Tree's making this even harder for Dallas to set up. There's going to have to be a full disengage from the Fuel.
It's good for Team Liquid, is going to build up to maybe even 50% of the objective here, right, with Annihilation Sim Wall coming online. See the choke just being heavily contested here at the moment. Lucamino's trying to find these off angles, Mitch, right? It's going to be the Tidal Blast here. We'll see if he can find anything. Just get right on top.
Oh, that's nice! Surf's up, buddies!
Right on top of Tree, and then I also think the blast from the Tidal Blast actually took out Kivas there as well. Yeah. So a little bit of a 2-for-1 there with that Wuyong ultimate.
I love to see that. That's one way for Dallas to break back into the game. 50% is all that stands between Team Liquid, though, and an equalizer.
These picks from Luke, though, I mean, right, it's very difficult to kind of play this hero, especially with the aggression, the mobility that Sim provides on the other team. Is be the overclock here. Doesn't really get anything as Team Liquid. They kite it. They're going to rotate back, try and make their way towards the objective.
Sim wall here is pretty big. Chronic's going to have his impact drastically limited, but look at him playing this off angle here. Is look at that! Liquid held in the choke, nowhere to get through, and Chronic just pounds them. Zera and Tree, Kivas all picked up for a Chronic with a 4K. Yo, he's chilling in that window. Bro, he's absolutely hanging out with the boys. Look at his positioning.
Yeah. Oh, little collat there.
If people forget that those rails do penetrate.
Yeah.
Merit showed us that on Colosseo with that 3K a couple years back.
Chronic pretty healthy the entire time on through that, not taking any serious pressure or damage.
We're chilling?
They are not going to make it, and even worse, they've kind of moved up, used some cooldowns to try and make it. Now they're kind of stuck here.
Team Liquid, surely this isn't where it ends. Dallas have really woken up in this map. After switching to Liquid's comp, adopting the Ramattra.
5 ultimates, though, for Team Liquid to open up our final flashpoint. Tournament lives on the line for TL.
Oh, it doesn't matter! Oh. It just doesn't matter. What a pulse bomb there. Yeah, Liquid are going to hit Q, you better believe it, but how are you going to come back from this? First it was Chronic, then it was Sonjun. Individual DPS players taking these fights over, and Liquid are gagged.
Sanctuary, Sim Wall, and Kitsune Rush used there. Rush obviously used from CJ to match that rush on the other side. Pulse Bomb just, yeah, fine. It's good. Sunja with 2. That just kind of ruins anything that Team Liquid was trying to do there with that bank of ultimates. Zero now over to the Tracer here. Trying to mark Sunja. Maybe also put a little bit more pressure on the Luke, right? Kind of close the gap with that Wuyong.
The Annihilations, though, always add an element of volatility to these fights. Okay, Tidal Blast to start things off. Tree respects it. Sonjun dives in, and there goes Tree. Respect it as much as you like. It's going to come for you either way. Here in the headlights was Tree, and he's brought down, and Sonjun, man, he's on a running riot. Straight after Zera he goes. Chronic with the KS.
Dude, and that's, I mean, you end up using your Annihilation there. Kivas is going to have to jump off the side. This is so bad for Team Liquid at the moment. Vega going to go over to the Cat. Probably just even try and get close to get a touch, right? I mean, oh, this is brutal here.
Oh, how do you dance
Tree,
this Tree?
Tree has to be so careful.
Stay alive.
Some help from attack. Tree literally 1 HP, nobody on the chase.
Here comes Vega. Okay, Salvation comes on 4 paws, apparently. Tree was still able to find the kill on Sonjun, by the way. They'll end up eliminating each other, but we need a touch. Liquid have to go for it. Their last chance, and so far they've been frozen stiff. Vega picked off as he tried to come in and salvage the fight, and now Liquid are on their last dregs. Can they get in onto this point? Can they find elimination? Chronic is comfortable sitting back and not being pressured whatsoever by attack. He's been forced out of the affair. Zera now trying to stay alive, but Dallasville will keep the flame alive for North America. An unfortunate team kill, but also a reminder, this region belongs to us.
TL got to a hot start in that final map, but some great adjustments from the Dallas Fuel. Sunjin just so good, right? Getting massive value on the tracer, those title blasts constantly on top of Tree. Chronic when they needed him the most. OCs overclocks. Railgun shots coming in massive. It's a tough way to go out there for TL, right? Almost battle back in map number 2. Map number 1 pretty competitive as well. I gotta say, it probably feels pretty bad to also lose to a team from your own region, right?
But Team Liquid were
Sunjin's going to grab the whole trophy.
Give me the trophy. We won, right?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Sorry, guys. It's more than just NA at this event. Team Liquid forced the Dallas Fuel to evolve. They asked them some uncomfortable questions in the NA playoffs, and Dallas searched and searched for the answers. But that was more than just an answer. It was a revelation for this team, catapulting them to dominance in their region. Bear in mind, they're still not the best performing NA team here. We see SSG currently still in that upper bracket, so I'm quite sure there's a chip on the shoulder. But you know what else is about to come, Chips? Team Liquid's key.
Yeah, Team Liquid, off to a rough start, I would say, in this season for the OWCS. Obviously, roster changes, different things going on here, but Dallas Fuel, they look great. Let's head to the stage to hear from Luke Amino of the Fuel.
Thank you very much, guys. The winners of the American Derby today are Dallas Fuel. Congratulations, Luke Amino, of course. I wanted to ask you, because you are used to facing these boys domestically, so I want to know if you feel like something changes when you guys are on the international stage, whether it's the crowd, whether it's like within the gameplay and stuff. Does it feel different?
There's definitely a lot more pressure on us. You know, we can see the crowd, we feel the energy, so.
You also feel like you have to win because, you know, like you're the champions in America.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have something to prove, especially after that Falcons loss. So.
I mean, I was about to tell you about this. Donc, la première question, vous vous affrontez souvent avec Team Liquid, vu que vous êtes dans la même région. Est-ce que tu as l'impression qu'il y a quelque chose qui change quand vous êtes sur la grande scène internationale comme ça? Bah, effectivement, moi, je sens qu'on a beaucoup de pression sur les épaules parce qu'il y a les fans aussi qui sont là. Et on a évidemment quelque chose à prouver après cette défaite contre Falcons. Talking about that loss against Falcons yesterday, it was looking pretty worrying. And I mean, pretty much everyone, the analysts, etc., were arguing that it was not normal that you guys didn't maybe win or weren't that good on that game. So I want to know, like, how did you manage to recover? Because today was quite with a fashion. So did you get yelled at by the coach, or what happened?
I think we definitely talked with each other a lot. We needed to figure out our comps, because also yesterday was definitely a lot on me because I wasn't sure what we wanted to play. But today we really locked it down. So.
I mean, yeah, props to you and your team, of course. Congratulations. Donc ouais, hier, défaite contre Falcons, un peu inquiétant. Tout le monde se disait, mince, c'est pas forcément normal. Comment vous avez réussi à revenir? Et bah honnêtement, la défaite d'hier, elle est pour moi. J'avoue que j'étais pas très confiant sur ce que j'allais jouer, etc. Donc aujourd'hui, j'ai lock-in et voilà, on a réussi à aller chercher la victoire. So it's gonna be your first key crush, Luke Amino. I'm gonna bring you to the key crusher. You're gonna get to smash the key from Team Liquid. How are we feeling about this?
Excited. I've never crushed a key before.
It's your first key crush? Let's get going. Our lovely Wojtek is gonna help you and walk you through that EWC epic moment, crushing your opponent's key. And how could it feel better than a regional opponent, someone that you used to face, you're used to beat? This is Team Liquid's key getting crushed here in Paris. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at me now, I'm gonna bring you back towards the stage. For a first key crush, that was pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie. You know that a lot of teams are gonna have their eyes on you regarding the following of the tournament. Who do you feel could be a big threat for you in that tourney?
Not sure. My team said that we should be more scared of TM, or more scared of VP, but I don't know. I think I want to play versus VP tomorrow, so we'll see.
There's a little bit of the debate within the team, but you'd say VP?
Yeah, I want to play versus VP.
Fair enough, and we'll see, of course, if you manage to do that. Donc ouais, contre qui t'as envie de jouer, ou en tout cas, quelles équipes pourraient être des menaces pour toi? Ben, on n'est pas forcément tous d'accord dans l'équipe, mais moi, j'ai vraiment envie de me frotter à Virtus.pro. Thank you very much for joining me. Let me know. Congratulations again on the win. And that's it for us on the stage for today. Thank you for following us once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for some bigger matches. À demain.
So, domestic order has been restored here by the Dallas Fuel, and it's a pretty big bounce back after a lackluster showing against Falcons yesterday. Should give NA fans a lot to look forward to, I think, because this is still a region that's trying to place themselves amongst the global hierarchy after a tough couple of years.
Yeah, and it feels bad, though, for Team Liquid, right, to be that first North American team out. SSG, like you talked about, still in. And Dallas Fuel obviously get the better of them today. Luke Amino and CJ, some great plays from them in the back line. And, you know, obviously, Sunjun, that final map coming up with some massive moments with the pulse bomb.
Listen, that was, for me, represented a huge step up. For Dallas to put together a game plan over those 2 consecutive fights that was so effective, so devastating. That bodes well for the future. Honestly, waiting in this Group A bracket are some pretty terrifying teams here for this Fuel roster. Obviously falling down there, getting a win against Team Liquid. These decider matches are going to be very spicy now, as we're still waiting for that upper bracket decider. Luke wants Virtus.pro.
Falcons T1 is going to be a banger.
Oh, yeah.
I also think, like, Dallas Fuel, they probably want VP because TM is probably going to play a lot of Sim, and like they don't play much Vendetta, they don't do things like that, right? So it's going to be a little bit harder to potentially go against that type of style. But you know, VP has had TM's number towards the stage 2 a little bit later on. But I thought it was pretty impressive that Twisted Minds was able to get past T1 in the fashion they did. And as we head over to Group B, GK versus Zeta is going to be a really good game as well. So SSG versus Varel. Hey, I actually think, SSG probably has, I would say they're the favorite going in there.
There's a path here to play for them, absolutely. Varel obviously, stay alive against AGAL. Look pretty impressive, but SSG are the real deal. And they're obviously looking over at, at Group A going, okay, well, we've got to keep pace with Dallas Fuel here. We've got to run this gauntlet and make it to playoffs. The loser, of course, of our second upper bracket game is going to be curious. GK versus Zeta, for me, a compelling matchup.
Yes.
And then the loser facing off against JD Gaming for survival. There are a ton of barn burners still in store for us.
Yes, still some really good games ahead of us. I think, GK, maybe they may not be able to beat Zeta Division, but I think they'll definitely catch a few people off guard.
No doubt about it. A lot to look forward to here amongst our tournament bracket, and over the coming days. It's been a pleasure, of course, to cover EWC so far for you guys from Paris. We'll see you tomorrow.
Urge you to look at the player cam. As soon as we saw over to Merrick POV, he feels like he doesn't even blink. He's a machine.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.